There are reports of some politicians who are busted by your men in Lagos. Was there any arrest made? What is the update? Are you aware of it?
You know, Shewun, let me be immodest a bit here. You know, since when I came on board, we tried to, as much as possible, not to discuss cases that are still under investigation, except for cases that are already in court. So all I can tell you is that we are investigating. We said it out there yesterday strategically, just to send some message and all of that. But we are investigating, and at the right time, Nigerians will get to know about it. But what I can tell you is that arrests were made and recoveries also were made.
It was a bust based on intel, isn't it?
An ongoing investigation is still there that we are doing.
I know no matter how much I try, Mr. Bauer, you know, you're a very good friend, but then you could be slippery with your answers sometimes. But I know there is an investigation, but was it a bust?
Investigation is, I think what matters, Shewun, is the fact that I have already confirmed to you that investigation is on. And at the right time, we get to know the outcome of this thing. I think that is what matters. Look, there are several ways in which, you know, EFCC can cause an investigation. You can write a complaint. You can get it via intelligence, you know, whether anonymously or somebody has written his name, whatever it is, you know, and the EFCC has the powers to cause an investigation, you know, when somebody has acted contrary to the provisions of the Act. But when somebody's lifestyle is, you know, not commensurate with his sources of income, we can cause an investigation without complaint. So it's immaterial, Shewun, whether, I don't know how you call it, whether it was a bust, whether it was this, you know, investigation is on, investigation is on. Whether it is by complaint, whether it is by bust, whether it is by intelligence, whether it is the EFCC that caused it. I think the most important thing that is the fact that we have seen that the laws of the country have been crossed and we have commenced an investigation.
Let's get some commentaries there.
Mr. Barr, thank you so much for sharing this day with us. And we do hope that your men in the field would do that which you've sent them out and mandated them to do, as you said, between the mandate of prevention and the mandate of arrest. Hopefully, it will prevent a lot of crimes from being committed out there. But we'll look forward to seeing prosecutions and seeing those who have contravened the laws being punished eventually, especially also, as one of our guests here said on your website, that information should be out there for others to see. Thank you so much, Mr. Bauer.
Thank you very much. Everybody can have his own opinion, but I think we should be trusted on our judgment here as the leaders of this place, looking at all the information that we have. And that is why we are arriving at decisions that, you know, we are seeing out there eventually. So hopefully we'll have a nice day today, and we'll elect leaders at the end of the
day. Well, we'll look forward to that.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And just to let our viewers know that we're still hoping to hear from other presidential candidates, and we'll bring you footage of them voting in their various locations. We told you earlier, we went to Anambra State, we heard from our correspondent, and what is happening there. The presidential candidate came around and then moved on, but he will be coming back. That's what our reporter did give. But we also told you earlier in the day that you can also send us information, footage of yourself, pictures, videos of yourself in your polling unit casting after you've casted your vote. Of course, you cannot send us footage of you casting your vote and all of that. So send that into our social media platforms and our emails as well. But at this time, we would take a moment and we will be back.
And their turnout, I think, has been quite relatively high compared to the southern part of the country. So I think NSAS has been fantastic, and we know that in this other 3 geopolitical zone, we expect to see improved turnout compared to previous elections. But I think what NSAS has done is that it's even gone beyond the participation we are seeing when it comes to this electoral process. It's also helped to improve participation in the political process itself. In these all elections, I will give it to the young people for mobilizing people to register to vote, to pick up their voter's card, and even doing the civic or voter education, not leaving it to the civil society. So those are immense positive, but we should actually try to be very, very balanced so that at the end of it, we are putting out the right information. Now, these elections, of course, we become so very, very focused on the presidential elections, forgetting that the most important arm of government when it comes to the legislative houses, the National Assembly, Nigerian National Assembly elections are also being held simultaneously today. And these people who will be elected will actually be the ones to help us hold accountable who our president would be, because they have the oversight duty, they have the lawmaking duty, and these are like immense, really, when we talk in terms of deepening democracy. And I'm sure that on the ballot, by the time we finish these elections, we would actually see more parties compared to the two dominant parties, or compared to even the 4 we are flagging in these elections. I expect to see other parties come up and having elected parliamentarian in these elections, which is again going to be a very big positive from us from different parts of the country. As we have seen new parties emerged, the factionalization of the parties actually has been a positive, because you had other people leave parties and they have influence, they have social influence, some have been veteran politicians, some are also very good people who have decided to vie, and they are vying, building on their social capital, having what the structure of the people or the structure of the party, and will likely win in these elections.
Okay, that's a good one. Atiku, I'd like to bring you into, I mean, the parliamentary elections are important, just like Hidayat said, but we see that some of the top flight parties did not field the entire numbers, for example, of the Senate, for Senate seats, like Labour Party, for example. I'm not sure about NMPP. How do you think that can play a role in electing who the president is? Because if you go out to vote, an ordinary voter, you are handed 3 ballot papers. But then if the party whose candidate you are voting for the presidential election does not have candidates for the Senate and the House of Reps, how will it affect you? You just pick one and then you walk away, with the other 2.
Well, obviously, there's nothing people can do if candidates from their party are not on the ballot. They either walk away or they decide to vote for, the ones, any one of their choice. But beyond that,
from other parties.
Yeah, from other parties. But don't forget, just like you said, the 2 parties you mentioned, the NMPP and the Labour Party, are still parties that are evolving.
Yeah.
These are parties that are barely, in terms of, operational age, less than a year. And what some of them have done, in a way, have been phenomenal. Then you have other, political parties again that are even smaller than these 2. And so you find out that it has always been the issue of capacity. Most of these political parties do not have capacity to be able to play the kind of dominant role that others are playing. They do not have the money, they do not have the resources also. And ultimately, really, politics, especially the presidential system, it cannot be conducted without very huge resources.
That's right.
Although INEC has tried to put a cap on the kind of obscene money that we are seeing from the politicians, but that has not exactly, yielded them much dividends. And so it's part of the arguments that people have made. I mean, at the presidential level, for some of the other political parties, if you have a president that is elected and you don't have a National Assembly, for instance, to support that president, then you're going to lose a lot of advantage because they might end up not giving you the kind of support that you need. But if you look at the history of our democracy, in recent times from 1999 till date.
Yes.
The opposition that the dominant political parties or the parties in government have come from their own people, from their own from members of National Assembly who constitute in most cases 2/3 or more than 2/3 of members of National Assembly. You're talking about House of Representatives. You're talking about, the Senate. In fact, from when the PDP held sway for about 16 years, the major problem they had were from their members at the National Assembly. So it is not a given that once you have the required number of candidates representing your party at National Assembly, therefore you will have all of the a very smooth ride. For the APC, we also had the same, at least the first 4 years before the president's second term.
That's right.
We also had this opposition to a lot of the policies of the president by the Senate led by Bukola Saraki. So it's not a given. But I think, and we should also understand what democracy is all about. It's about balance. It's also about, of course, it's about one being dependent on another, but it's also about, it's also about some level of influence or control over the other arms of government. So the executive, the legislature is in a position constitutionally to check some of the excesses of the executive. The executive can also respond in like manner when the legislature, for instance, passes a bill that it does not like, it can veto it. And then, of course, when all of these bodies, organs of government have issues and it is taken to the court, then you realize how important and how powerful the courts can be because they can shoot down any of these things. So it is part of the intricate nature of our politics, especially in a democracy, that you have different arms of government watching over one another. But it doesn't even end with them. You also have the fourth estate of the realm, which is you people, the media, also doing a critical job of also putting the politicians and the institutions of state under scrutiny. And above all of this are the people. If the people are conscientized enough, if the people are aware enough, then the people determine the kind of polity they have. And the people, that's why the politicians now have to come to them. They have to convince them at this particular point in time. They have to spend sleepless nights, trying to, for their campaigns and all that, because at this particular point in time, the people are kings, but can the king really make the right choice, with this particular election?
Absolutely.
I have to ask you a question today. Is that I like what you said about them trying to convince the people. Apart from having the political structure, the candidates or whoever it is that is running for presidency have to know how to convince the people of their credibility. Now, what I want to ask you is that, in your take, do you think that these four, or the predominantly four candidates, did enough job in telling people how to solve the solutions? Not I will. Do you think they spent enough time explaining to people what they were going to do and how they were going to do it? I think that was predominantly missing.
No, I will tell you.
So
I will tell you no. Fine. Now they were good when it came to what they wanted to do. That's one level. The other level, which is the most critical, is how are you going to do it?
Exactly.
So if you send somebody from here, somebody who comes to Lagos for the very first time, and you tell him to go to Bagada, and even when you give him money, go to Bagada, and you don't tell him how he's going to get to Bagada, he's going to have problem here and there. So, for instance, there are stupendous claims that they have made, about whether it's our educational system, it's our healthcare infrastructure, it's about energy and all that. Anybody can say anything. You understand? Anybody can make, these are words. But words can only be backed up, or you have to be backed up, So, if you say you're going to turn around the infrastructure of this country, for instance, you're looking at roads, you're looking at housing and so many other things, how are you going to do that? You must take into cognizance the national budget of our country. You must take into cognizance the fact that we are spending about 80 to 90% of our budget, servicing our debts. So what that tells you automatically is that there is no money to be able to do all of those things you want to do.
That you desire.
That's why you have to put on the thinking cap. Where are you going to generate the money from? How are you going to generate the money from? They were very short on these explanations, and I'm not sure there was actually any candidate. Some of the candidates were more eloquent when it comes to what they wanted to do. But it is the how, because everything that they promise they are going to do must be backed up with money, with the resources. So they were not able to actually convince us, for instance, that they knew how they were going to get the money, where they were going to get the money.
All right. Dr. DG, I mean, I know that you have some thoughts on how this election is clinically different from the previous ones, and you had some figures about, what happened previously and what is likely to happen now. Which key areas do you think that will stand this election out, for the presidential and for the, and for the National Assembly elections for this year? What are the key areas of interest to you?
Well, what stands this election out is, in the past presidential elections, the candidate comes from at most 2 of the 3 major ethnic groups in Nigeria. Now, we have the major candidate from the tripod ethnic groups in Nigeria. So that raised a major concern that if each of the candidates do a to your tent, or Israel kind of thing, then that means that a candidate would have amassed much vote from his region or from his ethnic clan, which I think is not good for the country. So I would have preferred a situation whereby the 3 major ethnic groups in Nigeria are not represented in this election. But for the fact that these 3 major ethnic groups are represented in this election, like no other election that we have seen, raises concern, and that is a recipe for violence that can lead to serious conflict in the country, if not careful, a civil war, in the sense that if there is suspicion that a particular region is being marginalized in terms of voting. We hear your reporter complaining about Bayelsa State. It was at that time it was to 11 in the morning, and they are just setting up the polling unit. Now, that is not a good trend, and we've seen other places whereby the election starts quite early. We saw the president voted, the candidate of the PDP and that of the APC. So my concern is INEC focusing on the hotspot? What happens to other places whereby the candidate does not come from? That, I think, is one of the things that we should be concerned about as regards this election. Then the dynamics of the election. Now, in 2019, there are 7 states that have over 1 million votes. Now, out of that 7 states, only Lagos is the state from the south. Only Lagos. As of 2019. We have the data before me shows that Jigawa, Kaduna, Bauchi, Lagos, Plateau, Kano, Katsina, all these are northern states except Lagos. Jigawa recorded 1.1 million, Kaduna 1.7, Bauchi 1.06, Lagos 1.1, Plateau 1.0 million, then Kano 1.9 and Katsina 1.6. So in this election, in 2019, we have Kano coming top in terms of registered voters, then we have Kaduna, then we have Katsina. If you look at the dynamics in this state, in Kano State, the presidential candidate of the NNPP is quite very popular there. He comes from that particular state. And now we have one of the former governor of that state in terms of, in the person of Malam Shekarau, now under the PDP, and we have the incumbent governor supporting the presidential candidate of the APC. So we have 3 major contending forces in the state. In 2019, Kano State recorded 74.55% for the APC. The PDP got 19.93%. Now, the APC may not be able to record up to that amount now based on the dynamics that I have explained. But if we look at it, of all these 3 states, of all these 7 states, only one was won by the PDP, which is Plateau. But now, the problem for the party is PDP won by a slight percentage. APC recorded 44.08%. Now, PDP recorded 51.62%. Now,
or Oshibajo with Professor Yemi Oshibajo, both of them making themselves available for their civic responsibilities, getting their ballot papers there. So let's get to feel the atmosphere there. So this is okay. The textbook.
It's been conducted, in my view, very well, very professionally. I think that everything has been done right. And I hope that this is the same all across Ogun State and all across Nigeria.
Okay. So there wasn't a situation of flashing and showing of the ballot
For
paper.
the citizen.
And there was no situation of a crowd following him.
The sanctity of the ballot was preserved.
Yeah, the atmosphere in Ikena and Daura looks alike. Did you notice that, Prof?
Okay, so quite a number of things there that we also expect to happen, which will go ahead and bring you a lot more. But I would also like to remind you, those areas that a lot of voters, look at that, almost 11:30, and voters in some areas, as they have notified us, say they are waiting for officials of INEC to arrive in those areas. We do know that Section 120, as we have been reminded by analysts here, there could be cases of well, now, if the officials there are found to have abdicated that responsibility, but we're not sure why they are not there as of yet. So we're hoping and looking, expecting, as many others are, to ensure that that happens. Let's see what's going on in Akwa Ibom State, for instance, to see if the situation is the same there.
Considers the fact that I think even Dr. Jonathan himself would be happy that there's an improvement to what he brought on board with the cadre that now we have the beavers, which is by far, an improvement.
But I'm curious. I mean, as he's here now and his polling booth, that white thing, is already set. Why wasn't that the same in Lagos with tinubu?
Well, apparently there was an issue with the what was it called, the Alausa polling unit. Okay. But it was not the same thing where the governor Sanwo-Olu, voted. But of course, you also can't compare the number of accredited voters in Lagos to the one in Otuke, not even in Yenagoa, which is the capital city. But this is Otuke.
But this place, this is relatively calm, and it doesn't look like there are a lot of people there either.
It looks calm, and that's the former First Lady, Patience Jonathan. We miss her, don't we? I mean, all those...
We do. I miss her flamboyant dressing, if nothing else.
And all the content that she used to dish out,
Yeah, she had her own fair share of personality.
Yeah, she did.
And the mother of the ex-president is also there.
Oh, that's correct. Yes, that's the...
Why, is that his mom, the one in the scarf?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, she looks very...
So it's a full house of the Jonathans.
It's a full house, yes. It's a full house.
I wonder what
I'm sure even up to now, he's still glad that he has that legacy, that he considered defeat without a fight, without arguing, without anything.
But he has benefited from it tremendously.
He must have.
I mean, in terms of the kind of goodwill that he has had across the continent, he's been in charge of some of these peace round, this round of talks.
Absolutely.
Over the unconstitutional change of government in West Africa.
Absolutely.
He's been leading the
so what was seen as a sign of...
He's a statesman.
Yes. What was seen as a sign of weakness is now seen as a sign of strength.
Yes. That's why I think it's always good to do right, because as at the time when he took that action, he did not know.
Okay, so the second image there is that of the candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi. I believe that's in Nagulu, in Anambra State, his hometown. That's where he'll be voted. So we can see the difference in terms of the number of people.
But they were speculating at one time that there was no
that he would vote in Lagos.
No. In the voting cards, that Labour logo, the LP logo wasn't put on it.
Okay, the query raised by Labour Party is that the logo of the Labour Party for the National Assembly election did not feature in Lagos and Ondo states.
But has that been confirmed or denied or whatever?
We will find out. It's not likely that will happen in Anambra State where Peter Obi is voting.
Okay. But there was that speculation.
To make a statement, to clarify.
So they haven't done that yet?
Because it's in the public space, I'm not aware.
Because if that happens without them correcting it, it means that the election will not...
That will cost mayhem.
The election will not be, counted.
How come he's sitting down and the rest of them actually walk straight?
Who, Peter Obi?
Yes.
Well, Mr. Peter Obi, he likes to follow the rule, just like Sanwo-Olu did
but I'm
in
wondering,
Lagos.
Is it that he's not ready?
He probably might prefer to take his turn.
Yeah.
And
until he's called upon.
Yes, until he's called upon.
Isn't that part of his selling gimmick?
I think it's actually a queue, but chairs were provided.
Okay,
So,
you can
No,
see
are you
the
saying he's going to
okay.
queue with everybody else?
I mean, the idea is that wait
show
till you
humility.
are called upon.
yeah,
That was what the governor of Lagos State
Oh, that's
also
a good
did.
one.
Yeah, which is not bad. It
So right
means
now,
that there
it's
is
not his
control.
turn.
It means there is orderliness,
Yes.
and it means that INEC is ready,
Yeah.
to conduct it properly.
Yeah.
And that could have been done even with Goodluck Jonathan's, because you don't have many people there, but here they are standing,
So in other words
waiting.
now, Peter is waiting for his turn. He's not being given any special...
That's what it looks like. That's what it looks like. But like we said, yes, Dr. Digi, go on.
He might, yeah, you can see he's disagreeing with somebody. Probably they are giving him some special privileges.
And he's saying no,
And he says, I'll
waving it away.
I'll wait, for my turn.
It's possible that's what
one major difference between Peter Obi's polling unit and that of Atiku Abubakar and Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the orderliness. When the presidential candidate of the PDP and APC went to vote, it was too rowdy, and I was wondering in my mind that
No, Atiku
you don't
wasn't
assume.
rowdy. Atiku wasn't as rowdy. It's APC that was rowdy.
But there were people around
Atiku's
him.
polling unit was busy too, but not as rowdy as
I was
that
concerned
of,
about the orderliness because if you are going for an election, if you are going to cast your vote, you don't assume that everybody coming to vote is your friend.
Yeah, but Peter
I was very concerned about the security.
We discussed that.
But Peter looks organized because he has chosen to stay in the queue.
Yeah.
He has chosen not to go and vote.
That's right.
Unlike the others. So naturally, the fact that he's even within that vicinity, everybody's on their best behavior.
We also have to be sure. We also have to be sure that
just to boost the
No, he
security
can't
of the
adopt the same
candidate.
system because these ones went to vote. They went there themselves to go and register. Peter has just gone and sat with the crowd instead. Is that not what he has just done?
What he has done is to leave out the privilege,
exactly,
and follow the process.
So that is why it's very calm.
And even if the privilege, special privilege, was extended to Asiwaju and Atiku Abubakar, I don't think it's wrong.
There's nothing wrong with
it. Wrong.
Exactly.
Yes.
But this has always been Peter's selling point. These are part of the people.
Well, that's a style and personality.
It has always been his selling point.
But he's now
humility and
he has now stood up
frugality.
to obviously to go and.
Yeah, but you can see he's moving from seat
Oh,
to
he's
seat.
not. He's not standing up. He's moving.
He's moving
turn by turn. Oh, I see.
Even this act alone could still win him a few votes.
Of course.
We are the ones. We are the ones watching him on TV. Others can't see.
That's true.
But in any case, this is his tough. This is his own.
It has always been his selling point.
You know.
I'm going to be different from the others.
Well, I mean, you seem to like that style, don't you?
I like it, but what I'm saying is that he's even taking it to the polling booth.
The polling booth.
Instead of me to show that I'm bigger or I'm the star of the show, I'm going to sit with my people.
Yeah, that's
I mean,
right.
none of the other three have done that.
No, we've only seen.
But then again, I'm wondering if Tinubu had tried this, would they have worked?
Why not? Why not?
You don't think the frenzy would have even transferred to this category, this level?
I think part of what Asiwaju Tinubu will avoid is that it will be better to get it over with, rather than have people, milling about and cause a commotion.
Yes, because that would have happened if he decided to sit in the crowd like this.
Yeah, so you can argue that it took a better decision to say.
Let's just say,
let's move on.
Immediately they left, order was restored to the polling unit,
So there's a sense of organization where Mr. Peter Obi is voting.
Quantum entanglement. That's why channeling works.
Your brain is making connections it doesn't normally make.
We're more than our physical brain.
Seated, waiting. We don't know when it will be his turn or whose turn it will be next or before him, because just trying to see how this queue, this scenario will pan out up until when he goes ahead and votes. But this is a scenario which we're trying to take a look at here with the gentleman in the studio as to the circumstances that could have played out before the chairs came through. But yes, you can also see different cameras, different people trying to get a sneak peek of what may happen. So he's upstanding now. I think
they're moving chairs.
Moving the chairs?
No, they're moving.
No, they are moving. It's like a queue.
The queue is moving.
Oh, so that's how the queue
That's
moves.
how it's moving.
You stand to the seat and so that means he's in queue, then waiting for the several people who are before him.
Yeah, just like if you go to take your vaccination or anything and they offer you chairs, there's still a queue.
I think if you say when I'm in the bank, I'll understand it faster.
Yeah.
That
I remember when last I took a vaccination.
Yeah, that when I went for vaccination. So there you go. So I think that's an official in front trying to ensure that people don't, anyways, jump the queue. So that's an elderly person who is going up next.
You see how queues are
all moving gradually.
You take a number.
It was difficult to take numbers here, so I think they're just that seating arrangement. Or by I think they say they expect that.
First, let me thank all of you that are involved in the electoral process, the election, the INEC staff, the media people, the security, and the government for where we have reached. Sometimes things look so easy, but practically it's a bit difficult. But I'm happy that at least I have voted. I was a bit worried when I got here by 8:30 and there was nobody. But this is almost to 12, but at least I have voted. That means that the election have commenced in this, at least in this unit, maybe some parts of the world, and the materials are yet to get there. But we have tried to have started the elections. My wish for Nigeria is for us to conduct a peaceful election. And for us who are politicians, our conduct matters a lot. And I always tell politicians that, look, yes, you can win election through unorthodox means, just like using violence to win elections or buying votes and so on. But when you do that, you are dealing like an armed robber or a con man. Armed robber makes money through robbery, but everybody knows that it's an armed robber. A con man makes money through deceiving people, but everybody knows it's a con man. They are not decent members of society. Politicians are supposed to be decent members of society. So we must conduct our affairs very credibly that both our supporters, our relatives, and so on should know that politics is a clean business and allow people to vote who they want at any level of election. My plea is we, the politicians, the security people, the INEC operatives should do the best for the country. The whole world is looking at us. So many senior global citizens are in Nigeria because of these elections. They want us to succeed, and we must not fail. Yes, the Beaver is improvement on the card reader. And I believe it will be better than the card reader.
So the camera seems to be at a distance from where he'll be.
You know, it's that thing about each of the journalists or those with the cameras wanting to catch a picture of the principal.
So chances are that the open secret nature of the ballot is being preserved here. If the cameras are not in that close proximity
to where they're to the polling
cubicle
booth.
But gentlemen, we can't see any cubicle here. Can we assume that a certain area is described as a cubicle?
It's not within the camera view to appear, because just like your camera is not where they're actually doing the accreditation.
Oh, okay.
At the far end of the row, towards the end of you'll see where the accreditation is being done. But you can hardly see it. The camera is not focusing on that.
Oh, okay. So that's interesting. I think he's casting his vote now.
No, it should be, I think it's accrediting. He will come back towards view to cast his vote.
To drop those ballots
yes.
in the boxes.
Indeed. He's indicating his choice somewhere else, further away from the view of the camera.
Okay. So that is what is expected of the process. Once you get your ballot paper, you go to a designated area, the thumbprint,
do the accreditation, and then
the accreditation, after which you then go ahead and drop it. So
open to cast it, drop it.
So he'll be given 3 ballot papers. Okay, so cameramen are expected to move back.
okay, take care.
Okay, so probably we'll be approaching the box anytime soon to drop his ballot paper.
Okay, good.
For him to just come through hasn't happened yet. So those are live images coming through from Agulu in Anambra State, where the presidential candidate of the Labour Party is performing his civic responsibility.
Delivery by the former president of Nigeria, Dr. Goodluck Jonathan. You know,
yeah, very.
I was hoping, because there are some things he said that there are words on marble, and I wish after this you cut out those words and put them somewhere. There are words for the ages.
Absolutely.
He said no contestation, should decrease us. Any contestation for position should not diminish us, but should increase us. And then he now says that the politician who behaves in an unorthodox manner and thinks that the only way to get to power is through violence, and through the rigging of election is like an armed robber.
He likened them to armed robbers.
These are strong words.
Very.
And he now says that look, that it's about the dignity of who we are.
Absolutely.
And then when we indulge in all of those things, we are diminished as people.
Yeah.
And this is key. And if there's any politician in this country today that can make such statements and be allowed to get away with it, it is Jonathan, because he walked the talk.
Absolutely.
When he repeated what he said in 2015, before the election, that the blood of any single
election is not worth the blood of any.
Exactly. It's not worth the blood of any Nigerian.
Absolutely.
He showed it by the action that he took.
Absolutely.
And that was what brought us here, and it is not worth my ambition.
Absolutely.
So I think he's in a position to make that statement.
Words on marble.
Exactly. Words on marble.
Why that even makes more sense now is that if you think about the way some of this campaign, the trail that they have taken, the length that they have gone to, the mockery, the abuse, the degradation of human beings, even making fun of somebody's ailment, if there's an ailment in itself, is a taboo.
Yeah.
Do you understand? I mean, Donald Trump tried this in America and it backfired. So I like the fact that you just said, Chike, that Jonathan has taken the high road and has left a legacy behind that others should follow. And then what is more important is that these candidates that we have, we should begin to look at the character, not just the party that you belong to.
Absolutely.
The character of the man. Do you understand?
Not a con man, not an armed robber. Those are very powerful statements. Powerful. Absolutely.
It's not about what party you belong to. It's not about what. Yes. It's not even about your political structure. That really shouldn't be why you will win an election. It helps, yes, if you have a good political structure.
Yes.
But it is not enough to make you win an election.
I think those words should hit at the very
credibility.
Very powerful words. Very powerful.
Very. Do you understand?
The statement, I think, has shown that the former president is a leader, not because he has occupied leadership position, but he has that natural leadership quality.
Yes.
Some of his actions in the past, for example, it's not easy to give up in an election and concede defeat. In a continent whereby resigning is seen as weak.
8 years after. 8 years after.
In Africa, we
Dr.
have presidents that are sick and are ready to die on that sick.
Telling you
so for him to have
the
taken
power is transient and it's a contribute your quota and move on.
Can we use
commendable.
All right, Idayat, we also have to bring you in based on what we are discussing here and what we are seeing, on camera. The strong words by the former president of Nigeria, Dr. Goodluck Jonathan, basically saying, be wary of con men, be wary of armed robbers, and then on our screen, we have Peter Obi voting, and Kwankwanso in Kano, is also out to exercise his franchise. Hidayat, what are your thoughts?
I think former President Goodluck Jonathan is indeed an elder statesman. And he has redefined politics, he has the words, and he's been so fantastic. In fact, that should be word on marble, like the last speaker said, and should actually strike deep into the minds of these politicians, really. This is the life of, the politics is not worth the blood of anybody that he has again said today.
No, absolutely. Very strong words there.
Even means that even though, yes, Buhari has also done his own bit by maybe ensuring that everything that we used to have a corrupt election has been subsided. In other words, changing of the naira. But we cannot appraise him as much as we are doing a Jonathan, because Jonathan had the power at the time to remain, whereas with Buhari it is his exit.
Yes.
He's not coming back.
We will wait,
so you can afford to be magnanimous.
We will wait and see how this election pans out. But on social media, things are already flying that the president, sadly, unfortunately, is a repeated offender. That this is not the first time that he will show. He did it in 2015. The pictures are out.
Well, when he raised the...
Yes, in 2019, when he voted, and he raised it to show, and interestingly, voting for himself was at that time. I think it has to do with his persona, his style.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think it's so much that he did it because he was trying to send a message across. Because his body language wasn't supporting his party, and he was trying to send a message across. I just think he just got overly excited.
But a repeated offender he will be, because again, it's against the rules.
It is against the rules.
The handlers of the president, having seen that he made that mistake in 2019, should have spoken to him before he goes to the poll that, okay, boss, this is how you should do this, just to refresh his brain.
It's just a question of telling you that the president, the law does not allow what you are doing. Please don't do it this time around.
I just think it's about excitement. I don't think it was time to spend
more on the words of the former president should be looked into in such a way that we will have laws and we will have institutions whereby it will make it difficult for a common man, for somebody to emerge through electoral fraud and all that. So I think
deceit.
Yes, deceit. So I think we should move beyond placing it as a word of marble, and we try to look at it as words of wisdom that should be part of our policy. Because if we can remove those two problems that I highlighted,
policies from what he's saying,
I think it will go a long way to increase performance in government, because when you know that it is the vote of the people, that is the only means whereby you can get power.
Does it look like we can see on the screen? Can we see how Kwakwanso is voting?
Yeah, but is he not lifting his?
And there are cameras.
Oh.
Is that similar to what the president did?
No, the president was more obvious.
There's no cubicle. There's no cubicle.
Why don't they have the white cubicle?
That's what we're saying, that there's no cubicle. And then there are cameras.
And the place seems to be an enclosed.
If you are considering the electoral guidelines, this is also wrong.
This is also
That's
wrong.
what I'm saying, that there should be a cubicle.
The secrecy of the vote
is
critical.
Absolutely.
But the cameras seem to be snapping the pictures.
That's what we're saying.
Because it should have been the only one within the
Why is it
curriculum.
so disorganized? Why is it?
Another thing is, when a presidential candidate is voting, crowd might be expected in terms of the media and maybe some of his.
No, but they created
So I don't think.
But they created a cubicle.
There should be a distance, and he ought to have been the only one.
No, I'm saying they created a cubicle for Tinubu, even as rowdy as it was. They built a cubicle there and then.
The standard practice is that there will be a cubicle.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Where,
in this case,
where
like
the voter,
and I think it should be an open space.
Imagine it's too crowded.
Voting like this during the COVID-19 pandemic.
Yes.
It should be an open space.
That's the law.
Yeah.
No, but why is there no cubicle? Why are they so close to him?
This is
a
question for INEC to answer, because this does not look good. It does not look good.
It is so
and
wrong.
Security-wise, it's not even okay
around him
for the candidate.
Who he voted for.
It's not even okay for the candidate, because what it looks like is that Kwakwanso is under siege.
He is
there, and this is not tidy. This is not tidy.
It's not tidy at all.
This is not tidy.
And
ideally, he ought to leave the cubicle before you can grant an interview to the media.
So that other voters can vote. Because
can move there.
You can't stay
exactly.
I think these have been the most disorganized ones so far.
And now other voters can't cast their vote just because he is still standing there.
So you see that
so
we are
absolutely wrong.
What it shows is the INEC officials, because look, the officials are the ones that
now they're exactly now they're trying to chaperone him out of. But again, the media is still standing in the way. So what it means is that nobody can vote while Kwakwanso is still in there.
It's not even safe. You remember you were talking about proximity. Anybody can be there to try to harm him. Somebody can be there with a knife.
So we have now seen the difference. We've seen Ashiwaju. We have seen Atiku. We've seen Peter Obi, and now Kwakwansia.
Well, the safest so far are Peter Obi and Atiku. As for Ashiwaju and Kwakwanso, it's been mayhem. But more so here because it's very dangerous. Anybody could be holding a tool.
Yes, you don't know everybody there is his friends or his supporters.
It's not tidy.
Even
his security details, obviously, will be overwhelmed.
They are
the way
so
things
are.
Look at where they are voting.
It should be an open space.
That's the law.
So what
health and safety in tatters.
The investment that has been put on security.
Health and safety in tatters, obviously.
Security personnel that they said they put on ground. Where are they? None.
Everybody overwhelmed.
There's nobody in uniform
overwhelmed. Somebody should have chaperoned him outside of that enclosure.
I'm surprised that
no, that's where apparently that's where that's Peter Obi outside of the voting area. Now giving his speech to the
Okay, his own stampede is starting after he has registered.
He has even voted.
Oh, after
he has voted.
No, this is Kwakwanso one. There's something wrong. There's something gone wrong here.
It's not
totally gone wrong.
It's not tidy.
Sir, so you have exercised your. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, so we have the two candidates about giving their speech almost at the same time.
Okay, sir, you are live now on TV.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, sir, you have exercised your civil rights. So how is the process for us?
Well, for me, you know, that was why I came. You saw me, the queue, seamlessly. That was it. When I came, I was 25 to see. We didn't be able to vote.
You know that it was, but Kwakwanso, let's see whether
It's certainly not seamless. You can't say it.
if you'll be satisfied.
It looks like he has been ambushed.
Absolutely, you know. But again, they seem to enjoy the crowd thing. You heard what I said.
But he's not enjoying the crowd thing. He's rattled.
I hope that we will hear him speak clearly and give his verdict on,
you see the sticks from the roof,
process.
From the ceiling. Any of them could have fallen over.
Okay, so let's hear him now.
It's not written on the ballot paper. And not only that, it is not very clear. So these are one of the challenges that maybe it has to be addressed maybe in the near future.
All right, Your Excellency, this is the first time beavers will be used in accrediting voters for the election. What is your impression and from the situation report you have gathered from all your polling agents across the country? How has been the performance of the beavers so far?
Now you see, what the election was started late, after 11. The system is a bit awesome. I went to that classroom where I was supposed to vote, but my name was not there. I had to come to this box, and I think it's applicable to many people here and elsewhere. I want to appeal to INEC to be more careful. I mean, to be a little bit more patient, so that everybody, look at the number of people around, can be able to vote before they close. I think that is very important. And I'm sure it is not only here, but across the country. Some of the places may witness such an issue which should be addressed by INEC. Well, I'm yet to receive many reports, but I believe very soon we'll get reports across.
Thank you, Excellency.
Thank you very much.
But what are your expectations? What are your expectations on the conduct of today's exercise?
Sorry?
This election, what are your expectations?
What
in terms of the conduct, what are your expectations?
Well, we are expecting free, fair, and credible election. Here, they started voting. INEC was only ready for voting by after 11. And if you look at the number, the thousands of people that are around, and the time it takes for one person, I believe they need to be a bit patient and make sure that...
A massive turnout, this being your stronghold, how would you react to the fact that
You know?
Now, in the southeast of the country, there's this concerns over security.
Okay. If we are here now, I'm sure you're secure here. So it's not like there's security over throughout Nigeria. If you wait or measure it, Southeast remains one of the most secure places in Nigeria. But our own is exaggerated, and often
See, when we told you, are you set? Okay, like we told you earlier that when it comes to Kano, especially here, the seats, the stronghold, the hometown of Kwakwanso, you can only expect a fanatical devotion and a cult followership because of the personality in question, in context here, talking about the NMP presidential candidate, Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso. You can see the love, you can see the passionate followership that Kwankwaso has demonstrated here in terms of the crowd followership. You can see the crowd, it has defied the control, it has defied even the temperature in Kano, and everyone, most people have come out here to celebrate and show solidarity for their own beloved leader, Senator Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso. It's indeed a very intriguing one. The political pageantry here is quite impressive. And we asked the question if that could be taken beyond the spheres of Kano, and he kept quiet. He withdrew, he kept his sealed lips when that question was thrown at him. But for now, from what we can see, we have seen a fanatical devotion, a crowd followership, because of their belief in the Kwankwasia philosophy that he has been able to introduce to the lives and people of Kano State. From the Kwakwanso town in Kano State, we say back to you, Steve and Ruth.
Thank you, Benga Shiru. Good job there from Kano. But again, like we were discussing, it's quite concerning that's the situation in Kano. Not surprising, but quite concerning that Ruth, we discussed this earlier.
I know, but what I think is more worrisome is that, did he just say that they didn't start voting until 11 o'clock?
That's what he said. That's what he said. And that will not come as a surprise, because Benga did report, at the beginning. That,
but I wonder, why didn't they have a booth there like they did for the rest? Why didn't they have the polling booths there? I wonder why.
Well, I mean, that's the thing.
I think that's part of the confusion.
Yeah, well, these are questions again that have to be asked. And they are being asked, obviously, because the guideline is very, very specific about such things. You are supposed to have that booth, and you're supposed to have it located in an open space that is accessible to everybody, including people with, disabilities.
One cannot wonder if there's a political twist to it.
Well, we'll find out. Hopefully, things
we can't speculate.
Can be
we can't speculate.
I'm just speculating. Because it was very strange.
Yeah, but what is obvious is that we are not seeing the ideal, and that is what is concerning.
Thank you so much, everyone, for being with us.
All right.
It's been the most exciting morning, I must say.
Absolutely. So we want to thank everyone. Ruth, go on.
Oh, Steve, thank you. Okay, you are giving me the honors.
Please do go on.
Thank you for all our guests that have been here today. Thank you for the opinions that have been shared. Thank you for a most riveting morning. And we do hope that everyone will go out to vote to make a difference. So by this time, in the next 4 years, we are discussing more positive things about Nigeria. So go out, vote, and choose your candidates wisely. Thank you.
Well, what's also interesting is, we've had how many cycles now?
This is our seventh.
This is our seventh cycle. Now, over the last 3 cycles, INEC has consistently sought to improve itself through the application of technology and all of that. The Electoral Act is clear about smart card reader or any technological device, so that's something to say.
And beavers would qualify under that.
Or any technological device, so I guess that covers that. So within the last 2 years, the Commission has applied, including beavers, which many were hearing for the first time when it came out, to manage the electoral process, some of which include the introduction of INEC results viewing portal, IREV,
Some were hearing that for the first time. You know, so
and some people thought that that was good because, you know, we had COVID and, you know, there was that whole, you know, managing the processes during the election, and so the technological innovation came in handy.
Indeed, it did. Thankfully, we didn't have elections during COVID. What would have happened? Anyway,
that's a question for the history books. Of course, this year's election is said to be easily the most competitive since the beginning of democratic rule in 1999. This particular Fourth Republic, a defining moment as millions of young people are said to have registered as first-time voters. Of course, over the last couple of days, we've been seeing those statistics coming out of INEC about the various segments of the voting population as we have them. And as we've just said, the Beavers and IREV are actually critical to this process. And I was so happy when I heard some of the reports this morning indicating that in many of the places visited by our various crews, there hasn't been any problems reported with the equipment. Yeah, with the equipment used. So, record 93 million voters, but, and this is the big but, which we've been emphasizing, that is not the number to watch as far as the election goes. The number to watch is the number of collected PVCs, because even if you've registered as a voter, if you don't have a PVC, you cannot vote. There are no circumstances under which without a PVC you can vote. So that number is 87 million.
And perhaps to also quickly add to that, there are those who would go and go to their polling unit and you may not find your name on the list. What's important is that your name is on BVAS. And I think that point needs to be made for those who may be disappointed and say, I have my voter card, but my name is not on the list at the polling unit. That shouldn't matter. If you have a valid voter card, your name and record should be on that BVAS. They'll check it. Once your name can be scanned, your fingerprint can be scanned, or your picture is there on the machine, you should be able to vote.
Good news for those who may be having that difficulty, because even this morning, as part of the process of preparing for this, there were a couple of people who put in calls to ask that same question, which Ayo has just
But then the information was there days back. INEC talked about it, you know, check if you have been moved, you know, your polling unit, send a code to a certain number and check. This was done. I mean, I did mine a couple of days before today.
I tried to check mine through that USSD or whatever. I'm still waiting for the reply. Maybe it has come. Maybe it has not.
Well, it might prove to be a difficult task for you to get off here and go conclude.
Unfortunately, I can't. So I have to wait another 4 years.
Indeed. The surprising thing is that it's not just, and I think that's something we need to possibly emphasize, it's not just in Nigeria that there's a lot of attention on this election. As we've been reporting, Nigerians everywhere else, and even non-Nigerians, have been expressing a great deal of interest, their expectations, what they hope will happen, and what the challenges will be for this new set of leaders that are being elected today and will be elected on March the 11th. So in that regard, let's go to the United Kingdom, shall we? And our correspondent, Teniola Shobowale, is able to talk to us.
Now Oyetayo.
Now Oyetayo. All right, so let's take Teniola Oyetayo's report about expectations from there.
Nigerians in the United Kingdom are watching the 2023 presidential election closely and expressing their hopes for a better Nigeria. With no diaspora voting yet, a number of Nigerian professionals have traveled back home to cast their votes. Those who are unable to encourage Nigerians at home to exercise their rights to vote.
We have the option to make the choice to say this is the direction we want the country to be. If you don't come out to vote, then you've not really said where you want your country to go, and that choice is in our hands.
As well as inclusion in the political process, there is also a call for the incoming administration to push for a better environment for investment.
One thing the diaspora will want, number one, is representation. We also want to be able to vote, and technology will help us to do that. And I think we should be moving towards that now. It is, I mean, our president in Nigeria is still our president here, so we must be able to participate in the electoral process. That's number one. Number two, in terms of investment, you know, the diaspora want a trustworthy government. We talked about a lot of times where African countries are scarce, they don't have US dollars and things like that. The diaspora has that money. You know, remittance alone is over $20 billion, as statistics is saying. So the money is there. There are a lot of people that don't want to stay here in the UK in the winter. They want to go back home and stay in Nigeria. You know, you want to make the environment good for them. You want to make them feel comfortable and say, come in, come and spend your money, help us to improve the economy. We saw Ghana do the year of return, which we saw all the positive things around that. We want Nigeria to do things like that. And the thing there is trust. If the diasporans trust the government, they want to open a fund, they want to open a diaspora bond, they will commit to it if we know it is put to good use.
The issue of education, insecurity, and power is another major concern that many believe needs to be tackled in the short term.
For those of us in the diaspora, every time we talk to our loved ones back home, it's a big concern because you keep hearing of newer terms, unknown gunmen, unknown men, banditry, just newer terms, but it still all points to insecurity. There's also the issue around power, right? Power just seems like something we can't, it's almost like rocket science, but it isn't rocket science. It's a lot more about willpower and the political will or the political capital that a leader needs to expend to actually fix that sector. I think those are like must wins. And there are longer term wins, right, in terms of understanding our role in geopolitics and helping to define an economic blueprint for the nation. Because I think one administration comes, we say we're all going off oil and gas, we're going into agriculture. Another administration comes, says we're all going into tech. That lopsided approach to forming a blueprint doesn't really work. And unfortunately, the world is moving fast, not waiting for us.
For medical doctor Elizabeth Peters, she says she hopes for a leader that prioritizes healthcare and the welfare of citizens.
Nigeria is a beautiful, blessed country, but it also has many places for improvement. And we need a president who can acknowledge these places for improvement, who doesn't use them as points to just score every 4 years, but actually cares. A person that cares for the health of the society, cares for the health of the nation, would focus on funding the nation's health system in a way that would transform it. Help fund it not only by salaries, it's by resources, it's by computing systems, by making everything actually work. Putting in the machines, putting in the working machines, putting in the right staff who can work on these machines as well. It needs a transformation, and we need someone that cares about human life, because if you value human life, you will value the purpose of making sure the health is optimal. So yes, funding to health system should be a top priority. 15% GDP is what we need to actually get it through.
The keen interest shown by the diaspora community shows that Nigerians abroad remain committed to the development and progress of their home country and are eager to see a positive outcome and changes in the years ahead. Teniola Oyetayo for Channels Television News.
We'll stay with Channels Television as we bring to you minute by minute, polling units by polling unit, state by state update of the general elections here in Nigeria. We've just come in from the United Kingdom back home here, and this is in Lagos. Our correspondent Shola Shuele has been monitoring the situation in the Ikoyi area of Lagos. Let's take a look.
I am at the Salomo Ikoyi area of Lagos, and if you can see behind me, there are about 3 or 4 polling units around here. Voting started around 9 a.m. and before the voting started, the INEC officials read out the instructions. Voters had questions which were clarified, and voting has started. People had to check their names first on the list that was pasted on the wall. After finding their names, they would approach the INEC tables and cast their votes. They were told not to go with their phones, and so far so good. The process has been peaceful and calm. The turnout has been very impressive, and a lot of people here are confident that their votes will reflect the wishes of the majority. Shola Shuele, Channels Television.
Well, from Ikoyi. Let's go straight to Surulere, where we have our correspondent Chris Illems telling us exactly what we have right now.
All right, it's the D-Day for the presidential election in Nigeria. And of course, Nigerians appear set to make a choice of who becomes the next president that would lead the country for the next 4 years. Of course, we do know that it's not just the presidency that is being vied for today. We also have the National Assembly seats. Actually, over 15,000 candidates are vying for about 470 positions across the country. As of when we went out this morning, the first polling unit that we went to, voting started past 9 o'clock, at about 9:22. There is another one here, voting just started, but it's been quite orderly. The road has been smooth, why some people have decided to exercise their franchise here and in several other polling units around this place. You'll find that some young people have also decided to make the most of this day to exercise their legs in the game of football. And if you can see further down the road, you see those young people who have decided to use this day to play football. But so far so good. It's been very, very smooth. We spoke with a few persons, first-time voters, even the elderly, and they actually confirmed that it's been quite easy. So everyone is actually also waiting to ensure that when the result is out, they are here to witness it. From Surulere, here in Lagos, Chris Illems, Channels Television.
Thank you, Chris, and from Chris in Surulere area of Lagos. Let's go somewhat to the hinterlands now, and to Ekiti, to be precise, where our correspondent Babajide Agbeyo has the latest on the situation. Babajide, what's going on?
This is Unit 6, Ward 3 in Ikogosi, Ekiti West local government area of Ekiti State. And this is the unit where the governor of the state, Mr. Biodun Oyebanji, will be voting very shortly. And I can tell you, voting had been on air. Even coming from Ado Ekiti, the state capital, we've been to Ilawe Ekiti, we've been to Erijinyo and some other towns, and we noticed that the exercise has been quite peaceful and smooth. People have been getting accredited in good time. As for the working of the beavers, from those we spoke with, there hadn't been, even at some locations, no complaint at all about beavers. People just get there and they get accredited in very good time. And we've also been trying to keep our eyes on incidents of vote buying, possibility of vote buying, and we have not noticed any of that as at this moment, but we'll continue to keep our eyes on every situation at every point and at every unit. But voting is in progress, and security is also at its best for now. There is safety at all the places we've been to. From Ikogosi in Ekiti West local government area of Ekiti State, Babajide Agbeyo for Channels Television.
Babajide Agbeyo for us there in Ekiti, southwest Nigeria. But let's go over to the southeast. We understand there have been some situation in Anambra, the situation of no beavers. Let's listen to this particular audio of what's happening there earlier today.
To go out there and then vote and then exercise my right to choose my leader who will take me to that promised land that I've been hoping of for years ago.
Have you voted before?
I think this should be my first time, although I have not been putting myself to vote because I have not been seeing any need for it. But this time, I have seen the need and the interest. That is why I took the bold step to achieve this, so that I can take back this nation. So that when I'm talking tomorrow and tell them that I appoint the leader, I know that I did that myself too.
I need change in Nigeria. So I have to go from very far. Like from my house to my polling unit is like over, let me say, 16 kilometers. But I want to vote for change.
I'm walking to my polling unit to vote.
Okay, how far is your polling unit from where you live?
It's a little bit far, but not that far. I'm ready to make it.
Okay, how many minutes have you been walking?
I've walked up to 20 minutes.
Are you already determined?
Of course, I am.
Well, Millicent probably meant Eastern region.
The
old Eastern region.
South region. Rivers.
Okay.
That was actually Rivers.
You know, but now go to the real Southeast, you know, according to what we've had in recent time to Anambra State.
Cries of people saying the beavers is unable to identify my, biometrics, or I can't find my information on the beavers and the rest. So it's really a game changer. I was talking to a few young men just before stepping up, and they said, well, they like the fact that INEC has introduced a novel idea, and he's really made the process so seamless, and you no longer see that massive crowd, people struggling to vote and saying, oh, I can't find my name, or I've not been able to accredit since I came in this morning, apart from the fact that you have late arrival of materials in certain areas. So it really has changed a lot of things. What that also means is that if we'll consistently introduce and innovate technology, in our election management process, you can eliminate a lot of manipulations and allow the people free will to determine who will govern them.
All right, let's cross over to Abuja, where we have Professor Jinadu. And Professor, I want to just get your overall assessment of all that happened. Arise News has been extensive in their coverage of the presidential candidates, the leading ones. And just give us your overview of what you've seen today, from accreditation to voting. Let's get your perspective.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be back on Arise. And I agree entirely with the analysis assessment that my co-guest has offered. I think it shows that a lot of work has been put into the electoral process by INEC and, to a large extent, the security agencies. I just came out of the CDD Guest Analysis Center now, and the report we are getting from across the country, from our field officers, show that apart from glitches, few glitches and issues here and there, which are to be expected given the vast logistic exercise that is involved in the elections. I think we've started off on a good note. And hopefully, things will continue the way they've started. So that is what we are tracking. But so far, I think we have a much better start than we've experienced in the past immediate electoral cycles.
Very good, Professor Jinadu. If I may come back to you, Liberos, just like the professor mentioned, the fact that there are few glitches every now and then. I know when I have to cover some off-season elections, that is to be expected. You can't have everything like 100%, as it were. But let's take a look at this scenario. A candidate needs to have the most votes at 25% ballots cast in 2/3 of Nigeria. States to be declared winner, and if no one achieves that, there will be a runoff within 21 days, which is a first in Nigeria's history. What if we don't achieve that? Because earlier on, there were probably some thoughts that this election might go for a runoff at this stage because of the individualism of the candidates.
Yeah, but before I answer that your question, I would say, while we expect a few glitches here and there, but there are some that are recurrent. Take, for example, in I think the RAC Center in Makurdi, Murukrum roundabout in Makurdi, where INEC officials had had, materials hostage that their allowances had not been paid. I know somewhere also in Delta State. I think we should have moved past that level where you remember the Anambra scenario, was it one local government in Anambra during the election? Then you had scenario.
Liberals, permit me to just allow you press a pause button, and we'll come back to that particular point because it's very, very important. But let's get to hear from the presidential candidates, the leading ones. And let's start it off with the PDP presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar, as well as his vice presidential candidate, Ifeanyi Okowa. We'll be going around most of them, but this is Atiku speaking and Okowa also speaking separately after voting. Let's get to hear from him.
I think it's a worthwhile exercise. But then I think as far as the accessibility of the new currency to the ordinary man, I think it needs to be done. I am very optimistic. Very optimistic.
We definitely are very certain that the People's Democratic Party will win the elections nationally because we put in a lot of work and we have put out our document there. Our documents are covenant with Nigerians and we believe in what we have spoken to Nigerians. We are not deceitful in what we do. We are prepared. A prepared team, a prepared party to take charge over the affairs of Nigeria. We do know exactly that at the moment, Nigeria is not working the way it ought to work. But we are confident that working with all Nigerians, the private sector, the public sector, and all our people across Nigeria, working in a united manner, that we are able to tackle all the issues of insecurity, the issue of the poor economy that we are suffering from, the restructuring of this country, the education of our children, which is key, the fact that we need to create jobs for our nation, the fact that we need to devote powers to every part of this country and to ensure that the states have more funds. We are confident in what we do, and we thank God for the very peaceful elections. I must truly say thank you to INEC for what we see at the moment, and we say thank you to Mr. President for ensuring that there is fairness in this election.
That was the PDP presidential candidate, Atiku earlier, and of course his vice presidential candidate, Okowa there. Now, Vice President candidate of the Labour Party, Yusuf Dati Ahmed, has cast his ballot at polling unit 21, Tudunwada Ward in Zaria, Kaduna State. He expressed satisfaction at the conduct of the process and commended the electoral for conducting themselves cordially.
Our most peaceful campaigns all over Nigeria, one of its kind, is the first testament to which, but there is this caveat that we are all skipping, so to put it, that as long as the elections are adjudged to be free, fair, and just. So keep that in mind. However, even to the contrary of that, we have never been the kind of people that will incite anything besides peace. But we also insist firmly on justice being done.
And now moving on, Rivers Governor Nyesom Wike has expressed disappointment over the functionality of the bimodal voter accreditation system, the BVAS machine, in his polling units. Governor Wike arrived at his polling unit 7 in Ward 9 in Obio Akpo local government area with his wife, Justice Suzette Eberechi Wike, at about 10:30 a.m. According to him, he and his wife could not be accredited. He noted that over 20 minutes of unsuccessful tries, a female electoral officer appealed to him to check back. Meanwhile, Governor Wike has described the early process as a failure and says he is disappointed with the functionality of the machine at his polling units.
You can see the failure. I'm highly disappointed. We're all told that INEC had expressed confidence that they are ready for the election, that the BVAS are working. They can set the crowd here. I don't believe that most people were allowed to vote with the slow working of the BVAS, because I stayed over 25 minutes there, and yet I couldn't vote, and I was told to go and come back. And before that, they would have rectified the BVAS. So I'm highly disappointed.
Governor Wike there. Now in Alhaji Kukawa unit, Maiduguri, where the APC vice presidential candidate will cast his vote. It's 9:30 o'clock, but voters have not seen the voting materials. The INEC officials also are not on ground. According to situations there, voters arrived early morning to cast their votes, but they are disappointed as no INEC staff appear at the polling unit. Now, these voters are still waiting for the arrival of voting materials. they are disappointed by this move so far.
We are waiting for them. We are waiting for them more than 1 hour plus now. And they give us time around 8:30 to be around. So up to now, we don't see them. We don't know what is going on. Nothing to work. We still expect them to pick up. But now I'm disappointed because there's time for everything. We've got so many places now that are about to finish their own massive.
Until I was corrected that it's just the attempt.
Just
that
attempt.
matters.
So even if you have F9 parallel, as we say back in time, that's the guy.
But I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Well, there is nothing wrong with it. Only how many small businesses employ anyone
who
to
just
run the
attempted.
marketing with attempted school certs?
And I want to say to you, first of all, kicking off things, you have cast your vote. Talk to us about the turnout. Governor Wike complained about failure in his own end in Rivers State, Obiakpo, and the polling unit there. Talk to us, how was voting accreditation, first of all, then voting in your own polling unit?
Well, mine is, I would say, is fairly okay. I came to the polling unit, queued up like every other voter. I think I was number 20-something. And within a short time, I was accredited, then went through the BVAS process, which was seamless, and I voted. So for me, it was okay. But I can't use it to assess what is happening all over the country until I hear reports on other people's experience. In my own situation, it was okay. The line was moving on seamlessly.
For these elections, there were concerns that the Southeast people might be under some kind of influence, that they might not come out en masse to vote. And even Ohanes Indigbo had to come out, to appeal to people to come out and vote. So what are your thoughts from where you are in Anambra and to a larger extent in the Southeast? How would you assess people's response to vote in these very crucial elections?
Well, I can tell you that from where I stand, the people's response were very, very okay. You know, the Southeast issue of election and everything, I'd always said it's somehow exaggerated, because I remember when we started campaign, people said we will not be able to campaign in the Southeast. And because of it, I made sure I campaigned in open markets, I campaigned everywhere and everything. Even when journalists and everybody was coming here this morning, they all told me, we came here looking to see police and military and everything. And I said to them, I'm in my village. I cannot be sitting here with tanks and police or security in my village. And we live like common family.
All right, okay, let's talk about the electoral umpire, INEC, and what they've done so far. Give us your assessment of them, and what are you expecting from them today? Very special day, I must say.
Well, what I'm expecting from, well, for me, I said, what happened at my polling unit is fairly okay, and they've done a good work. If that is what is happening all over the country, I'm yet to get the reports and assessments on what is happening all over the country. If that is the same, all I urge them to go ahead and ensure free, fair, and credible election to the end.
Very good, Mr. Obi. Now, I know you mentioned earlier that you de-emphasized security details regarding your own personal security, as it were. But generally, I think to a large extent, 300,000 plus security personnel have been deployed by the police so far. But in Anambra, how would you describe their deployment in relation to these elections?
Well, I don't know what is happening. Like I said, for me, I've campaigned all over Nigeria. I've campaigned in the southeast, and I feel there's insecurity all over Nigeria. That of the southeast is not exceptional, rather it's often been exaggerated. And they tend to listen to some rogue actors making statements that are not factual or showing videos that don't exist. You know, videos that have happened or what has happened in the past, and using it to compare what is happening today. I've been in Anambra a few days now, moving around. I've not had any reason to say, oh, well, it's very secured.
All right, Mr. Peter Obi, please talk to us. What do you make of the situations that are reaching us that the Labour Party logo is missing on some ballot papers? All right, people express concern, especially in Ondo State. Talk to us about this.
Well, we expected in the ballot paper to show clearly the LP sign is not there, and somebody had told me that in some states the logo is completely missing. Well, I'm worried. I don't know why it should be. I think now is we should have been going the way other smaller nations of Africa is doing, like Ghana, where they don't only have the names, you have your picture, boldly written, and the party. After the number of people contesting the election is only 18 of us. They should have had our pictures and everything, but I'm not complaining. It's a process.
All right, Mr. Peter Obi of the Labour Party, presidential candidate of the Labour Party, would like to thank you for taking the time to speak with Arise News. Good to have you, and we wish you the best of luck. And now we'll continue with our discussions with Liberals, or Shoma is still with us in the studio. Now, earlier on, just before we, cut you off, we're talking about the issue of a runoff possibility, within the next 21 days. But you're also making another valid point regarding
logistic
issues.
Yes. And also now, Governor Nyesom Wike has added to the issues the non-functionality of the beavers. INEC also had said that they were going to deploy extra beavers to some of these areas in quick response. I think some of such places should have a quick response, so that at the end of the day you have a situations where everybody is allowed to go through the process, so that we don't have a situation where some persons are commending the process heavily. You have some other persons who are giving them heavily knock, transparently saying what is happening. And then on the issue of a clear-cut winner, with the turnout that we have seen, 93 million registered voters, I think about 87 or 88.
87 plus, 87 plus.
PVCs collected.
Yes.
You find out that every election, we never achieve 50% of actual voters. We never achieve 50% of actual voters. But consistently, we have achieved, the threshold of the requirement for winning the election. If you look at the three major contending candidates, not the four now, but I think that all of the three major contending candidates would be able to score at least, a quarter of the two-third in the entire two-third state. In the event that that does not happen, which I very much doubt, because before now, a lot of people had said, look, the election is it might get to a runoff. But I doubt. Because once all the three major candidates are able to cross that threshold, what you now begin to look at is who breaks the tape first. Because first and foremost, you must have the highest number and is able to have the spread. And with the campaigns that we have seen,
APC for a year, go your house. Nobody force you come here. Go house, so if I see you vote another, I will call look am. If I see you vote another part, go ahead our house. You no come joke for here. This territory where you dey na APC o. Go your house. Go relax. If you no be vote APC for a year, go your house. Nobody force you come here. Go house, so if I see you vote another, I will call look am. If I see you vote another part, go ahead our house. You no come joke for here. This territory where you dey na APC o. Go your house. Go relax. If you no be vote APC for a year, go your house. Nobody force you come here. Go house, so if I see you vote another, I will call look am. If I see you vote another part, go ahead our house. You no come joke for here. This territory where you dey na APC o. Go your house. Go relax. If you no be vote APC for a year, go your house. Nobody force you come here. Go house, so if I see you vote another, I will call look am. If I see you vote another part, go ahead our house. You no come joke for here.
Election will be announced.
All right.
Now, as expected, there's heavy security presence in the ICC and its environs, and you cannot get into the ICC without a special identification card, different from what was given to other election observers and journalists monitoring the elections across the country. Now, but there's calm outside the ICC and surrounding areas, and there are some polling units a few kilometers away from the ICC. Now, since this collation center opened, INEC has been using the center to inform Nigerians on developments or updates on the 2023 elections. And by 12:30 p.m., or in a matter of minutes, INEC Chairman Professor Mahmood Yakubu is expected to address a news conference right here to give updates on reports he's getting from the field. Now, voting time officially was 8:30 a.m., but reports from different polling units across the country have suggested that voting did not start in some of these polling units, and INEC staff did not come on time to some of these polling units. So there's obviously a logistic problem, and INEC chairman is expected to, give details or to explain why this happened and what the plans of the commission to address this problem, and to also answer questions on if voting time might be extended for those areas that did not start voting by 8:30 a.m. Now, INEC also has a situation room right here in the ICC where its national commissioners are monitoring developments on the field and giving,
You see, many prophets, many leaders are not very popular in their home. But by the grace of God, I am. Not only this word, which under all circumstances, except for local government election that we had once, when I was about to vote and somebody came to whisper that they are announcing the result. I say, which result? They said the local government, the chairman thing. I say, but I am yet to vote. They say, yes, they have done it for you. So please, let's go. Except for that, no matter what happens, I win here. And when I'm a little bit much higher, this level now, the way I'm operating, they are still very strong in supporting us. So also in this local government, so also in the central, we are extremely strong, and so also in Kano. Because you see, even when you see figures not as big as the central, is because that is where the criminals are going to rig election. And I'm so happy.
Let me come in here. You expressed displeasure earlier on that your name was missing on the ballots. Did we get you right?
No. You see, they directed me to a classroom where I was always voting. And they tried to get my name. They couldn't get it there. And I was directed to the next point. And I was lucky. I went there and voted successfully. So I'm so happy about that. My only worry was that the election here started after 11. And it's rightly pointed out, we have thousands of people there. And not only that, immediately I finished voting, the machine went bad. And now they are struggling to repair it. And only God knows when it will be repaired. And even if it is repaired, because of the time it takes for one person to vote, from my personal experience, it will take a lot of time, to the extent that I hope the staff will be patient enough to ensure that everybody votes in that particular place. And maybe this is not an isolated case. Maybe it's a similar thing elsewhere. And one other problem that we have in the NNPP is that NNPP is not written on the ballot paper. It's only the logo, and the logo was not looking good. You cannot understand anything. And that's why in some places they are saying, especially in Kano, when they go, they tell them to ask for Konkoso's party, or here we call it in Hausa, a party logo, fruits.
So is that peculiar to the NNPP, or just a poor delivery by INEC? How would you describe this?
I think we only know ourselves. I don't know of others. PDP, APC have been there for a long time. They are participating. They perfected. And PDP is written, APC is written, but ours, NNPP, is not written. So I want to appeal to our supporters, wherever they are in this country, to be directing our voters, to tell them that, look, you go and ask, because many people are not used to crowd, especially women who are always in Pada. You go there, even if you see somebody.
So that was Binga Ashiru there, correspondent, speaking with Rabiu Kwankwaso, the NNPP presidential candidate. And of course, we've still got our panelist still with us. Liberos, let's take a look at this scenario.
Well, before we actually move on, just trying to tie it up on my previous question.
All right, good.
Still to Liberos. We're talking about now that the ball has almost been shifted to the court of INEC. Talk to us about several of these teaching challenges they will face and how do they overcome them?
Yeah, one of them is also, you also heard the NPP presidential candidate spoke about it. His polling unit was probably changed and he wasn't aware. He went to the old polling unit where his name was not in the beavers. And he also complained that immediately after his accreditation process, the machine stopped working. So these are some of the challenges that INEC also had envisaged. And I had expected that INEC, the same way they had promised that they were going to deploy, extra beavers to some of these places in the event that you have one failure. Beavers cannot fail your fingerprint and at the same time fail your iris at the same, So it means it's not functional. And if the machines are not functional, and people had to wait, you still keep crowd, it's a big challenge. And considering what happened in Osho, this might also form basis for people to begin to question, the process. Where so far we could say the ones that have been monitored, yes, the process is seamless. But how about those areas where, a correspondence could not get to? So this is an area INEC should quickly, as much as they can, to quickly, raise a team to begin to look at areas where, there are failures. so that the praises and the accolade that we are showering on INEC now will not turn to, complaint thereafter. See, this is one challenge. And then we can't overrule this issue of logistics also. I also saw a tweet where it was alleged that Okonjo-Iweala was complaining that materials had not arrived early at her polling unit. What was the essence of creating rack centers? Rack centers were created to ensure that materials get to all the polling units, at least latest by 9:30, barring challenges. And we're not even talking of the riverine areas now. So all of these are challenges that INEC should consistently envisage in a build-up to election. And now that we're also seeing them, INEC, I know they are listening, should also quickly, allow their teams in this area to rise to those occasions.
For democracy in Nigeria, because the process cuts out any tendency for compromise, for fraud, for multiple voting, and so many other things. And I believe that this process will produce leaders that the voters would have decided to have them lead them. I also want to take this opportunity to congratulate Mr. President for signing the Electoral Act that we worked on, and this is a joint success story. It's one of our legacies that the 9th National Assembly would have really been proud of, and the President himself would be proud that here we are at this juncture in our democracy, journey to democracy, that we have an Electoral Act that has all the safeguards so far.
So that is a happy voter in the person of the President of Senate, Ahmed Lawan. Not a first time voter. Well, that's where we're headed to. First-time voters, we understand also, they make about 40% under the age of 35, talking about for the PVCs collected. Here we have a number of them. I believe we will be listening to their experience today.
My name is Uday Bude, first-time voter. I'm Tobechiku Dogu, first-time voter.
I'm Emmanuel Blessing, first-time voter.
My name is Gideon, first-time voter. And could you just share with us some of your experiences so far? Maybe we'll start with you.
It's been amazing. Everybody is working together to make sure that the process is very peaceful. Although there was issue with the beavers, which INEC should take note. There was issue with the beavers, and the accreditation started very late, by past 10. Well, you can see accreditation is currently ongoing, and people are casting their votes.
And I heard you shared your data as well.
Yes, like when we came, the beavers was not working, so we even asked for the spare one. They said they had no spare, so we had to find a way to get the beavers to start working. We shared data with EPO, the presiding officer. We started pretty late, but then I can do so far.
And how excited are you about this?
Very, very excited. It's been peaceful. My votes will be counted.
Yeah. It was okay. We thank God for it.
It was okay?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so very much.
You.
I just feel like saying high five. First-time voters,
quite excited. That's his first experience.
Does it remind you of your first time?
No, it doesn't remind me of my first time because it was supposed to be today. I should have shown my own purple finger. Every time we are having elections, I'm in the studio.
Yes. I sympathize
Since
with you.
1993.
I sympathize with you.
That sympathy is not accepted.
Let's thank Honorable Weston also for staying with us. He's in our Abuja studios, and of course we've since been joined by Professor Kayode Shola in our Lagos studios. Thank you, Prof, for being with us. Welcome. Did you vote? I can't see any ink on your hands.
You have also kept me here. I've not been able to vote.
You have not been able to vote. But, I mean, in terms of what we know, Millicent highlighted it when she was introducing the first-time voters. They're going to be pivotal in this election if they come out in the numbers that were registered, both in terms of registered voters and in terms of those who collected their PVCs. They're going to be pivotal. And from those ones that we just watched now, they seem to be excited about the process. Challenges, no doubt, in the course of it, but
do you think that perhaps their impact on this election was, was overhyped, particularly because on the basis of antecedents, their participatory level has been quite low coming from previous elections?
I think the impacts are going to be very high. You could see the spirit, you could see the enthusiasm, and the summary of it all is that the youngsters are getting more and more aware of their fundamental responsibilities as citizens of the country. So the impact is going to be felt very massively. A few ones with whom I have interacted seem to be very excited, and they seem also to be voting in one direction. I don't want to mention the name of any candidate here, but they will always tell you, my son, my younger cousins, my younger colleagues,
I've heard some of those
we
too
vote
today.
this way. And that, for me, is surprising. It's unprecedented in the history of Nigerian election.
So you do think that they will make the kind of impact that we've been talking about in the run-up to the election?
And that could lead to very serious surprises.
Indeed. You want to...
I was going to say I was going to go to Honorable Idahosa, who's been in the Abuja studio, but this is also to tell us that we've just been joined by Group Captain Sadiq Shehu, who is a retired military officer and also security consultant. Welcome to the 2023 verdict.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, guests.
All right, welcome. But maybe let's go to you, since we can hear you just now. Your thoughts on, what you've been seeing or what you've been hearing on as to the earlier moments of the election accreditation and the different parts of the country.
Come again, please. I didn't get your question.
Group Captain, your experience from what you've been hearing, what you've been seeing. Did you go out to vote? What was the experience?
I'm happy to see that by and by, the electronic voting system is working, even though there are some glitches. For example, I went to my own voting area and there was a problem with the BVS machine, so we are now on hold. But apart from that, generally it is working. However, on the side of security, again, I have met some security personnel. I would not like to mention which service or whatever, who I asked them what they are doing there. They said actually they were deployed to go to some states outside Kaduna. I am in Kaduna now. But surprisingly, they told me nobody gave them anything, no money, no mobilization. They were just told to go to maybe Borno State or to Adamawa State or to Gombe State, but they were not mobilized. I find that, I don't know whether this is just a one-off or this is the general situation. If it is so, initially we had that when INEC complained of the money they need to give people to mobilize them for the election, the Central Bank of Nigeria was able to accommodate that. But this is not what I learned when I talked to some of the few security personnel that I saw here.
But Captain, when you said the BVAS had issues, how did they resolve that in your polling unit?
Well, I'm talking about my own particular voting unit, which is in Kabana Costain, the center that is number 004. What we were told is to hold back, that they have gone to, rectify the machine. But I aim to go back there immediately after this interview because I intend to cast my vote. The only good thing, I think, there's allowance for another alternative way of identifying us and, and allowing us to do our civic responsibility.
I will come to that when you say there's another way, because that is also something that is very important for us to know and understand clearly. And that will be a question we will be throwing at Honorable Idahosa. But before we do that, I want to stay with you because you are in Kaduna. Kaduna is one of what has been described as the high-risk, highly volatile areas, at the same time with quite a lot of, shall we say, risks, not just in terms of security, of course, in the run-up to the elections, we all know what had happened. So I want to stay with you and ask, what are the reports that you have gotten from your various contacts, not just your own polling unit, but from across the state, particularly about the situation with voters? Have they been able to exercise their franchise? How easy has it been? Have there been any security breaches that you can report?
Well, as far as security is concerned, around the Kaduna area, I took a ride around the town, and I did not see any security incidents. And I can say the turnout is relatively very impressive. You know, so people have already voted and left. A lot of people have done so. I did not witness any, security breach. And just for my own professional calling, I have people that report to me from various areas. As of now, as I'm talking to you now, that is 2 minutes to 1 o'clock. I have not heard of any security breaches. I have not seen any.
Let me put you on pause there and come to Honorable Idahosa in our Abuja studios. The group captain talked about the fact that they were told that, if this Beavers thing is not resolved, as Millicent asked, that, what's to happen since they seem to have a problem with the Beavers. And he was told, that's Group Captain Shehu was told at his unit that, there are other methods, shall we say, that can be used. Is that actually true? Are there other methods? Because we've spent the last couple of weeks hearing no Beavers recognition, no vote, no incidents form, nothing like that. So what are these other methods? Can you enlighten us if there are?
Okay, first of all, we are guided by the Electoral Act and the manual with which the polling officers themselves and other election officers were trained. It doesn't appear to me that there is an alternative method of accreditation for this election, because the Commission are clearly choosing Beavers. Not only have they chosen the Beavers mode of accreditation, it has been included in the 2023 manual of operation for this election. And from the provisions of that manual, it's clear that they did not contemplate any other method of accreditation. So it will appear to be that the only alternative will be where the Beavers is not working and is not likely to work before 2:30. Then, of course, if the Commission considers that those who have been left out of the voting exercise are significant enough to affect the voting in that area, then within 24 hours, the exercise will be repeated in that area. But other than that, there seems to be no accommodation of any other method of accreditation for now.
That would create a bit of a conundrum, except, of course, you did point out, Honorable Idahosa, that if it remains like this, within 24 hours, they can repeat the exercise, hopefully with non-malfunctioning equipment they will probably have secured from other locations to be able to repeat the exercise within 24 hours. So that does not leave the option of using any other method. We are still going to end up with the Beavers. I just wanted that clarified.
Correct.
But when you think of the numbers, the number of reports that we've been getting, the number of persons who have been told to go back home, come back again, and, it's really close. It's past 1 now, an hour 30 minutes to 2:30 when it all closes. Honourable West, what do you think the numbers could be in those that might not get the opportunity to vote, to be accredited with the BVAS?
Well, it's a mixed bag of successes and difficulties for now. But the thing is, the discretion to make that decision is also with the Commission. I think the Commission has been given enormous powers, just as the Senate President said just now, this time around, to make a success out of this election. So if in a given polling unit, for example, there are 500 registered voters, and only about 50 had voted before the difficulties developed with the technology. Then one can say that substantially a greater number of persons have been left out, and that could significantly affect the election as far as that polling unit is concerned. That could be an invitation to repeat the exercise. So it may vary from unit to unit and from the numbers of affected persons as each polling unit may present.
And the visuals we're seeing now, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu is arriving. He's just sat down to brief
his
entourage. Yes, indeed. His team. They will be briefing very shortly, and who knows, he might have, definitely will be talking to some of these issues which we are discussing.
Yeah.
Honourable West, just to quickly ask, and this is, you know, with what you've talked about, what could happen, the question I was coming to, I think I missed it somewhere.
Well, you have to find it back, but let me come back to Professor Ishwala very quickly. So this is what we have now, of course, as Millicent has just mentioned to you. Any time from now, as soon as the INEC team have a thing or two to say, we'll go to them. But let me quickly ask you, from your assessment so far of the reports that we've been getting from all over the place, what is your take on the conduct of Nigerians generally? We've been to places where dignitaries were there. We've also been to places where there are no dignitaries. In all, compared to previous elections, what's your take?
Well, I think the conduct has been quite impressive. When the driver of your studio...
Let me put you on pause, Professor Shola. I understand the INEC chairman. Please hold that thought. Please hold the thought.
No problem.
It is our honor and duty to brief Nigerians about how the election day processes are going, the challenges we have encountered, and the measures we have taken to address these challenges. As all Nigerians and friends of Nigeria around the world are aware, today is election day in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Nigerians are voting for a president, 109 senators, and 360 members of the House of Representatives. From our situation room, we have been observing the processes nationwide, and we have been receiving reports from our state offices. As Nigerians are aware, the prevailing context for the conduct of the election is a bit challenging, but there is also a sheer determination on the part of the Commission to ensure that the elections hold and that they are free, fair, and credible. As Nigerians are aware, or most Nigerians I should say, this is the first time since 2011 that a general election has not been postponed after it was scheduled. It's part of the Commission's determination to ensure that we continue to do what is right. So we considered it auspicious to address the nation at this point, and we are going to continue to do so throughout the day intermittently until we formally open the collation center tomorrow. So far, so good, generally speaking. Voting is going on nationwide. The bimodal voter accreditation system, the BVAS, deployed nationwide for the first time, has been functioning optimally in most parts of the country. And we hear actually less and less of complaints about the functionality of the bimodal voter accreditation system than we hear about our other processes. So based on the reports that we have received from the various states of the Federation and our office in the Federal Capital Territory, some challenges were identified, one of which is the inability of the Commission in a number of places to open the polling units at the appointed hour of 8:30 a.m. Some of the polling units opened late, but in line with our policy, any Nigerian who is on the queue will have the opportunity to vote, no matter how long it takes, until the last person on the queue before 2:30 votes, no matter how long it takes. Some of the reasons why we couldn't open the polling units on time are, one, the perennial problem of logistics in spite of our best effort. I think in 2023 we have conquered the challenge of getting election materials to various locations. Yes, there may be complaints here and there, but generally speaking, we have delivered the hundreds of millions of ballot papers and result sheets that we are supposed to deliver for the election. But another contributory factor to the late opening of the polling units is actually the perennial insecurity in the country. For instance, we couldn't deploy early enough to allow in Shiroro local government area of Niger State, bandits launched an attack, not necessarily on INEC officials, but in the area. So on the advice of the security agencies, we tarried a while. But I'm happy to say that we were able to deploy to allow, and voting in that location is ongoing as we speak. Similarly, in Oshimili local government area of Delta State, thugs attacked a polling unit and 2 beavers machines were lost in the process. But again, determined that election must continue, we were able to replace the stolen beavers machines, reinforce security, and voting continued in that location. Similarly, in Safana local government area of Katsina State, thugs attacked one of our voting locations and snatched 6 beavers machines. But again, we were able to recover and use the spare beavers machines and reinforce security for voting to continue in that location. Happily, the security agencies have recovered 3 of the beavers machines, but 3 are still held by the thugs. So in these locations, the target of attack was actually the beavers machines. No longer our ballot papers or ballot boxes is the beavers machines. But in the 2 instances, we were able to recover and continue with the process. But there are also other complaints we had from some political parties about the shortage of polling agents' tags, the identity tags. Nigerians may recall that for the first time, we designed a portal and encouraged all political parties, as required by law, to nominate their polling agents. They never interacted with INEC face-to-face. And we harvested over 1.5 million nominations from political parties for agents at polling units level alone, and over 68,000 for collation at ward level, local government level, and the states, and 27 collation agents for the national collation as nominated by the 18 political parties. And we printed those cards and delivered them in the main to the states, where they were collected by the state chairmen of political parties. But not all the parties nominated agents for all the polling units. So we did what we were supposed to do. And if there are issues, then definitely these issues will not be from the commission. But we also realized, and that is why we created the portal, that parties would like to issue agents their own tags bearing only the logos of the party and the word agent written across. In this case, anybody can claim to be the agent of any political party at any level, resulting in some instances commotion during collation, where 2 or more agents will claim to represent a political party. And that's why we created the portal where they uploaded the names of the agents and the description of where they are going to serve as agents, as well as their photographs. And these cards were laminated and delivered to the states. One of the parties drew my attention to a letter. They said in one of the states, they were given a letter by INEC in the absence of the accreditation tag. But our officials at the polling unit level did not recognize those agents because they were not bearing the INEC accredited cards. I requested that gentleman to share a copy of that letter with me. He shared a copy of that letter, and it was clearly issued by his party, not by INEC. And when I drew his attention to it, he immediately deleted the message. So this is the clarification on the issue of agents. And I would still like to advise political parties that as we go into the concluding phase of this election, particularly when we go into collation of results, the Commission will insist that only INEC accredited collation agents will be admitted into the collation centers. Finally, there was an issue raised by some of the political parties, particularly at the polling unit level this morning. They said that in some instances, the logos of the political parties were on the ballot papers, but the acronyms of the political parties were not on the result sheets. I need to provide this important clarification. The process of producing the result sheets is more complicated than the production of the ballot paper. For result sheets at polling unit level, they are polling unit specific, and they are in several carbonized copies that the Commission will retain the top copies, the first 2 top copies, and then give each polling agent at polling unit level a copy, and 1 copy goes to the police. The process of producing the result sheet is a lot more complicated than the production of the ballot papers. So what we did on the result sheets was to provide 2 additional blank rows. And the purpose of these 2 additional blank rows is to accommodate any political party that we may be compelled to accommodate on the ballot paper by 11th hour judicial pronouncement. So those 2 additional rows are supposed to take care of that eventuality. So where you have a party on the ballot, but the logo is not on any of the result sheets, this can actually be added to the result sheets, for which rows have been provided accordingly. And the presiding officers and the collation agents are authorized to accept and certify and stamp the insertion of political parties where this situation arises. There are also unfolding situations in Abia and Imo states. In Abia, deployment is taking place late to the polling units. The Commission is aware, but we are assuring voters in Abia State that no matter how late we deploy to the polling units, if voters are on the queue before 2:30, they will vote no matter how long it takes. So we are aware of the situation in Abia State. We are also aware of the situation in Imo State. Generally speaking, but specifically in respect of 4 local government areas: Okigwe, Uguta, Osu, and Olu local government areas. In the whole of Osu, we had issues in all the 11 wards. In the case of Olu, it's 6 wards out of 11. In the case of Okigwe, it's 5 wards out of 11. And in the case of Oguta, it's more widespread. I had a discussion with the Inspector General of Police this morning, as well as the military, and our officials have been escorted to all the 4 locations. I take it that voting would have commenced in some of these difficult places, but if it doesn't, then I want to assure voters in those locations that election will hold and they will not be disenfranchised. We are going to be making this briefing to Nigerians intermittent throughout the day. So we'll go and review the situation further. I hope in the next, what's the time now, Festus?
And what was said then was that we are broke as a nation. 2023, 8 years after, we're in a worse situation. That's what the economists are saying. And you just said now here that you're distancing yourself because you are Ashwat Bola Ahmed Tinubu and not APC.
I'm not APC.
Yes, sir.
Is that not true?
That is very true, sir. So my question, sir, is...
You see, I cannot be the platform. I can only use the platform to reach the people. I can only pronounce, promote, and articulate my vision for my country, what I believe as a progressive government. You're looking backwards. We cannot compare apple and oranges. Okay? What was the situation of the economy in 2015? The oil prices were up. We were producing 2 billion barrels of crude a day. What is the situation in 2019? We have a very deep dig in the oil prices. The production went to 900 barrels from 2,000. And this is a monolithic economy that depends on the oil production. Is it done by who? We have security that didn't do what they ought to be doing. We complain of oil theft. Our production capacity. We have a government that spent close to 15 years, if not more than that, I don't have the data, to amend and improve on Petroleum Act. They didn't look for the bottleneck. They didn't accelerate their collaboration with the National Assembly. They didn't get the private sector oil company involved. They didn't keep their promise. That's why we uprooted them. They went away. the challenge we face in 2019 is different. You have a dedicated leader, sincerely in Buhari, committed, but he's not an economist. He has to face, a very, very challenging situation of economy. He has to face population growth, graduate students unemployed, too many of them. They were not creative enough to accommodate, creative ways of getting the economy going in so many areas of opportunity. Even social media is now a source of revenue for some people. Talented artisans and all of that, creative industry was not well promoted. And all of that accumulated in less energy for the economy. The vision is different. I mean, with my vision, it's different. You could see Lagos. You could see the infrastructural improvement. You could see the taming of the Atlantic Ocean. Go there now and see. If you don't bring and convince the private sector on the need to collaborate and work together to promote the interests of the country, you cannot have progress. That is my own way. I've articulated my agenda. I've said the priority. I am a member of APC. I'm not the APC. I'm striving to become the leader of APC. If I become the leader of APC through this election, whether I will change the APC philosophy and you don't know what I will do. And I'm not ready to tell you that. I'm waiting for the result of the election. It is then I can rework. But I say the partnership between the private sector and the public sector are to be harmonized, encouraged. You look at various segments of the economy to actualize the dreams of Nigerians, including yours. And that is what is important to me. And I'm saying categorically, I'm better than the others. I've been exposed. I'm from a private sector background. What is an age? I can demonstrate. I've demonstrated that capacity, ability, and a vision in Lagos State. And I believe I am better than any other candidate running on this election today. I am. And I am confident I will win.
I know we're done, sir. I know we're done, but we have a working. Yes, yes, I know we're done. I was just going to say that some of those who are in your position were saying your health is an issue. And I've seen you on stage dancing like a young man.
Back to Abuja, where Professor Mahmoud Yakubu is still briefing the press on the ongoing elections.
Walk long distance. Then he looked at the message and said, sorry, actually I didn't read the message. I thought you moved me to another town. You can still we have been to school, we should be able to read, and understand messages. So if there are Nigerians who are unfortunately still unable to locate their polling units. I apologize on behalf of the Commission, but voting has not ended. You can still send text messages to before the numbers that we have provided there on our social media platforms. They are also on the hard copies of the information we shared here early this week on the number of PVCs collected. And you in the media can help us before voting ends for people to know how they can locate their polling units and to vote on election day. Our intention was never to disenfranchise Nigerians, but to make it more convenient for Nigerians to vote easily. Unfortunately, some of the polling units are still congested, because when we contacted some Nigerians, they preferred to be left in the congested polling units, some for security considerations, that we feel more secure while we have been voting, even if the units are congested, than taking us to a less populated polling unit, which may be some distance away from our comfort zones. So these are the steps that we have taken, and this is the rationale for voter redistribution. Mia Ogidi, I have answered your question partially in my opening statement. I said that no Nigerian will be disenfranchised. Yes, we opened the polling units late, and we admitted that in some cases the polling units were opened late. But the system has an automatic mechanism for recovering lost time. We don't start 8:30 and close 2:30 on the dot. If we start later than 8:30, whoever is on the queue before 2:30 will vote, no matter how long it takes. So no Nigerian will be disenfranchised on that score, provided that person is at the polling unit before 2:30. You talked about one of the vice presidential candidates unable to vote in Maiduguri Metropolitan Council. We are following and tracking the challenges we have in two locations in Borno State, the Maiduguri Metropolitan Council and Jeri. So we are tracking that. Voting hasn't ended. We are sure we'll overcome whatever challenges, and every Nigerian will have the opportunity to vote. Then finally, you talked about the attack on some of our officials in Goza. We're tracking that one as well. There are some, should I say, bandits or some insurgents that were firing from the mountaintop in Goza, just firing at random. That was what we were tracking before we had to come to brief you. So we'll continue to track. At 4:30, we should be in a position to give further update on that. I thank you very much. The work continues. See you at 4:30.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Please, we'll all gather again here at 4:30 for the next round of update from the Commission. Thank you.
Attempts in the past. So
of the polling units, some logistic problems. He also spoke about a few of the perennial delays which was experienced, security issues in areas like Shiroro local government area, and also another place in Delta, Oshimili, where he said 2 BVAS were lost, but then spare machines were used in those areas, and a few of them have already kick-started voting. He also talked about the issue of political parties and identification, where he spoke on a portal that was created for agents and the description, to their tasks, to sort of simplify that, because I believe he mentioned some of the nominations for political parties was around 5 million. And then he spoke to
Must have been talking about the polling agents.
Yes, polling
agents. Because, you know, there are so many contestants, National Assembly elections, State Assembly elections, governorship elections. I think that's the collage of all of those agents.
Indeed. But then, you know, the portal sort of simplifies who is an agent, who is what. But then he did say that only INEC accredited, you know, agents will be admitted to the collation centers. He also spoke on the unfolding situation in Abia specifically and also Imo State. But then I think there he clarified what was happening in Imo, talking about Olu, Osu, Oguta, Okigwe, saying that, you know, voters who are on the queue before 2:30 will definitely be allowed to vote, which, you know, reminds me of the questions that was asked if there will be an extension by one of the journalists beyond the 2:30 p.m. time.
It was a question we also raised here this morning.
Incidentally,
Incidentally,
we
so
talked about that too. That would it go beyond all of this? I guess I don't envy him at all. This is.
You said when he was talking, you said you don't envy that job.
No, I don't.
You don't even know why anyone would want to take that job.
It's not an easy thing to do. I mean, he also spoke incidentally about what Millicent was talking about. He also talked about the attack in Goza. On INEC staff and some members of the electorate, said, you know, that they were firing indiscriminately from a mountaintop. Whoever it was firing from there, and that led to the situation in Goza. And of course, there was the situation you mentioned in Niger. There's a lot. I understand while we're taking all of this, I'm going to ask our guests their opinions of the, shall we say, halfway vote scorecard that the INEC chairman has just delivered. But just before we do that, I understand that we have yet another prominent voter, shall we say. I'm not seeing it yet. Okay, there we have. This is the
vice presidential
candidate of the Labour Party, Dati Baba Ahmed. Here he is. Perhaps we can listen in. I believe he's exercised his franchise here at this point, and would like to know what he thinks.
As long as the elections are adjudged to be free, fair, and just. So keep that in mind. However, even to the contrary of that, we have never been the kind of people that will incite anything besides peace. But we also insist firmly on justice being done. If you think deeply, like some people often do, the withdrawal of cash from the system just before election is more or less a statement on the entire Nigerian society that if the government does not withdraw cash, you're likely to sell your votes. That is most unfortunate. And let us see an election that took place without cash. Let us compare it to those that held with cash. If it is a simple matter of traveling around, people have always been able to travel around with or without that level of cash that you have seen.
Well, we also have the governor of Ogun State also performing his civic duty right there in Ogun State. Location, I don't know what his own experience is. I guess we'll be able to hear that as well somewhere in
he was standing. He's joining. He's on a queue here. Oh. He's joined the queue here. And we didn't see, we are not seeing some of the less than totally organized situations that we saw earlier on. With some,
but I think with the dignitaries, you have a lot of people, you know.
Yes, going along with them, waiting for them, and wanting to follow them to and fro. In spite of the fact that this is against all the regulations that we have spent time repeating over and over and over again. But this is Prince Takwa Abiodun. I wonder if he said anything.
In full public clear. And I believe that the exercise itself, from all that I have been told so far, appears to be going well enough. There were a few hitches early this morning, which centered around the issue of agent identification tax. I am told that INEC did not provide enough cards for agents to identify themselves as they presented themselves in various communities. I'm yet to confirm what caused that. I'm not sure whether this applies to all parties, but our party agents have complained that they were short quite a few agent cards. But I believe that some arrangement has been worked out. Voting has started. The voter turnout appears impressive, which is very exciting. And everything seems to be going on live.
Thanks for staying tuned there, Ogun State Governor Dapo Abiodun, giving his impressions about this voting exercise following his successful attempt to exercise his franchise. Now, let's go to Olu Phillips, our correspondent, who is somewhere in Lagos, in a suburb, I believe, of Okota. Olu, you've been traversing that area for much of the day. What can you tell us? What's the status report at this point? Olu, we're unable to hear you. I wonder if you're muted. Perhaps you could unmute yourself. All right, while we wait for Olu to do his thing in Okota, let's cross over to Mary Alele Yusuf, who is in another part of Lagos. Good afternoon to you, Mary. What can you tell us?
Residents are getting accredited and voting peacefully. They were off to a slow start as accreditation did not start in time. Nevertheless, they have formed neat lines, the young and even the very old. We even spied someone on crutches who is determined to cast his vote. The police presence, which we have become used to seeing as we've gone from polling unit to polling unit, is here and getting more, increasing. But for now, the process is peaceful.
All right, then. Thank you, Mary, reporting there from outside of Lagos Central. Lady and gentlemen, we were talking about the scorecard. All these are parts of the scorecard. But the INEC chairman, the man in the hot seat, has been briefing. And I want to find out what our guests think of what he's said. First, let me start with the group captain who's joining us via Zoom from Kaduna. Okay, I understand he's gone to actually go vote. So
hoping that the beavers
are now working and that he's able
that's
to
good news.
exercise his franchise. Let me come to you, Prof. What did you make of what the INEC chairman said? I mean, broadly speaking.
I think, in all summary, he has displayed a good sense of leadership, a good sense of control of the organization that he leads. He appears very honest to me. He identified problems where there are. He acknowledged problems where he found some. And it sounds so promising to the extent that he will not want Nigerians to worry about being prevented, in spite of all the hiccups, from performing their civic responsibilities. That is not to say it is all huru, but then in life, whatever it is, if you have an A in an exam, it's 70% or 72 after all. There must be some rooms for improvement. And the good thing about it is that he has promised us that that address will not be one-off. Right. Intermittently, he will be coming back to give us briefings perhaps getting data of problems to solve, addressing them, feeding up back on how far he has gone.
Solving them.
And then what's important is that we are carried along. I think it's a good sense of respect for citizens of this country. It's a good development.
Indeed, indeed. Honorable Idahosa, you are in Abuja, not too far from where the INEC chairman was doing his briefing. Perhaps you could also give us a sense of your view, particularly about what he said about the engagement process, the areas where citizens can report, what kind of problems they're having and so on. That's very important, what he said about that. So instead of going on to social media to scream, you can actually let those who can do something about it know in the time that is left to do something about it. That's on one hand. And the issue of the party agents, because now we are getting to the point where voting will conclude and then we are going to start collation. And that the issue with identifying who is a legitimate party agent who can witness collation. Those 2 points.
Okay, thank you. First, I'd like to say that with the developments in terms of citizens' complaint and the response mechanism put in place by the Commission, we seem to have witnessed very huge modernization of the electoral process. And this is very commendable. Not only has the Commission deployed what has now been adjudged as a very fast technology in terms of accreditation, but it is also providing a modern method of reporting complaints and engaging citizens over a critical civic responsibility. And we want to commend the Commission for this. The other point is whether or not parties complain about agents and so on is also likely to be traced to whether or not the parties delivered on the platform, the portal set up for entry into the agents list. Because I'm aware that this time around, the portal was set up and the Commission gave the parties the responsibility to enter their agents list into the portal together with 2 passport photographs to enable the Commission prepare an identification which qualifies the agent to be the one to sign all electoral forms, including result declaration forms, and be present at collation centers. So for those parties that have complied, I believe and expect that the Commission has also done the needful. Now, if there is any confusion with respect to this, I still think that there is opportunity
to the process. And then
to
coming to the
rectify that,
tribunal,
because the Commission
once
has
the election is
offices in 36 states of the Federation, including Abuja. And in addition, they also have offices in all the local government headquarters, except where there has been tremendous insecurity or where the such office has been shut down. So I think it's an issue that can be quickly redressed as long as the name of the agent is on the official portal of the INEC. I don't see a big deal in that matter.
But sometimes, one of the questions a number of people might be wondering is whether or not the political parties themselves were significantly ready for this whole process. I mean, what would you make of, what are the chances? In fact, one of the questions I wanted to ask you earlier, yes, my own question came back. I wanted to ask you earlier was, in terms of not just readiness, but the entire process, what are the challenges that you think might crop up on this day, which INEC may or may not be aware of, but party agents and all, the citizens themselves, the INEC officials on site, that Nigerians should be aware of and get ahead of before it happens?
Honorable Idahosa, that's for you. I don't know if you caught the question.
Got part of it, but I didn't get the last element of it.
Okay, well, the question I was asking was, what are some of the challenges that you think we should get ahead of? Yes, elections have started. In some places, some people have voted and gone back home. But for the voters, for polling agents, for the citizens, with the electorates, what are some of the issues that might crop up that we may or may not be aware of now and get ahead of?
Well, the first problem there has been addressed by the Commission. The question of security of beavers. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, please go on. Go on, please.
Okay. The question of security of beavers, I think INEC's response has been excellent. Very wonderful reaction to have a spare duplicates of such machines ready to go on wherever they have been stolen. So you can see that the political system has still not been able to prepare itself for a smooth election. You see people still willing to steal equipments just to frustrate the electoral system wherever they think that they are not strong enough. But INEC's response has been apt and extremely on point in the circumstances. That's why. The other question will be, how prepared are they in terms of making arrangement with the security community to prevent the attempts to destroy critical documents, such as the Form EC8 series and the Form 40 series of INEC. That's another area where some elements still don't believe that there is a need to respect the sanctity of elections and still go to try to attack voting centers to destroy those results in the hope that the outcome of those results are not recorded for one reason or the other. Then the third element will be the question of party agents. How ready are the political parties themselves to ensure that the agents that they send there are credible enough, educated enough, enlightened enough to support the electoral process and not just to be there to make noise, distort information, and manipulate the situation, either for want of inefficiency or in an attempt to frustrate a system where their parties seem to be lagging behind. I think these are quick elements that often will accompany the electoral system, but I'm happy that INEC has dealt with the most important one, beavers, because beavers seem to have, the machine itself seems to have turned out to be primary evidence of the result of accreditation.
Honorable
and that's
Dahosa,
key in determining whether there has been overvoting or whether there has been a cancellation of certain votes and the number of votes that have also been spoiled. This key information can all be retrieved from the number of accredited voters. So it's a key machine. It must be held and protected with all the energy that security agents can muster.
Indeed. It's also interesting to note that the INEC chairman did also say that it appeared the beavers machines were the target in some of those places where security appeared to be a challenge. But we are still taking a lot of your thoughts, your reports on what's happening in your area as you vote today. Let's quickly go over to Okota, I believe, where our correspondent Olu Phillips has the latest.
Hi, Millicent. This is what it is. I mean, we've been traversing this area between Okota, Isolo, Amuo, Festac, Ajawa Estate, and something seemed to be a common denominator. Most of the INEC officials didn't arrive on time, most of them around 10, all of them around 11 a.m., and casting a lot of doubts on the hearts of the people as to when they will have to do the accreditation and now dovetail into voting, which should end officially by 2:30, except there's an extension which INEC chairman can grant. I mean, one of the words around 1013 around Alidada area, and some of the people I spoke to earlier had the same complaint, and I'd just like to speak to one of them to tell us the experience she had when she came in. So can you tell us what was it when you actually came in? And you can see that up till now, we don't have enough people who have voted. Tell us, and you got to be audible a little.
I hope everybody's having a free and fair election, first of all. I live around here, and we were advised to come days prior our election day to today, come and check if our names are here. Mind you, I came here twice, and I didn't see any name pasted. But in front of my house, there is something pasted there. I got here as at 9, and when I got here as at 9, they were probably still setting up, only for me to hear that they did not have ink. So they had to go and get ink. And mind you, they have BRVs. You know, they had 2 BRVs. One have like, I think 750 names, the other has the same amount of names. And if your name is not in this, it's not in the other one. There was a pregnant woman here who had to wait for a long time. And they're being a little bit rude. Like, this is our rights. We're supposed to exercise this right. You talk to us kindly. Because everybody wants a better Nigeria. That's the aim of everything. Don't shout at people, say, oh, go and look for another place, go and look for another place, go and go to another place. The BRVs, they came with the BRVs, and BRVs were not fully charged. We are the ones helping them charge their BRVs. It's not fair. And it's happening in all the places where they know that Igbo people are living. Because of the presidential candidate they feel like we have, that's why they're doing it.
Okay, so this technical hitches and some of the hitches that have to do with late arrival of materials, late arrival of officials. Do you see a situation where, do you have any suspicions?
Of course. Nigeria's politics is not a very game, you know. Of course, we will think some certain way, because the people that live in Agbo Palace and Solo, you know, all these places are Igbo people. So they feel like, oh, okay, because we're Igbo, we're going to, you know, vote for the Igbo presidential candidate. Of course, I don't think it's fair, because tell me why before I woke up this morning, I checked the internet, people were telling me that, oh, it took them 5 minutes, 30 minutes. I have been here since 9 a.m. and I'm still here since 9 a.m. and I haven't done anything. It's not fair. It's not fair.
So Millicent, this is just a tip of the iceberg of some of the things that we've had to encounter. Across the street, there's another street across the street called Mukandasa Street, and I've gotten calls from people saying we have not even started because INEC officials have not even arrived. That's the situation, and we are hoping that something will help ameliorate this situation, actually exercise the franchise, and be sure that their votes will count. Because we see a number of people who are even voting for the first time, and this is not the kind of experience they want to have. INEC had all the years to prepare, and hopefully those preparations will come to play on a day like this.
That's very, very
And we
interesting.
also hear about disruptions around Ikate, Aguda, and all over the places. We also had disruptions in Okot, in Oshodi, and all of that. I mean, these are places where some emergencies should be deployed and make sure that we have some kind of sanity and sanctity in this 2023 presidential and National Assembly elections. It's back to you, Millicent.
Thank you, Olu Phillips there with the latest. But let's see if we can, take a look at those disruptions we understand happened earlier in Elegushi area. All of the people appear to be taking pictures, so nothing happening there as at the time this visual came in. Eyewitnesses sent in this, and these are some of your pictures that we're getting. Also disruption in Ikate area as well. Security appears to be on ground in Aguda, I believe this is. They took over after a number of people were seen trying to scuttle the process.
All right, so not what we expect to see, but then again, we had talked about the role of security agents in all of this. If there have been disruptions, then of course they have to step in to prevent a breakdown of law and order. But one will be asking and wondering what then happens to the voting process. Does it resume and so on? These are questions we expect we'll get answers to shortly. But let's go from there to Edo State, this time where Governor Godwin Obaseki, he's not on the ballot for this election, but of course he is voting. So let's hear what his impressions have been of the process so far.
you followed elections, that's always been a trend. During my election, for instance, in 2020, all hell was predicted, but we had very peaceful and calm elections in Edo State. Our people are very enlightened and they know what to do, and we're not violent people. So, except for a few incidents of I'll say almost first-time young voters, otherwise, people who have traditionally voted know what to do, and we're calm. Technology has improved significantly since my own elections in 2020. So in 2 years, you can see the amount of improvements that have been made using technology to enhance the electoral system. Technology is the way, technology is the future. I hope by the next time we're coming for our general elections, we may not even have to come here. We can just vote directly from our homes or from centers. I don't know about acceptance yet. Let us see how the whole process goes. We've heard reports of violence from a few centers. Let's see how those situations are managed before we make any conclusive statements.
Just a little funny when the governor they were trying to identify him with the beavers. He just now said, okay, next time we may not even have to come out. You can do it from the comfort of your home. So I'm just trying to imagine a selfie just to
recognize yourself. So many people have pointed that out, really.
Okay, well, from there, let's go to Kaduna State, where the governor of Kaduna has also performed his own civic duty of voting in this election. Let's see what's new.
In Kaduna State so far, up to the time I came here, everything has been going on smoothly. There have only been 3 incidents. Last night, a rice mill was attacked by people suspected to be PDP thugs. The police is investigating. This morning, we got reports of 1 incident in southern Kaduna where beavers' ballot boxes were snatched, and in Soba where there was another incident of 2 ballot boxes being snatched. Of course, these are no incidents at all, because whether you snatch ballot boxes or beavers or not, these days it doesn't matter. The technology has gone beyond the primitive rigging system that the political actors are used to. So I must commend INEC for these improvements. So far, everything appears orderly across the state. All the reports we are getting are positive. My only concern is low voter turnout. People are not coming out to vote. I want to use the opportunity to appeal to everyone to please come out. You have once in 4 years opportunity to pick your leaders, and you should take it seriously. It is the leaders that you select today that will run the affairs of your state and your country for the next 4 years. So please don't stay at home, come out and vote. And remember, any time you don't come out to vote, you are giving the opposition or the other party that you don't like 2 more votes, because your vote will reduce the gap by 1. But if you don't come out, you are giving them by default 2 more votes. So please come out and vote. Polling units are open until 2:30.
The Kaduna State Governor on his experience voting earlier today, and we just have about 30 or maybe 40 minutes to 2:30, so crunch time to those final moments.
2:30 is 29 minutes.
29 minutes.
Just say.
Being specific, that's okay.
That makes it even more urgent.
We earlier heard from the INEC chairman about the unfolding situations in Imo and Abia. Well, let's go to Imo State, where the governor had earlier voted his experience with voting there.
Very good process. I came within 2-3 minutes. I've gone through the accreditation. I've collected my ballot papers. I've voted. My wife has done the same thing. I think I must commend the process. It's a lot of improvement and a departure from what we used to have to a more prudent and efficient thing. There is no perfection here on earth, only God that is perfect. So I advise our people not to be looking for faults. we should embrace change and innovations towards national development. Because it has to do with logistics. I'm told that the Nigerian Union of Road Transport Workers were supposed to supply vehicles, and they disappointed. So INEC is struggling. We're also helping to intervene here and there to ensure that the voting election will hold today. And I'm happy that the election have started in majority of the areas of the state.
Well, from Imo, we head over to Kano. Our correspondent, Sadiq Iliasu, brings us the latest. Hi, Sadiq.
We are here at the Malamai registration area in Konkoso Ward, Madobi local government area of Kano State, where the presidential candidate of the NNPP, New Nigerian People's Party, cast his vote. Before he cast his vote, there was a mini drama as he went to vote at a wrong polling unit. He later was directed to the right polling unit. Voting began at 9 a.m., but voters have already queued up at the registration area to cast their vote even before 8 a.m. As voting was on, a man drove with his vehicle to the election premises. Voters became suspicious and asked him to open his books. He refused, and that becomes a problem until armed security men intervene. Voting is expected to end at 2:30 p.m., but people are still on queue to cast their votes. We will remain here to keep you posted. Back to you in the studios.
Well, thank you, Sadiq. We're talking about before the INEC chairman came, was when we...
Because I had to hand Prof a pen so that he wouldn't forget.
Oh, he wanted to say at the time.
We thank God he had the pen, because his pause was longer than we expected.
Well, I mean, it's perhaps even more interesting now to talk about these things, because then we hadn't heard reports of ballot snatching, beaver snatching. How does that even sound in the ears, beaver snatching? You know, so, and those are things done by the electorate, irrespective of what the interests are. So would your impression then, before these reports came, and now that the reports have come, are they the same?
Well, I think they are the same, practically. I did not expect us to have an absolutely smooth election like that. I mean, you could feel the polity. There have been agitations, counter-agitations, a lot around the country. And in as much as people hope that election will give them the opportunity to change the situation, there must be a few in any typical society who will not agree with that conventional way of doing things. That's why you have the word deviant for people. So I'm really not surprised. I know we're going to have it good, but I'm not surprised that we have abnormal behaviors here and there.
You know, the reason I asked you the question, perhaps a little more because you are in the political science space.
Yes, please.
And I've often wondered the level of political education of the electorate, not just as a voter. You know, we talk about voter education, but political education. I think we talked about the JD. You laughed the other day. We talked about the job description for which we are voting, for whom people are voting. So perhaps that would have, helped to understand what the issues are. From that respect, or from that perspective, again, talking about the voter, as Millicent pointed out, we have less than about 25 minutes now. When officially,
the process is supposed to be over.
The voting process will end.
Yes.
What are the things the electorate may have missed that will certainly have an impact on the results of the elections?
Well, that's a very tricky one. What are the things that they might have missed? That
well, some are still on the queues now.
And so maybe the opportunity is still there for...
Well, there are two ways of looking at this. If you go by what the INEC chairman said, we have an assurance that once you are in and right in the queue before 2:30, you will be allowed to cast your vote. But that's a bit problematic also. Supposing you can't make it back by 2:30, by no fault of yours, what happens? I think that will play a lot of role. Because if you keep human beings on the queue who are supposed to start an exercise by 8:30 or 7:30, and then by 2:30 they don't see anybody. They are human. Hunger People have to take drugs. Some are, there could be 1,000,001 things that will take them away. So if this is not taken into consideration, we could have a way of missing something, as it were. Okay.
But, yeah, well, Honorable in Abuja, perhaps another angle to that same question asked of Prof here, especially about this whole things. Government has responded through the security agency.
Inside to ensure that those thugs or those angry people do not return here to arm individuals. You can see their trucks. The military men are well organized here. They have comported themselves. Their presence alone has restored normalcy to this atmosphere. You can also see a detachment of police officers right behind me here, behind the crowd of people standing behind me. So they are still here ensuring that peace is restored to the atmosphere and ensuring that whenever the polling clerk return here, they can, restart the exercise, and these people here will not be disenfranchised at the end of the day. So you remember what INEC said, the guideline is that the voting process will continue until 2:30 in the afternoon. So these people are still waiting and insisting that they must cast their votes.
So many thanks to you, Oba Adeoye, for that fantastic report. Please keep safe. Let's still come to the studio here. Okay, let's go back to Ozioma Okoli, who is in Okota, the Okota side of Lagos State. Ozi, what is going on? We're seeing you in the midst of a lot of people. Talk to us. What is happening in Okota?
Okay, so the people around me here are very, very angry. They are saying that they've been here for a while, that the INEC officials are not doing what they are supposed to do. This particular polling unit is called 023 Baba Ewe polling unit, and it is the biggest in Agor Palaswe. I'll be bringing you up to speed with the situation of things here since these people have gathered. I have with me a gentleman who happens to be a member of the FRSC Special Marshal. So you tell us your name.
Atiku Boniface is my name.
Okay, so from what you have observed so far, what is the problem here?
Well, there are so many challenges. We came out early. By 8 a.m. we already gathered here. We had to wait for INEC officials and the materials to arrive. Unfortunately, they didn't come. I was sending situation reports to the situation room. By 10:35, the canopy was installed. The INEC officials arrived. Then accreditation started around 11. But there were so many other challenges. One of them is that they came without stamp. Secondly, there was no ink and pad. I personally had to call a bookseller who now supplied inks and pad. I had to supply ink and pad to 023, 084, Greenfield, and Star Times, because there were, I don't know whether it was intentional or it was a mistake on their part not to come with pads. They were rubbing pen on the tips of the index finger, and it was not good because the images, the stamp, the voting was blurred, so I had to go and get stamp for them to start voting. So that was the challenge we had. They started very late. Now I had to go to 084, who had not finished voting, because there was just a new polling booth that was created, and begged the INEC officials to send their stamp here. But they said no, the INEC officer here had to call the SPO, who will now instruct them on what to do. But luckily just now, just about some minutes past 2, the stamp arrived. So we're just believing God that those people that have already voted, that their ballot papers will be stamped for it to be valid. So that's what we are presently.
Okay, so the validity of the of the electorates now who came to cast their votes is in question.
Yes, without the ballot paper stamped with INEC stamp, it's no longer valid. So we are just trusting God that INEC will do the needful by making sure those ballot papers are duly stamped with INEC stamp. That's what we are.
Okay, so at the moment, what is the situation now at the moment?
This polling booth, polling unit has the highest number of voters in Agor. We have more than 1,000, and I can tell you that not more than 200 people have voted now. So we have about 800 voters waiting to cast their votes. That's one of the biggest challenges we have. And INEC had already said that 2:30 voting should end. How do you end the vote while about 800 voters have been disenfranchised already? So I don't know what INEC is going to do, but we are trusting God that INEC will do the needful by making sure that people are not disenfranchised and they have duly voted.
Okay, so your what you were able to tell us now, were you able to pass it to the INEC officials to find out if the time can be extended?
Honestly, I had to deny myself queuing because, I'm a physically challenged person, so I had to drive from one polling booth. I've supplied them ink. When I realized INEC did not come with their inks.
Okay, so let's get some reaction from some people here, at least from the lady. Can you tell us your name and your experience so far in this particular polling unit?
My name is Ugoke Oluchi Benandien. I was supposed to vote here from the card. Like the card signified that my polling unit is Babere. But when I checked it with the online thing, it was another center. And that is the major problem that people are having here. Majority of people here are not supposed to be here, but their card said they are supposed to be here. But the original, when you check it online, it's not supposed. They are not here. So if not because I was able to check my own earlier before now, I would have been here, struggling line with other people, thinking that my unit is here. So if actually they can actually mobilize people that will be able to tell people around to check with this online stuff so that they will know whether they're actually here, because the population here is not supposed to. According to the list, they said that the list, the highest is 100 and something, but people here are more than 1,000, meaning that there are some people that are not supposed to be here, but they are queuing up here because of the number given them in their card. So I don't know if you can help to let people know that this is not where they're supposed to be. Let them check that online instead of using their card to check. So that is the only thing I want to add to what he said, because what he said, you are saying it. So if it's a lie, you are seeing everything that's happening within the axis. So that's the only thing I can say.
So what is your name?
My name is Ugoke Oluchi Benandien.
Okay, so that is the situation of things here so far in Baba Ewe 023 polling units, the largest polling units in Ago Okota in Isolo local government area of Lagos.
You go. Between Okota and Amuwu that you've covered, how would you relate to the level of logistics in terms of the electoral materials in all those densely populated areas? Your first chat with us, we saw how calm and peaceful the scenario was, in contrast to what we're looking at now. So can you just give us an insight on that? What do you make of that scenario?
Okay, so while we were at Amuwu or Dofin, the particular polling unit that we went to was just a fragment of the totality of the polling units in Amuwu or Dofin. There is a particular place, the roundabout, where you have about 4 roads leading to different parts. There are about 3 polling units that were complaining to us that they don't even have INEC officials on ground, but the particular 072 polling unit there had some people. So which means INEC officials need to do more by going to the various polling units that people have been complaining about. So it's not all that calm at Amuwu Odofin, but the particularly primary school that we went to really was very calm, but others were not. So, but we were not able to get a shot of it before we now came to Okota. But here in Okota, it seems as if the crowd is extremely huge. The crowd is very, very, very resilient. They want to exercise their civic responsibilities, but it seems as if INEC officials are not living up to the expectations of what is being expected of them to do here. But we know that with this kind of reports, I know they will be able to do something to either send more staff to help out based on the situations there. And once we drop this report, we'll be going in to see how we can talk to the INEC officials to know exactly what they can do and what they cannot, based on the present situation.
Thanks to you, Ozio Mokoli, and we'll still be keeping tabs with you throughout the course of this cycle and throughout the course of the day. And let's get back to Ikate and find out the latest development. Okay, we hear that we have the traditional ruler from that particular vicinity there in Lagos State, Oba Adeoye. Okay, the king, you said Oba Elegushi is actually speaking, addressing the press.
Hello, Abeg, Engineer Ohi, I'm hearing myself.
If you want to say beside my palace, in front of my palace, you can call it, but I was not told. I just received the army, commandant of the army and the police. They came to me, there was issue, and they settled it.
Were any arrested? Was any arrested?
I don't know. I was not aware about that.
How can you describe the residents, turnout to this election?
You can see with yourself that a lot of people came out, but I have one question to ask the INEC. How can someone just go to your website, just make a transfer to, and they give you a fake address and you didn't verify it? We see a lot of strange faces that they don't live in this vicinity, and how come can we accept that? That's a fraud. For someone to transfer to a place he or she is not living is a fraud, and I think we have to take that up.
Have you taken it up officially in any way?
Definitely after the election we have to take it up, because it's not right. We see a lot of strange faces that they don't even live in this local government, and they are voting there. How come? When you do it, transfer, you must be able to verify any address you gave. Thank you.
All right, we've just listened to Oba Elegushi there speaking, addressing the press, and stating that strange faces literally showed up at several polling units. And okay, let's continue. Now, in Edo State, there are reports that hoodlums have snatched the beavers machine and other electoral materials. Now, with that development, voters in Oredo Ward 48, Unit 43, may have been disenfranchised. All the voting cubicles were destroyed, and the polling unit is also a few meters away from where Governor Obaseki voted.
They started running from this way, then they carried our things, they carried our box, they carried my machines. They almost used plank to even hit my head safe. So they just came, the ballot paper they ran, immediately the police came. The boxes they could recover, they recovered it. There was one security, there was a security personnel there. That was all that was just there, just one.
I was there, there is no security. Some group of boys just gathered, took the ballot paper, we bought the machine. I was scared. God don't have anything to fight them or to stop them.
No presidential election, it's no security on grounds.
Police, they're among of the way they call this problem. So if police not there,
they call the police there, they carry ballots, police there here. We don't see anything. All the bus don't say they carry command. Not the empty bus they front for that side. If you go, you'll see empty bus for front. Can't probably be this one. If they begin to talk, they don't say they cause violence for the country.
All right, to our panelists here in the studio, we've actually gotten the reports. Arise News doing a good job bringing live updates of how things are actually playing out. Now, my question is this simple. We have over 87 million people that have collected their PVCs. We're hoping to actually break the threshold in the number of okay, we have Ozio Mokoli, our producers are saying. Now let's cross over to Ozio Mokoli with the latest. Ozzy he promised to talk to INEC officials. We have them there. Ozzy, over to you right now.
Yeah, so we now have the INEC officials at Baba Ewe polling unit. That's 023 at Agor Palaswe, the largest polling unit in Okota here. So his name is Mike, and as you can see, he's still working. And he'll be telling us why so much delay and the challenges and the frictions here that the electors have been complaining about. Mike, can you bring us to speed?
This morning, the materials were not enough. So we are short of materials. That's the first thing. we had to wait for over 2 hours. Then after 2 hours, we had to come up here to set up. We came here around after 11, so the voting started late. And they have about 1,896 voters that are to vote here. And aside that, we're supposed to be 4 here, but we have just 2 people here. So imagine the 2 of us controlling this crowd. I'm the one handling the 2 pivars and everything. So the challenges, we also have the INEC stamp challenges. We were able to receive the stamp this morning. So we had to go and borrow from another polling unit that are done with their voting. So the voting is in process now. Okay, so just pray we finish on time because a lot of people has not voted.
Okay, so I need to let you go so that you concentrate on what you're doing. But before I let you go, how will the time be augmented? Because we heard that by 2:30, voting is supposed to stop. Will there be an extension here based on the present situation of things?
Yes, there should be an extension because we came late. So there should be an additional hours of like maybe 2 hours, maybe by 4, so we can give enough people to vote because it's their right. People must vote, so there will be an extension.
Okay, so is there any attempt to bring in more INEC officials to come and help you?
Yes. We've made contact of some of our people that they are done with their votes. So by the time they count their vote, they've done the necessary thing, then they'll come and join us.
All right, so just continue what you're doing. So you have heard from the INEC official who says that definitely the time of voting here will be extended by at least 2 or 3 hours. Well, it depends. And then with the extension too, they are also expecting more hands to come help them out, the officials, from those who must have finished in their various polling units to join them in this polling unit to make sure that things work very fast and then to bring up to speed, because from what we are looking at here and what we can see, a whole lot of people are yet to cast their vote. And we've been told that this particular polling unit is the largest in Okota, in Agor Palace Way, Isolo local government to be precise. And from that, we can also talk to probably the police officials who surely should be having a tough time controlling this mammoth crowd. So, sir, how have you been able to? Okay, they are running away. You know, as usual, they will not want to talk to us based on the fact that they need authorization to talk. But from what I've seen so far, the Nigerian police security agents here, I can only see one person. I don't know where others are. And we have a very huge crowd here. Probably these people have been able to comport their activities very well. They've been very, very civic about it. They've been going about it the normal way. Probably that is why we do not have a breakdown of law and order. But surely, if there is an additional security personnel here, it will definitely help. I've cited another policewoman behind our camera, so making it 2 for now. So probably others are in the crowd, but we need more. They need more hands here so that they can speed up the process and then have a good election today.
All right, Ozzy Okoli, many thanks for the update. Hopefully, we'll stay on that story and you give us more details later. Liberals, I thought the era of ballot snatching is over, and then when you hear in Edo State, this scenario is at play again.
Not just in Edo, and you know, we talked about it even before now, that for you to build people's confidence in the process, you know, some of these challenges you have to eliminate them. In Sulere Aguda also, as we speak now, there are videos sent to me by people who, you know, couldn't access their votes, or couldn't vote in those areas. And that's where I have a problem with the chairman's statement that, oh, look, in areas where they are monitoring late arrival of materials, and that if you are on the queue, as at 2:30, you will still be allowed to vote if you are on the queue. So the question is, like the Okota we just saw now, how many people are on the queue with that kind of massive crowd and lack of control?
Those who are actually registered to be on the queue.
So, because not everybody will be on that queue by 2:30. So some people will just be hanging around. The considering the fact that materials arrived late, how then should we ensure that you extend the time of voting, not just for those on the queue, because you did not arrive as at when you were supposed to arrive. So you said between 8 and 2:30. So the presumption is that materials will arrive from 8. So a situation where you arrive by 12, like we've seen in certain cases, and you now say a man came in, he was not on the queue, but he was there until 11, and you weren't around. You know, so all of these challenges, we should not, the laws are made for man and not man for the law. So in applying this law, once you arrive late, extend the time, not just say for those on the queue. So at least you become flexible, you give room. And then on the issue of ballot box snatching and destruction of materials, I've listened to Oba Elegushi also, same people, strange faces. The question is, were these people, were they transferred legally by INEC? If they were transferred legally by INEC to vote in that polling unit, is there a problem with it? It shouldn't be a problem, because INEC has verified these people to vote in those areas. And in transferring, INEC does not ask you to identify that you live in that area. After all, there are people who registered in Victoria Island, but their residence is not in Victoria Island. I know somebody who had to travel to come sleep over in Victoria Island because he wants to cast his vote today.
Okay, let me bring in Larry, because you were taken aback by the statement of Obasaid Elegushi and what he said. What did you make of his statement?
Right, I think it's so unfair to disrupt any polling unit, regardless of any reason at this point in time.
You say he didn't know several of the faces that showed up in his polling units.
So I think the process there will be to probably talk to INEC during, after, make sure that doesn't happen in the next 4 years, but you have to let the election go on as smoothly as possible. And the way I'm seeing things, and it's not just in Ikate, we're receiving so many reports from across the nation. Today is not feeling like election day for many Nigerians. It's feeling like sufferhead day. It's feeling like regression day. It's feeling like an eye-opener that, are we really going to progress? We can't take it anymore. Nigerians have been through so much. This was that one day of hope, that one day for progress, that one day to say, we want to choose our leader. We want to choose who will take us forward. We can see that NAS elections did not have a lot of attention. Nigerians were so focused on the presidential election.
That's very bad.
And it was so important because it starts from that top. The presidential election is so critical. If we get that wrong, almost everything else is wrong. And I can see why it was so important to many of us, many Nigerians across the nation. Of course, yes, we're still going to vote for the NAS elections, the NAS candidates, but presidential is so critical, and we need our voices to be heard. Nigeria is not within a few people. Nigeria is not within the incumbent party. Nigeria has 200 million citizens, over 200 million citizens who deserve a voice in electing their president. If their current administration had just one job in the past 8 years, wait, you didn't give us good education. You didn't give us good food. You didn't give us a good standard of living. Many have jackpot. Many are suffering today. We have 90% poverty. We're asking for just one thing: free and fair elections to decide who the next president will be. And someone comes on to say that there's a reasonable expectation that it would not go as planned.
We still have, you have to praise the people's resilience. We still have another elections in March. Hopefully one or two lessons.
I must say this is just heated the time, 2:30.
Okay, officially. But of course, we saw there will be extensions at this rate.
Will it extend to tomorrow?
Not tomorrow, but at least another 2 hours or thereabout.
Areas where the people are saying, we must vote.
No, but the INEC chairman has made it clear that if you're on the queue, before
we're talking about Ikate, for example, where ballot materials have been destroyed. And those ballot materials are printed polling unit specifics.
True.
They are serialized. and the materials are lying on the floor, and the people are saying we must vote. And then we're talking about substantial compliance.
All right, on that, we'll still come back to that issue of substantial compliance. All right, you're still watching the special coverage of the Nigeria's 2023 elections. We'll be right back after this break. Stay with us.
Supervisors. The way things are going, it's like we have 5 polling units, 1 having problem. I think the supervisors should be proactive enough to move and communicate with the people. We are aware of this problem, we are on it, and we're going to take steps A, B, C, D to ensure that you are not shortchanged. If that communication is established, it's likely to assist in preventing post-voting violence, of course, along with the solutions that have been given by Honorable right over there.
Let us say a very big thank you to Honorable Ehioge West Idahosa, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, former lawmaker, who's joined us, who's been in our Abuja studios. Honorable, thank you so much for your expertise, for your experience, and for staying with us through this. You and Prof, we circumscribed your voting opportunities. Yours was not as a result of late arrival or any of those other kinds of things that we've been discussing. It's because we kind of corralled you into the studio. So we want to thank you for your time today and for the opportunity you gave us to tap from your knowledge. Professor Kade Esrola, thank you so much as always.
This is part of national assignment.
Thank you so very much. Thank you very much. We as we thank our guests and wish them well, we of course we are likely to get them again during the course of these other phases. We have the Delta State Governor, Ifeanyi Okowa, himself is one of those on the ballot in this election. There you have him on the queue at his polling unit, going through the accreditation process preparatory to voting. We'll want to listen in and hear what he had to say after going through the process.
You can see that both voting centers here, we have large crowds out here, and we thank God that the reports we're getting is the election is fairly peaceful and everything is working, everything is on course. We definitely are very certain that the People's Democratic Party will win the elections nationally because we put in a lot of work. And we have put out our document there. Our documents are covenant with Nigerians, and we believe in what we have spoken to Nigerians. We are not deceitful in what we do. We are prepared, a prepared party to take charge over the affairs of Nigeria. We do know exactly that at the moment, Nigeria is not working the way it ought to work. But we are confident that working with all Nigerians, the private sector, the public sector, and all our people across Nigeria, working in a united manner, that we are able to tackle all the issues of insecurity, the issue of the poor economy that we are suffering from, the restructuring of this country, the education of our children, which is key, the fact that we need to create jobs for our nation, the fact that we need to develop powers to every part of this country and to ensure that the states have more funds. We are confident in what we do, and we thank God for the very peaceful elections. I must truly say thank you to INEC for what we see at the moment, and we say thank you to Mr. President.
Well, staying in Delta State, we understand that voting is not going on in all of the polling units in Kaduna Primary School, where one of the contestants of the Anyocha Oshimili federal constituency in that local government area, Anyocha North, Honorable Ndudu Lumelu, complained that the ballot papers are insufficient and result sheets are not available. We understand that people decided to discontinue voting until all voting materials are available.
Beyond my voting, there are issues that are very fundamental to the smooth operation of this exercise. One, in all the units, we have on the ballot papers insufficient ballot papers. A situation where in a unit of 600 collected PVCs, not registered voters, collected PVCs, you are seeing them giving them 300. And that will cause a lot of chaos. It's not only in these polling units, it's all over Anyocha North. Then, in terms of timing, based on the law that was passed, every exercise is supposed to commence by 8. They did not get it until 10:10. So almost 2 hours and 10 minutes late to the polling unit. Not only in this polling unit that they failed to meet up to the time, all over. I've called several places outside this local government, the same thing. The last one is that the supervisor who is designated to, of course, distribute materials, is holding the result sheet. And that is causing problems in every polling unit because they are saying that they will not continue voting until they see all the materials complete. So these are some of the issues that I think that INEC need to address. And I've called the EO on the shortage of the ballot papers. She said they were giving that insufficient numbers from CBN.
Interesting. Deciding not to vote because all voting materials are not available.
That's another aspect of this entire process.
Which is also very, very interesting because there are countless reports, of course. I'm sure your phones are
tables
as well.
are full and the phones...
There are some areas where they are saying that, look, we don't even have them. And people are already agitated, as has been mentioned by, Professor Ishola. People are agitated because they do not have these materials. They do not have the officials themselves to conduct the elections for them. So naturally, their emotions are on tethers.
Let's go to our correspondent who's been roving around Lagos. We understand he is in the Ikeja area, Dari Dowu.
Millicent, it's been a very, very busy day, a roller coaster of events, actually. Okay, so I'm in Ikeja, St. Peter's Primary School, Ward 3, Unit 3. The counting will start any moment from now. But let me give you a background of what has happened. The day started very slow for us. We started at Ogudu, where we reported that the process was going on quite well and everyone comported quite well as well. Then we joined the Commissioner of Police on area surveillance of the state. From Ikeja, we moved to Epe. We were able to also see what was going on in Ikorodu as well. So we were moving around a lot and without any sort of violence or anyone trying to disrupt the process until this afternoon. I think a call came through from Mafoluku Oshodi, and that's where we just left some moments ago. Violence, some people, hoodlums, attacked INEC officials there. They burned some ballot boxes and papers as well. The ad hoc officials felt unsafe at that point, so they called for the security operatives. So at the point where we got there, security operatives were already on ground, so the Commissioner of Police moved the ad hoc officials from that location and moved them to the police command in Ikeja. So after that, of course, the Commissioner of Police said they envisaged those kind of pockets of violence and they've responded quite well. And that's the beat on that part. Then we moved to this part of town, still in Ikeja, St. Peter's Primary School. Then we've spoken with the electoral officers here. They said this process has been going on quite smoothly since morning. People have been coming around to vote. Polls ordinarily, by standard, ought to have closed by 2:30. That's the standard. But they said they didn't start on time, so they're given that grace period of, say, 30 minutes that they will start counting by 3 p.m. That's the information we got from them. And at the moment, they said they needed to tidy loose ends on their part. So the boxes are there. They already sorted out the material, so we're hoping that in the next couple of minutes they will start the sorting and counting, which shouldn't take them a lot of time, because from what they gathered, they said it's not like the turnout at this particular polling unit was that massive, Millicent.
We are seeing that, I mean, we had a guest who earlier spoke about, the centers and counting beginning and how, security should be tight, top-notch, because this is also another crucial aspect of the election. Can you tell us about the security presence where you are, and also this is with regards to what you earlier mentioned, the ad hoc staff calling for security backup in some of those areas, if the voting has started, and what's happening with the latest information.
Okay, Millicent, in this particular polling unit, of course, the security officials are on standby. I think my cameraman can move the camera in that direction. They're already also waiting for the counting to start. Just also behind the camera, there are also security officials on standby as well. It's relatively calm, let me say, on this side of town. Nothing is happening. Even on the road, if you drive from all our movements around this axis, it's been very, very quiet. Where I am at the moment in this primary school is jet quiet. It's like nothing is happening here. A lot of people complied with the no movement order, and even while we were in that helicopter trying to survey the whole of Lagos, we noticed deserted roads all around. So by and large, it's been a very quiet and a very peaceful one from what we gathered until we got to Mafoluku, the side of town.
But just a quick one before we let you go, Dari. You talked about the areas that you have been to here and there. I'm just wondering, is it the exact same turnout you saw, or were there areas where they had backlogs? It's actually very cheering that these electoral officers said they would extend the time for like 30 minutes to give opportunity to other people. Do you have areas where there are a huge backlog of people waiting in line? Oh dear. Well, I'm pretty sure that we'll get back to...
Yeah, we'll get back to Dari, because that aspect of...
we die here. We won't die, but we die here. Don't worry. First time voter, I didn't leave my house at 8 o'clock to leave here, so we're here till the end.
All right, Tokumbo, I would like to find out from you. You asked him the question from the reports that you've gathered since you have been on the field. Talk to us. Is this just in that polling unit that they've not gotten materials and they've not seen INEC officials? Around the Lekki vicinity, what has been the mood like, and what has been activities like around the Lekki vicinity there?
Well, Aaron, let me tell you that I've been on the mainland, and this same problem we encountered with some voters who equally had the same complaint somewhere in Ikeja, that they went to their polling unit and they did not see any INEC official. I don't know if you can hear me clearly, because the people are actually very frustrated here and their noise is overshadowing what I'm saying. So if you can hear me clearly, let me just listen to them, then we can continue this conversation. They not appear, they not bring materials to vote. Today 25, today Saturday, election. INEC is not coming here. They not bring. If I not vote, no election for Lagos State. If I not vote, no election. I want to be the cancel the election for Lagos State. If I not vote for Duke College, it's my right to vote. See my PVC. See, I'm on vote. It's our right to vote. We must vote.
the 071, Dowen College, Adbayo Dorati Road 14.
Yes.
Since morning we are here. We are more than 300. Some people have left. Yes. We are here. We must vote. We are here to count our votes. We will vote.
Another thing that I'm observing in the people here is that many of them are first-time voters. Do you understand? And that is very key, because this is what make most people feel like this is the only thing that connects us to Nigeria. So it's not about what they are voting for, but the experience is what people are clamoring about.
Yes.
When you vote, you feel a satisfaction in your mind. Even if the person you are voting for loses, you know deep down inside you that you have done your part. So majority carry the vote. Do you understand? There's no sentiment. If the people on the other side are larger than you, there's no problem. But let people have their experience. I'm connected to Nigeria when I can vote. I'm a legacy voter. This is my third time of voting. Do you understand? I've voted in last 2 elections. Do you understand? So there's no anything. It's all about passion, connection. This is the only thing we get from Nigeria.
Thank you very much. I'm very sure the authorities, the right authorities, are listening to these frustrated voters here who have expressed willingness to remain here until they are able to cast their votes, perform their civic responsibility, no matter how late. They are whispering to me that they are ready to vote. Aaron, if I have to revert to the question you asked me about what is going on in Lekki, we can see this is Lekki. And the right authorities will need to take the right step to address this situation here. Aaron.
All right. Tokunbo Oyetunji, many thanks for your report.
No control for you. This guy is very good. I APC. Go your house. Go relax.
If indeed that proves to be true, I'm sure you could hear the viewers of the person who was talking about nobody being able or to be allowed to vote in a particular direction or the other. This is for the attention of the police, in particular, the security forces, and then, of course, for INEC. Of course, INEC officials are there. We saw them in the video.
I'm even wondering,
it turns out to be correct.
Apologies, Ladi. I'm even wondering why that would even be allowed in the first place if security officials were there. I mean, that at least there are 2 lines or 2 layers of security there. Such an individual making that claim should have been taken up immediately.
We were protesting peacefully. The officer came and told us we should wait for 1 hour, and we were there peacefully. The next minute, the DSS came and they started shooting. This is my leg. This is I dropped a bullet. This is my bullet. Somebody gave order for them to shoot at us. I tell you to dodge a bullet. Look at my leg with the bullet I dodged. Look what happened. Look what happened. This is what I came with. In our station, we went there as early as 7:30. Staying to 1 p.m. There is no officer around to even say yes, they are office officials. It's bad. We want to vote. Please, they should allow us to show our rights. Thank you. No election held in Basa State. We must vote. We must vote. It's not we must vote. Okay. You don't need to vote. Okay. You need to vote.
Okay, it is a rowdy session here. It is a concatenation of erring voices. The people are angry and they want to vote. But over there is the Independent National Electoral Commission's office in Yenagoa. You can see over there are policemen. Those are the policemen that actually came to disperse the crowd. Now, they are trying to keep the peace here, but the people are still insisting that they must vote. However, the resident electoral commissioner, Dr. Hart, has assured the people that even the materials that were stolen have been retrieved. They are going back to vote in Brass, in Nembe, Yenagoa, all the areas where they are actually affected. But we believe something will be done soon and soon enough to pacify this crowd of voters who are concerned about what is beginning to look like that for disenfranchisement towards them. But it appears that matter will be settled. However, they are still surging forward. Here, in the office of the INEC in Bayelsa State, they are making this protest.
As they approach. So do you know what the problem is? Has anybody told you people why the INEC officials are not there?
I don't know yet. They're still making calls because last time in the morning we called, they said they went to Ebema. That is our local government headquarters. From there, the materials and men of INEC will be going to various works. So until now, we have not seen them. We don't know. Many of them we are calling their network, their phone numbers are no longer going. So we are expecting that they will still respond to it because Mburichi from Hajebema is a peaceful area and we are ready to do this election and we are prepared. We have come out in mass to exercise our franchise.
Thank you very much. Yes, and we hope the appropriate authorities will listen to this and do the needful as quick as possible. This is also, there was also a similar case at Akwakuma Girls Secondary School here at Owerri North local government area of Imo State, where you saw protesters, hundreds in their numbers, protesting that INEC officials are yet to be seen at their polling booths. And even they also said when one or two INEC officials came, they didn't come with result sheets, they didn't come with ballot papers, and they are alleging that it's a calculated attempt by some elements, INEC or whatever, to disenfranchise them and prevent them from voting for the candidates of their choice. We hope that the appropriate authorities will do something as quick as possible and also extend the time of voting so these people would not be disenfranchised. Also, relatively, there's been calm, there's been peaceful atmosphere in Imo State, different from what we all expected, because just a few minutes ago, I spoke to the Commissioner of Police, Mohammed Fadi, and he said he's been monitoring the elections, and presently he's at Oru East local government area, where he's also monitoring the elections, and it's been peaceful. There's no record of any violence from any quarters across the 27 local government areas of Imo State. We'll be sure that we'll also always keep you updated with what is happening here, and we'll keep our eyes on top.
Hey, Tokwe, thank you for that. We'll be talking to you in the very near future. So he's saying, Ohaji Egbema, no INEC officials, no INEC materials. Slightly different scenario, which we heard in, I believe, Delta State and Yocha North. Incomplete materials, and then the people are deciding not to. Well, the people in this part are saying they want to, but, you know, this isn't happening. Lots of questions at 4:30 for Professor Mahmoud Yakubu.
Well, he said he's in the situation room, but these are situations.
Which hopefully he is aware of.
Which hopefully he is aware of.
Or is being brought to his notice.
Exactly, because it's not just in the East that these issues are arising, even here in Lagos. I mean, comb the internet now, so Twitter, Instagram, and the rest of them, you'll find all kinds of shades of opinions here and there. And it's really very interesting, as we said the other time. Too many moving parts. One moving too fast, one moving too
slowly.
slow.
Some moving too slowly, some not moving at all, but still moving somehow. It is a tough call. Yeah. It is a tough call.
We have a number of guests who will be joining us. We quickly go on a short break. Of course, Channels Television is bringing you minute by minute, polling units by polling units, as much as we can, state by state updates on the situation in the 2023 verdict. Stay with us.
Mean voting for what will bring further development to their communities. They have also seen that government can work in terms of empowering people. And so I want to believe, even if I have not had that interaction with majority of my brothers in the creeks, that same atmosphere that pervaded the creeks even before this election will continue, where individuals will just go and vote for candidates of their choice. In Delta, we did not attack any of the other opposition political parties because we believe that the major ingredient in any democratic setting is the freedom. Freedom as expressed by way of that the people should vote, freedom in terms of movement, freedom in terms of association. Where we are now, even if this place is more like home to the umbrella, you could see other parties and their posters. We allow them because first of all...
right, Charles Aniegu, Commissioner for Information in Delta State, would like to thank you for your perspective on the elections in your region. Over now to Bayelsa State, where Ovietimi George is also waiting to give us an update. Ovietimi, over to you, please.
Yes, I'm trying to handle a chaotic situation. I'm trying to handle a chaotic situation here. The people are angry and they are pushing towards the INEC office over there, where you can see security men trying to ward them off, not to go beyond this level. The security is trying to keep the peace, but the people are angry. They are arguing that they are being disenfranchised. However, we are trying to convince them that they should go back. Earlier on, the INEC rec told them something. He said he understood their situation, but that the ballot papers and everything, all sensitive materials, are being taken to the local government area.
I said we should wait, and we were patient. 1 hour. After 1 hour, the next thing we see the DSS, we don't know which officers, they were masked, and they came, they started shooting. Not just shooting the air, they were shooting the floor. A bullet scratched my stockings, that smoke came out, and the officer was still calling me for me to come, they want to shoot me. That was what happened, and we were sitting in my PVC, and they smashed on another person's phone.
Okay, that's a sad situation. They're all over here. They're beginning to chant, "We must vote again." Okay.
Yes, we came here some minutes ago, all peaceful, without any drastic measures. We are asking why materials were not at our different polling unit. Why the deputy of commissioner of police was addressing us, the DSS started shooting at us, and look at the phone of my friend being smashed on the floor. Some bullets hit some persons, and we all ran away. We came here with just our PVC unharmed, and this is disenfranchisement of our rights. Shooting at peaceful protesters, Nigeria, that is a failed state.
Okay, that was your encounter. That was what you experienced. What about you, please?
Okay, we came here. We came to our polling unit, polling unit 1715 at Amarata, that's St. Matthias School Field. There are over 18 polling units there, and I don't know if there are up to 55 polling units. Now we discovered that the entire Ward 6, there was no election in Ward 6. So we decided to march to INEC office. One chief came and told us that election is cancelled in Ward 6, that we are not going to vote in Ward 6. So we decided there was no INEC officials. We came here to ask them why are we not voting. The commissioner for police was addressing us. They said we should wait for 1 hour. The next thing we had was gunshots. They were shooting at us, shooting the floor, shooting up. In short, there are over 18 fans. Army is here, civil defense is here, DSS is here, police is here. We only have our PVC. We want to vote. We want to vote. We want to vote. We want to vote.
Well, it's a concatenation of erring and dissenting voices here at the office of the Independent National Electoral Commission. These folks here say they are determined to perform their civic duty. Give some respect to the policemen who are standing behind me here. They have been able to display professionalism even in the height of provocation. But then the people are still determined not to leave here until their demands are met. Earlier on, the resident electoral commissioner in Bayelsa State, Dr. Hart, had addressed them, trying to pacify them. But they say they are not leaving here until they have the opportunity of casting their ballot. What was your experience?
I was in Bansha, Ward 6, Unit 007 and 026. Since 7 o'clock we have been there. The way we are there, we are calling other units. Ward 6, no electoral material from the INEC, no INEC official. Ward 6, no one. Ward 8, no one. The whole Yanagwa, everybody is confused. And we are with our PVC since morning. We are pleading, INEC, please do the needful. We want to cast our votes. Thank you very much.
Okay, I would say this is much we can take for now. Even as the people are still chanting, we must vote. We believe the electoral umpire will address the issue, and for once, this matter will be settled.
We must vote.
Timmy George, many thanks for the update in Bayelsa State. And we still have constitutional lawyer Frank Tietie, who is in our Abuja studios. Frank, it's good to have you back. So what do you make of all these skirmishes and problems with logistics and, of course, people not getting to vote when they should, despite having their PVCs?
All right, what this has convinced me is that the real situation room is what is happening right now on Arise News, because you have a multiplicity of situation rooms across the country, particularly here in the Federal Capital Territory. But I can tell you, none is giving the real time happening as we are seeing it now. When the election started this morning, it started all well and good. Because of the wide range of reports I got from correspondents across the state, we thought that we were heading for an unprecedented election that we can use to boast as a country. But with what we have just seen in the reports in Lagos State and Bayelsa, we are headed for a problem. But there is no need for a cause of alarm. The reason is this. When you look at the provisions of Section 24 of the Electoral Act, and again, I need to make this point. You know, the people element in the election matters a lot. We have very fantastic laws, and it's easy for me to quote the provisions of the law. For example, and I also maintain that, yes, it is not my reasonable contemplation that things will not go well. It is the contemplation of the Electoral Act. That is why in Section 47, it contemplates that if the electronic device does not work, find another one. If the second one you replace it with does not work, postpone the elections. Section 24 now provides that in a situation where there is disruption of election, either by any form of violence or by dereliction of duty, which is in fact an offense under Section 120 of the Electoral Act. It's an offense. Dereliction of duty by who? By officials of the Independent National Electoral Commission, meaning that you can be an official of INEC either by employment or as an ad hoc staff, and then you decide not to show up on election day or at the polling unit. That is dereliction. It is punishable with 12 months imprisonment and a fine of 500,000 naira or both. Let me tell you this. In addition to that, there are electoral offenses, one of which is snatching of ballot boxes or disruption of election. It is sad that a provision such an offense can only be punishable with a fine of 100,000 naira or an imprisonment of 6 months, a period of 6 months. Now, with all of that, that's not enough deterrence. Now, go back to the idea that people can actually disrupt the elections. That's the reason why the Electoral Act, provides for these offenses, definition of these offenses, and the punishment. So what happens? INEC has a vicarious liability each time any ad hoc staff or a full-time staff of it does not do what it's supposed to do or take steps to actually, frustrate the election. The good thing, and we must call for calm here, it's very important that we call for calm, that the idea of substantial compliance does not all the time hold sway, because Section 24 says that whenever a people are unable to vote, it is the responsibility of the Independent National Electoral Commission to announce a new date for the election. So people should stay calm. And then I strongly urge any person now who is watching this real situation room on Arise News to inform INEC about these instances, these these situations going on in Lagos State and Bayelsa State and so many other places. If not, the good legacy that Professor Yakub has worked so hard to leave behind may just be, thwarted by all of these developments. It's important that we are now saying that beyond the initial good start, we are not probably managing the election in the way it should be. However, the law contemplates that these disruptions will come, and there are provisions that remedy these situations. So we might just be witnessing certain elections in certain areas to be inconclusive, or there will be outright postponement of the polls in those areas that are faced with these disruptions and whatever emergencies that the law contemplates under Section 24. You liberals, I want to hear from you because Professor Mahmoud, Professor Mahmoud actually spoke. Okay, before we come to you liberals, okay, so let's go to Anambra State and there's vote counting going on, even though some parts of Nigeria haven't even voted, but vote counting is being carried out in Anambra as we speak right now. Good. All right, while that is still going on, we're still monitoring situations in Anambra State. Let's cross back to Lagos. And in Okota, Ozzy Omokoli is still live there with us. Ozzy, the last time we spoke, progress was slow but steady. Bring us up to speed.
Okay, so we have left that particular polling unit and we moved over to another polling unit that is very close to the largest polling unit in Okota. Here in this polling unit is called polling unit 071. Is Okota 1, Oshodi Solo 2, and is located on Akin Dosumo Street. Now, the electorate here, the community people who came here to vote, they've been complaining that initially that what INEC officials here did was to bring papers, ballot papers meant for Mushi local government, for the National Assembly, and they complained, and nothing has been done about it. And they also complained that they have just one beavers to attend to this whole lot of people, and that the INEC officials did not even come on time. They came around 11 o'clock, and we have a lot of people here who have been agitating that, look, there is no way the INEC officials are going to leave this place except they all have the opportunity to cast their votes. I have with me here someone who also did cast his votes, and he's willing to talk to us. Your name, please.
Okay, my name is Fortune Edion.
Okay, so can you tell us what you have observed from the very beginning? Because I see a lot of people agitating, angry about this process.
Okay, first of all, I want to say that this process is started, has been relatively peaceful. There is no form of violence going on here, but we have some issues that are not going on as we initially planned. The first on the list is that the INEC officers came late. They came around some minutes past 10, and voting started around 10 minutes past 11. So, and when we started voting, we discovered that the House of Rep ballot paper they brought here is for Mushin 1 instead of Oshodi Isolo 2. Secondly, the ballot paper for Senate, there's no Labour Party logo on it. Then thirdly, they came here with only one beavers machine, and it is delaying the process. And then one of the INEC officers is the one tearing the ballot paper. She is the one signing and is the one spinning. This is delaying the process. So it's only one person. So the officers they brought here are not sufficient enough to do this voting process. And then the date pattern the lady is writing on the ballot paper is also very, very long. She writes the long form of the date instead of her to abbreviate the date form so that the thing can be fast, so that she can easily sign the paper and people will vote. But we have told her severally, but she insisted that she be writing that long date, which is making a lot of people not have voted. In this polling unit, we have 711 registered voters, but as at what I have here now is 10 minutes past 3. the number of people who have voted is less than 200. So, and I don't know the possibility of all of us voting till the given time elapses. So I want to call on the INEC officers and everybody in charge. Let them ensure that everybody, if you look around, as your correspondent may have shown you, everybody who is scattered there have not voted. So I want to suggest and I want to plead that they allow everybody here to vote. This is my plea. Thank you so much.
Okay, but you have voted.
Yes, I voted. Okay,
so let's talk to those who are yet to vote. Have you cast your vote? Who? So can we talk to people who are still waiting to cast their vote? Have you voted? You haven't voted. Okay, so why haven't you?
The process here is too slow, please. The process here is too slow. And we have only one beavers here, one beavers machine. I think we need, they came around after 9, and voting started here around 10:34.
Okay, so when did you arrive here?
I was here around, I came around 8, because I live, look, this is my place. So I came here around 8. But up till now, I've not voted because the process is too slow, and we have more people here. Only one beavers and just about 3 INEC officials here. So if they can send more, at least so that the process will be fast.
Okay, so we will also have to hear from the INEC officials. So many accusations have been channeled towards them that they are not fast enough. And please, we would like to hear from you because they've been saying that the process here is too slow.
Yeah.
And I don't know why. Are you having any challenge that you can tell us so that we find a solution to it?
I don't have anything to say.
You don't have anything to say concerning the process. So can we also find out from you, with the situation of things at the moment, will the time of voting be extended?
Okay. I don't have anything to say.
Okay, so the INEC officials are not willing to talk to us concerning whether there will be an extension or not. But from the look of things, it seems a whole lot of people, especially the people on this line who are queuing at the moment, they are yet to cast their votes. And you can see the line, the way it snakes its way towards the back. And a lot of them are still waiting to see if they can do the needful to cast their votes in this 2023 election, especially for the presidential candidates of their choice and the National Assembly representatives of their choice.
Let's come into the studio here and talk to Liberos Anola. And Liberos, Frank was hitting on Section 24 of the Electoral Act. We heard from Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, who spoke and said that every Nigerian will be given the opportunity to vote. And certainly for those that were not able, or materials were not made available to them before 2:30, what is their position right now? And also, because we'll be waiting for another briefing by 4:30, but put all of this in context, what you've seen happen in Ikate here in Lagos State, what is happening in Bayelsa State.
Yeah, before I even go to Section 145(1) and 2, what we see play out, certainly, is the fear that certain persons want to, swing election in a particular direction. Okay. Zioba Legushi, almost said that, but not saying so. And the question you ask yourself is, if you allow people, you make some money from there, you sell your land to people, when it's time for election, you say you don't know them. That's on one side. On the side of INEC, my friend and brother Frank has quoted copiously the provisions of the Electoral Act, what INEC should do. I also want to take your mind to section 145, 1 and 2, what INEC should do that they never do.
Which is?
INEC has the powers, just the same way they employ lawyers to represent INEC at the Election Petition Tribunal. Section 145 empowers INEC. Every electoral offenses that he has also read out in section 151 and all of that. All these offenses are triable at the magistrate court or at the High Court or Federal High Court. And INEC can, and prosecution of these offenses can be by INEC or by solicitors employed by them. But how come INEC after election is never interested in prosecuting electoral offenses the way they prosecute election petition matters at the tribunal? That's where we need to start from, because it is easy to promise people that, look, everybody will be given opportunity to participate in the ballot. But like I said earlier on, election ballot papers and materials are polling unit specifics with serial number. A place where they have been destroyed. And there is no, yes, we're waiting for another briefing from INEC. Thanks to Arise also, I must also say this, that you see, some of these things would have been in the social media and said that sometimes you say some of them are doctored. But we are saying that these are live feeds from reporters. And a lot of people are disenfranchised. INEC officials are not on ground. And if I remember, this takes me back to Donald Duke's interview of 2008, how we rig election, starting from the appointment of ad hoc staffs, ad hoc staff of INEC, where you see some of them are party agents. And so when there are no consequences for their action and inaction on the day of election like this, and then once the results start trickling in, we seem to forget the
results like we are just seeing right now, because live feed from a number of states.
So, and then we forget the challenges faced by majority of the people, and we wait for another 4 years. So, this thing that is happening can cause, uprising, where it is obvious that certain persons are being disenfranchised or intentionally refusal to allow them participate in the process.
Based on section 24 of the Electoral Act.
INEC, one would have expected that INEC, maybe we'll wait for 4:30 for the next briefing to hear that, okay, in areas where materials did not arrive, you want to identify the area and ensure that, the election next Saturday, on Tuesday, or Wednesday, or Monday, as the case may be, that the election will take place in those places. Okay. That will calm free nerves. But if the INEC chairman is silent on that and tell us consistently, like they've said, that they are, monitoring those situations and that they are still, looking up to what will happen without a definite decision on all of this complaint, or a pretense, like the Bayelsa Resident Electoral Commissioner, that they will retrieve these materials and that they will not affect this process, then I think that will not satisfy the cries of people who are saying they must vote. They need to hear from INEC. They want to hear INEC telling them, just like the young man in Okota saying, we expect more hands and we're sure that we'll extend the time for voting. But if that same young man, he gets a call from the headquarters and say, you guys start coming back now, that's what will happen. So INEC needs to be definite, not we're monitoring it. That's why at the beginning I talked about not just logistics, but using technology to monitor the logistics. Areas where materials did not arrive or where the material came late, why didn't they get there? The Resident Electoral Commissioner in Lagos should be able to tell Lagosians why materials didn't get to this place. And this will lead to those fears exercised by people that, how come you are employing a particular logistic company tied to a candidate of the party of the election, to distribute materials for you. So all of these things will certainly come up even after the election. For the fact that it took 4 years to prepare for election, and on the day of election, we still have all of this. Takes my mind back to 1999, where materials will arrive late, and at the end of the day, the materials will leave on the dot of the close of poll. We shouldn't be taking 10 steps forward and 30 steps backward. In 2015, we had card readers failure, but it wasn't this prevalent that you didn't have materials and people were not even allowed to exercise their franchise. This one is different. People are not even seeing materials at all. No INEC officials, no explanation from anybody, and maybe we'll wait for INEC briefing to begin to explain all of those things. Unlike 2015, it's okay, card readers came, but it didn't work. But we resort to incidents form. This one, there's no card reader, there's no INEC official, there is no material. Right. And in places where there are materials, the staff are not enough. You know, somebody needs to explain, what is happening. So that it doesn't look as if, yes, we just focus on the negative. At the beginning, it was, a lot of kudos to INEC that, yes, this is a departure, the card reader was functioning, the beavers were functioning. But look at in some areas in Delta, yes, good. But that you can't say the same of other areas in Delta State, because we also seen complaints from these same places. Most of the states that we have covered today, there is one issue or the other. And that will overshadow whatever, like Tete said, whatever good intention or good work that Professor Mahmood would have put in place.
All right, Liberals. Now, Torira is still riding on this inconclusive narrative with regards to Frank Tietie's statements earlier. I remember sometime in 2018, 2019, the Osun elections that brought in former Governor Oyetola. 2 or 3 local governments were contested. And they had some logistic issues, there were some minor skirmishes, but it was enough to delay the conclusion of that election. So much so that it was extended for a week, before they actually got some kind of closure over the elections. And of course, that was when the Omishore camp was being courted to get more votes from either candidates. There was a stalemate. It was almost neck and neck. Now, here we have logistic issues, INEC not coming every now and then. So are we going to see, based on what we've seen so far, the reports coming in, of a likelihood of this election at one point in time, maybe not everything, but some regions, and like Liberals also mentioned, at some time, some regions might be excluded and be told to have another rerun in those regions that are contested?
I think we're all anxious for INEC to speak to us at 4:30. We do need answers. We do need answers for everything that went wrong today. We need answers as to why there were not enough security agents manning many of the polling units. We need answers as to why INEC officials were delayed. There are many polling units as far as 2-3 p.m. today that have no INEC agents and no answers from INEC as to when the agents would actually arrive. So that will be dependent on INEC's feedback to the nation. We also need feedback onto what will happen from this point onwards. We don't know how many percentage of the up to 90 million voters actually were able to vote today. We don't have those answers. And my brother, you said rigging starts from INEC level, from the ad hoc representatives.
Even from appointment of
absolutely.
Look, sorry, I'm not cutting you short.
Go ahead.
Recently, we had cause to cry to INEC that you have resident electoral commissioners that have performed creditably well, and you gave those elections kudos. You had one from Sokoto, you had one from Anambra, you had one from Akwa Ibom. At the end of the day, their tenure came and they were eased off the commission. People who, who were allegedly, accused of being partisan were nominated to replace some of these resident electoral commissioners. So why wouldn't you have such a scenario? So if you at that level, the same party, APC today, while they were in opposition, touted the waste panel report. We must return back to waste panel report. The president can no longer appoint who becomes the INEC chairman. There must be a process. We had a waste panel report when they were in opposition, but the moment they came into government, waste panel report saw a natural death. Nobody discussed it again. But anyway, I don't blame them. I also blame the current opposition because they went to sleep on their right. And then came the appointment of Mahmood. Mahmoud was appointed first election. You had resident electoral commissioners who also, it got so bad that one was refused clearance on the floor of the National Assembly. Even Loreto Onoche, who was a vociferous supporter of the president, was nominated as a national commissioner until the people and the media rejected it. And so, when you have such an independent, quote-unquote, umpire conducting election, and coupled with the attitude of Nigerian politicians, what will happen to the ordinary ad hoc staffs that will be appointed? It will just naturally flow from there. That's what the point I'm making.
Right. All right, if I may come, I'm sorry, okay. But who should be responsible for nominating the INEC chairman? If the president,
what did Waste Panel report recommend? Waste Panel report recommended that the political parties should be involved in the process of nominating, and then there should be a committee headed by retired justices, and 3 persons would be screened, passing through a screening process, will be screened, and then these 3 persons will be recommended to Mr. President, and then from among these 3 persons, he will still exercise that his power. But that process of screening the persons should not rest squarely in the hands of Mr. President, who also in most cases, his party is participating in the election. So this was a beautiful recommendation that would insulate INEC from the vagaries and dictate of the political party, including funding for the election. But today, nobody is discussing it. We're very okay. Once we conduct one off-cycle election and it seems transparent, we'll sing Uhuru. Until we get to critical election like this, you discover that we conduct a credible election, even this is the last thing we do, becomes the first flat on his face.
Are you in some way, shape, or form saying that this current election is not credible? As of right now.
I have not said that, but the challenges we are saying, corroborating what you have said, that we shouldn't be seeing them after all of this preparation.
All right, let's get some latest reports from Ozioma Okole, who is still in Okota, reporting for Raj News. Ozi, talk to us. What's the latest in Okota? Has there been improvement?
We are back at polling unit 023. That's the Babaiwe polling unit, where we have the largest of electorates in Okota, and the situation here is becoming something else. People are complaining, people are beginning to flare up, and you can hear the voices at the background. Tempers are flaring that the process is too slow, and so far they've not even got into number 200 and something, because
also, permit me to interject at this point. I would like to ask a question. Permit me to interject at this point. I would like to ask a question, because that particular polling unit is quite notorious. Over the years, we've seen electoral violence happen in that particular polling unit.
You are right.
So,
you are very, very correct.
What is so special about that particular polling unit that people are always disenfranchised in every election cycle, or in the recent election cycles we've seen?
Aaron, I quite understand where you are headed, because I know you also live in this particular area, and you know that environment more than I do. So there's a particular man that told us that because there's a kind of block vote in this community, so every election year there's this kind of challenges in having people come to exercise their civic responsibilities with ease. Someone was even explaining, and then he said that the block votes always have that issue. That's why every election year there is always a problem. So tell us your name, and then why you feel that there must always be a challenge here because of the block vote.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Elo Chuku. The number of people here is very big. My number is 814. Why they are still in 200 and they don't come with stamp. They just go and borrow stamp from people that just finished. 1 unit
one stamp for all these people. People are tired, they didn't even come with stamp. Please, INEC should do some this.
Okay, hold on. Do you think it's deliberate?
Why I think it's deliberate. They just do it. Why would they come here without stamp? And they came late. We've been here since 6 o'clock. What time? Look at crowd here. Last election, this is where the violence starts. They should please help us.
Okay, you mean last election in 2019?
Yes. This is where the violence starts. Last election, the other helicopter is roving here. There's no security men here, and we are patient. We don't want violence. They should help us. They don't have to frustrate us. It's bad. And there's no violence. There's no security personnel, and we calm down. We are on the sun.
Okay, but for this 2023 election, there is no violence so far, and security men are on ground compared to last year. Yes. So we need to establish that.
Yes, security men, the soldiers have come here. We have complained. They said they must finish the election. They must finish it. Now look at the crowd here. Let them help us. We are tired of all this mess.
Okay, so there are more additional people around me. They want to speak their mind. They want to air their view that they are tired of every election year they come to this particular polling unit. It is one issue or the other, and they don't know why this is a consistency.
Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Ifeanyi AK, and I'm supposed to be a voter here. This is polling unit 03, Ward 8, 023. You see, the major problem we're having here is we don't have enough INEC staff here. We don't have enough. If you look at the population, we are almost 900 here. And according to INEC, we were told that some of the voters here will be moved. Unfortunately, the INEC list that was supposed to be published was not published because they came in late. And those that were moved, allegedly moved, they don't know. And that's why you have so much crowd here. Assuming anybody comes in here, goes to check the list, if they have pasted the list, the crowd would have thinned out. You understand? Another issue which I think INEC need to address is check the number of INEC staff here compared to, check the number of INEC staff here. There are about 3 of them here. It was 2 before, but they had to second one from another polling unit.
All right.
Ozzy.
Oh. Okay, I think. All right, okay, we just heard from him there. We were discussing while we were having the report about the number of electorates per polling unit, and it's between 500 and 750. So when somebody said that he took a number and it is 831, I'm shocked.
INEC created voting points.
Yes.
What they did, it started during Jega's time. When you have more than 500 voters in a polling unit, they create voting points. INEC sent me an SMS informing me that my polling unit had been changed. And I am also aware that some persons might have changed their numbers. And also in my own polling unit, there were publications of names and voters for claims and objection. And so, getting to my polling unit, I confirmed truly, that's like a week before now, I confirmed truly that INEC had truly and indeed changed my polling unit to another polling unit. So it was easy. It's easy on election day to go to where your new polling unit is. But for some persons that change their phone numbers, I'm not making excuses for INEC. I've been on their neck since, but also there are some facts that are obvious. For some persons that might have changed their numbers, definitely you won't get that, SMS. But also, that shouldn't stop INEC from pasting the names of these persons for claims and objection at the polling unit. So it becomes easy for you to go to this polling, your old polling unit, and check if you're before the election. So if your name is not there, you now know that your polling unit had been changed. But coming to the polling unit on that same day, there are no notices on the wall, and it will be rowdy. And the number of ad hoc staff also should have been increased. But I think that because the number is specifically so, because that number you have at that polling unit ought not to be the number at that polling unit. Some persons might have been transferred to another polling unit, but they are not aware. Why we blame INEC, we also blame some Nigerians who don't take these issues seriously. They wait until the last minute before they begin to verify. INEC also, I'm aware, INEC also created a portal for you to verify your polling unit. And those portals were shared by political parties and persons.
What you are inferring is that those people on that queue have not been accredited, because during accreditation, all this should come to light.
Yes, yeah, because there is no way you can be accredited if you even don't know that that's not your polling unit. So what people would have done would be to verify their polling unit before today. So you know where to go to. So you don't just assume blindly if you were voting in polling unit 002 and then you just go there, even though INEC had moved you to polling unit 009.
All right, Liberals, based on what you're saying now, we have a development. Let's shift focus to Warri in Delta State, where we understand accreditation is yet to commence. Sylvester Idowu, a reporter with our sister publication, This Day newspaper, joins us now on the line. Sylvester, what's happening in Warri South where you are at the moment?
I just left the INEC office. In the morning when I set out to monitor the exercise, the first port of call was the INEC office in Warri, and that was about 9:20 a.m. There was no distribution of materials. All the materials were just stuck in one spot. And I spoke with the electoral officer, who is also a deputy director of INEC, Mr. Kingsley Ogwe. And he told me the excuse he gave then was that the party agents had not arrived. They arrived very late, and that delayed the process. And we took him for his word. I left that place and went to the nearby Uwe local government. As at 11 o'clock, the materials had arrived, most of the polling units and works. In the nearby Okwe, where the governorship candidate hails from, voting started as at the time I got there around 2:30. By the time I was returning to Warri to monitor the situation of things in Warri, since I did not see anything at the time I set out in the morning, I now discovered that most of the places we go to are at 1-2. No electoral material, no INEC officials, and people were hungry. People were complaining. So I had to go back to the INEC office at about 2:30. On getting to INEC office, that was the time they started, deploying officials and materials to the field. As I'm talking to you now, probably some must have just commenced the accreditation process. And in some areas, Ubeji and all the neighboring communities, they are yet to receive their materials. The materials are still on the way. That's the situation in Warri and Everon.
Okay, Sylvester, in view of what's happening, how are people reacting to this development so far?
At Tibudu Primary School, where we have about 6 units, you can imagine the crowd that converged there. They were hungry. As a matter of fact, I had to remove my INEC tag because they didn't want to see anything that has to do with INEC or any government official or whatever, because of they were hungry. But because I knew one or few people there, I was able to, get their reactions. Angry, no INEC officials, no materials. They don't know whether they will vote.
All right, Sylvester.
This afternoon.
According to Professor Yakubu Mahmoud, he says that voting should close by 2:30. So as it stands right now,
voting cannot close by 2 o'clock because it's almost 2 o'clock, and materials are yet
almost
to get
4 o'clock actually.
The materials are yet to get to some units and was in Warri. So obviously they cannot close until evening or late in the night.
All right. Sylvester Du, the sister station correspondent, This Day newspaper in Warri South. Many thanks for your update, and hopefully things will improve there. But the situation is looking pretty grim right now regarding all this. Now, Torira, sometime was it? If you look back, the election that brought in Governor Charles Soludo. I remember then in the studio, we were here for hours. He couldn't vote due to some logistic problems. And we're talking about a high-density scenario here at polling stations. Of course, I wanted to ask Liberals the other time that, okay, fine, how many, machines, BIFAS machines or what have you, would you require for such large numbers of a particular polling unit? Is it just one? And we saw how overwhelmed they were. Now, unfortunately, he couldn't vote for several hours, and he was insisting to a large extent that he wanted others to vote before him until, I think, sometime late at night. That was when they were able to accommodate him then, and he became the governor. But, of course, there were other issues and relating to the availability of these materials. So we talk about INEC evolving over time. And you would expect that all this issue would have been addressed with every election, especially when it comes to off-season election. We get praises every now and then, but when it comes to the big one, the general elections, there seems to be a question mark.
Don't we all expect that progress, development? That's why we're voting today, and that's why it's such a big, important pain point for us to ensure that we want a progressive leader. We want someone different from what we've seen over the past 60 years. We want change, we want development. Once we're able to get a leader that can appoint people who are capable of taking us forward, then we start to see those changes. We're seeing similar scenarios from the past 4 years, 8 years, 12 years. I mean, where do we start to ask for and demand change? But what I'm happy about is that people they are persevering, they're being persistent. No one is backing down on ensuring that this election needs to be free and fair. Our votes must count. We're seeing results coming in. We're seeing, I'm having reports, someone saying their polling unit in Ogun Central, they're already starting to count. We heard that Nkosi Okonjo-Iweala has voted, she and her husband. So we're seeing progress, and we want to make sure that we see progress till the finish line. Whether it takes 12 hours, 24 hours, we're on it, and Nigerians are not backing down this election.
If I may come in, Aaron, where does the Electoral Act come in? Yes, the revised Electoral Act that people have been praising every now and then. Where does it come in, Liberals, in scenarios such as this?
It's INEC rules that plays out in scenarios such as this. INEC, apart from the Electoral Act, INEC also has a guideline that guides the conduct of the election. And for scenarios, like I said, I'll explain. INEC has said when you have more than 500 voters, they've created, voting points to ensure that people vote seamlessly. And one would expect that when you now have more than 500, you should deploy more than one beavers to such places.
Simple logic.
Yes, because that is their guideline. And then there should also be an alternative beavers in the event that anyone fails. But right from the days of card readers, we have also seen that there are no backup beavers in the event that some beavers will fail. So we'll see that there are no backups at all. So that is an area INEC also need to look at in their retreat and in also assessing the outcome of the election. Another thing is this logistics that we keep talking about. It is not enough for you to prepare all year round, and you have 4 years, and you've conducted off-cycle election. On the day of the major election, the big masquerade, you have all of these issues that you ought to have overcome, and there should be consequences for action. If there are INEC officials that have flaunted the rules as laid down, INEC is empowered by the law to prosecute these people, use them to show examples. So it serves as a deterrent to others. And once everybody also is treated equally according to the dictate of the law, then people will have confidence in the process. No matter what, they will tell you, yes, we know that challenges will be there, but we trust the process. And on the issue of substantial compliance, you talked about, your last question before now was on the two local government in Ife, and there was this other Osun. Yes. And also the Dekina local government in Kogi during the Ayabelo's and Abaka Audu's election. Those were local government where the election did not take place. And the number of registered voters in those places was more than the margin of lead. But in cases where you have, these are not local government, these are polling units and materials did not arrive. And so materials did not arrive in this polling unit, but in the entire local government, let's say you have 30 polling units in that local government, materials arrived in 15 or 16, but in 4 materials didn't arrive and people didn't vote.
But it was enough to deter that election for it to be, postponed.
No, I'm talking about the local government. Government. But in this case, you have polling unit in a local government where materials didn't arrive. And once you allow that to happen, it is easy for INEC to say, well, since they are polling units, the outcome is not substantial enough to affect the overall outcome. And that's why, I am saying here that INEC should not give room for all of those issues. Where you won't be able to sit down and ask yourself, this polling units where materials did not come, what is the number of registered voters? We had a look at those number of registered voters in those polling units. But if it's a local government, an entire local government or an entire state, it is easy for you to look at the number of registered voters and then match it against the number, the margin of lead. But if it's polling units, if you take the total number of polling units in some areas that are cancelled or where materials didn't come, and you benchmark it against the number of leads, you find out that it is enough to reconduct elections in those polling units, but we hardly see it play out. So there's need for INEC to consistently look also in that direction.
All right, let's bring in Frank Tete from Abuja Studio. Frank, I want to try to stretch this particular discussion right now, because right in front of me, I'm looking at data concerning how the 2007 election played out, and we had one of the highest turnouts of voters, about 56% in 2007, with 62 million registered voters. And the number has been on the decrease from 2011, 2015, 2019, where it was 35% with 82 million registered voters. We had 93 million registered voters this time around. 87 million plus picked up via PVCs. We're expecting a massive turnout this time around. But reports we are seeing is almost indicating otherwise. Is that the fear that we might not even be able to hit the numbers we hit in 2019, which was 35%?
So it's a combination of several factors, one of which is institutional. That is just playing out as we see, that it means that no matter how enthusiastic the people may be, we could also have systemic failures to the extent that the people can actually be frustrated. It's important that INEC should do everything possible to, let us have credible elections, because it staves off a lot of problems, particularly court cases. The most learned laborious was talking about substantial compliance and how it affects the election in general. It does affect the election, even in small things, concerning especially whether or not a candidate has polled 25% of votes in a particular area or in a particular state. We are looking. Let's take ourselves back to the provisions of Section 134 or the Constitution, the possibility of a runoff. Now, the thing is this. The reason why we saw an increase in the number of voters who actually voted in preceding elections is simply because, well, we're just coming out from a hangover of the military dictatorship of a long time. Nigerians had faith in democracy, in civil rule. That faith has been over the time dashed, especially by the recent development, by the overwhelming, intractable problems that the outgoing administration has faced. Now, in that case, there is need to bring back that confidence that it is actually civil rule that can bring the much needed development. That is not the case. And INEC appears to be toying with that renewed hope that Nigerians have, that indeed the democratic process of election can lead to peaceful transition from one government to the other, and then we can see the expression of developmental agenda or the various candidates, whether for the person who won the post of president, or that we will see in the subsequent elections in the State House of Assembly and governorship.
Frank, I'm so sorry to have to butt in, but we have to go to Mary Chinda in Adamawa State to give us an update there. Mary, it's good to have you with us. What can you tell us about where you are?
So good to be updating you right now. This is, of course, Unit 12, Assistant Commissioner of Police quarters in Ajia Ward, Old GRA Jimata in Yola North, where the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party had earlier in the morning come to cast his vote alongside his wife. Now, this unit had about 700 voters, and right now the sorting is actually taking place. Sorting is underway. Now, for the senatorial and the House of Representatives, that has already been sorted. What is being sorted, as you can see, in the presence of agents, party agents, is the presidential ballots that are actually being sorted right now. As you can see clearly, that is what is going on now. There's been some level of peace. In fact, I would say that there's been no report of any violence in this area at all since the voting had actually started at about 8:30, 8:40 in the morning.
All right, Mary, you say relative peace there. So as it stands right now, as we're still trying to push further, talk to us. I would like to hear from you. What do the people, how are they feeling? And what's their own verdict about the general elections that is still ongoing as we speak? Are they still around, hoping to watch over their votes? What is going on there?
Okay, so honestly, this is one polling unit where the people are not just voting and going away. The people are voting and waiting alongside party agents to ensure that their votes actually count. I'm just going to ask for the camera to be panned so that you can see the people here who are eagerly, waiting for these votes to be sorted, collation to begin to take place and all of that, and, to know who wins in this particular polling unit. It's a big deal. It seems to be a big deal for voters right here, this polling unit. I mean, they're all here. They're waiting. They just can't wait to find out who takes the day for this particular polling unit, which also is the polling unit where the PDP presidential candidate had to cast his vote.
Mary Chinda from Yola, Adamawa State, many thanks for the update. Hopefully you'll give us more as the day continues. Back now to Frank Tietie in our Abuja studios. From all the narratives we have so far, what is your projection for this election going forward into the governorship elections as well?
It is not yet time to draw a conclusion. Voting is still in progress in certain places. We haven't seen many instances of disruptions coming from northern Nigeria, which has a bulk number of votes. In that case, we still see some reasonable compliance going on over there. The earlier reports we've got about on governors and other party stalwarts that have voted, especially in the regions in the north, show that there is some hope that this election will come out fine. However, with the fact that this real situation we're watching here on this bulletin shows that there is a need for INEC to act fast. There is also need to address these issues to calm frayed nerves, because it's very easy for persons with high aspirations to turn such into any form of violent expression. That is what we don't want. And I can boldly announce that there is absolutely no cause for alarm, even when things don't go right, because the law has a way of making provisions when there are wrongs or when things don't go according to expectation. Especially for those polling units that are unable to carry on the voting process, there is a very strong possibility that there could be, extension or postponement. But one thing must be clear. If these elections are not substantially held in compliance with the Electoral Act, we will have a lot of court cases. This is an unprecedented election. It hasn't happened like this in our country's history, that we have contending forces in the character and in the personalities that we have currently in the All Progressive Congress, the PDP, the NNPP, and particularly the Labour Party. The Nigerians are waiting with bated breath that something significant, a shift from the ordinary, from the old, is about to happen. And it is a moment, it's a turning point for us in this country. Having witnessed elections, and that has been a big problem. It's not because we're practicing presidential federalist democracy. Even when the colonial masters handed over in 1960, 1962 was very, very bloody in Western Nigeria. And then 1964 federal elections was also terrible. So we've had a history of failed elections. Nevertheless, we've managed through. Nigerians have been through a very big conflict, considering the fact that it was a civil war. Everything is being done to avoid any form of disenchantment that will lead to any conflagration in that magnitude. That is the reason why I go back to the headline of this day today, that this is the moment of truth for Nigerians, because we are now coming face to face with who we are, how prepared we were, how much we really desire to have a transition to a stable democracy, which we can be proud of. But again, this moment of truth has put our institutions, particularly INEC and the security institutions, on trial. I hope in the long run, they will not be found wanting, and Nigeria can make the much needed progress that we have waited for so heavily for this day.
All right, I want to say many thanks to you, Frank Tietie, for your time here on the show. It's been labeled, the 2022 general election has been labeled the mother of all elections. We'll be going on a quick break. When we come back, we'll continue Nigeria Decides. Don't go anywhere.
Citizens have made up our mind to change this government because we have suffered a lot. Whoever said that this government is favoring him, it's left for him, but it's for myself. Openly, I'm saying that I have suffered a lot.
There are people who can do that to bring Nigeria together. People who can bring this country together. And more especially, we people of the Southeast, is supposed to be a mandatory to every source and daughters of Southeast to come at a man to make sure that we cast our vote, because this is the greatest opportunity to us.
That's why if I have opportunity to serve, I serve the people and not steal their money, because it's by His grace.
I am very optimistic.
just appeal to them to continue to keep peace, maintain orderliness, and maintain peaceful environment for democracy to take proper root.
We definitely are very certain that the People's Democratic Party will win the elections nationally because we put in a lot of work.
I'm happy that at least I have voted. I was a bit worried when I got here by 8:30 and there was nobody.
For most peaceful campaigns all over Nigeria, one of its kind, as long as the elections are adjudged to be free, fair, and just.
Nigerians, the 2023 Nigeria General Elections is here. Ensure that you have your PVC and locate your polling unit as you set out to vote. At your polling unit, queue and present your PVC for accreditation by INEC. On receipt of the ballot paper, vote discreetly for the candidate of your choice. Remember, there are standards of behavior required of voters on election day, and violators may be arrested. No buying and selling of votes. No intimidation or coercion of voters. No canvassing for votes, shouting of party slogans, or display of party symbols at polling units. Nigerians, the time has come to exercise your franchise. Turn out in full and cast your vote for the candidate of your choice. This message is brought to you by Policy and Legal Advocacy Centre, PLAC, with support from the UK Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, FCDO.
Me, I'm not afraid of that man.
Me too.
What can you really do?
I hope you people are discussing about paying me my rent, oh.
Oga landlord, calm down. We are discussing about the upcoming elections.
Nonsense. Don't tell me to calm down. Your mates are at the Akamata Community Square selling their votes for 5,000 naira. But you are here doing what I don't know.
Oga landlord, do you know that 5,000 naira spread over the next 4 years is just 4 naira per day? Is this what we should sell our votes for? God forbid.
Oga landlord, wise up. We must vote in the right people this time, instead of selling our votes to people who have nothing good to offer our community.
That one is your business. You ladies better go and collect yours, if that will help you gather my rent at the end of the month. Do not listen to people like this landlord. Election is not a business venture. It is your civic duty to your country to help elect the right leaders who will create a better life for you and a great future for your children. Do not sell your future. Do not sell your vote. This message is brought to you by the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, with support from the MacArthur Foundation.
Hello, welcome to Able to Vote Guide. Able to Vote Guide is a voter education series to increase the participation of registered voters with disability and the society at large. My name is Jake Epele. I'm the CEO founder, TAF Africa. Let's get started. On today's episode of the Able to Vote Guide, we will focus on the Independent National Electoral Commission initiative called INEC e-School. The Independent National Electoral Commission officially launched an online training platform for electoral officials as part of its commitment to deliver a free, fair, credible, and inclusive election. The Electoral Institute developed an e-learning website and app called INEC e-School. The goal of the platform is to enhance the overall effectiveness of electoral training. The system is built to provide a cutting-edge experience of electoral training using face-to-face and virtual approaches by integrating text-based audio and video. The website is a user-friendly platform with courses for supervisory presiding officers, assistant presiding officers, and collation officers, deliberately intended to enhance the capacity of poll workers, INEC staff, and the public. To access the INEC e-School website on your browser, visit inecschool.org. You can also visit the Google Play Store to download it at play.google.com. Remember that every person with disability participating in this process has a legal right to priority voting. However, in a situation where you have lots of persons with disability in a polling unit, special queues should be maintained to quicken the process and give priority to people with disability to cast their vote with dignity and privacy. This message is coming to you from TAF Africa with funding from the European Union and supported by our media partner. For more information on the activities of TAF Africa, follow us on our social media, visit our website on tafafrica.co. See you on the next episode of Able to Vote Guide. I remain yours truly, Jake Epele. Bye.
As you adjust to the new realities for operating your business and engaging with your customers, let us help you transform your business into a digital powerhouse capable of adapting and taking advantage of today's opportunities. With our best-in-class array of digital solutions, you can conduct your business, receive payments from your customers, and perform transactions quickly, safely, and conveniently, because we've got you covered with the right people, technology, and service offerings. Contact us today and let us take your business to its zenith. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
$34 million hectares of arable land. Over 200 million people. One nation. Home to Africa's fertilizer company. Dangote Fertilizer. Pure urea fertilizer. With one single-minded passion to feed Nigeria. Every bag is a potential, an aspiration to turn this green nation into the biggest food basket of Africa. Dangote Fertilizer.
The Independent National Electoral Commission INEC will conduct the 2023 general election using the bimodal voter accreditation system BVAS. On election day, the BVAS equipment will be used to accredit voters by verifying their fingerprints or facial photographs. In each polling unit, every voter must be verified and authenticated before they are allowed to vote. Any intending voter whose fingerprint or facial photograph is not verified by the BVAS equipment will not be able to vote. With this, one man, one woman, one vote is assured. As no one can engage in multiple voting, neither can anyone use the voter cards of another person to vote. After polling, the BVAS equipment will also be used to transmit election results electronically from polling units to the INEC result viewing portal for everyone to see. BVAS will eliminate multiple voting, identity theft, or impersonation. The BVAS will guarantee one man, one woman, one vote. INEC, making your vote count, consolidating our democracy.
This message is brought to you by the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC and the Center for Democracy and Development CDD with support from the Osiwa Africa Foundation.
Imagine your wallet can be everything. Well, almost everything your bank is to you. That's exactly what First Money Wallet is. First Money Wallet from First Bank is another swift and seamless way to bank from your mobile phone. It doesn't matter if you have a First Bank account or not.
nor the mobile network you use. Everyone can open a First Money wallet, and it's very easy. Your phone number is your account number. With First Money wallet, you can send money using just a phone number, receive money, pay bills, buy airtime and data for yourself or someone else, and in check balance. You don't need a bank account at all or BVN to enjoy the boundless possibilities First Money wallet offers. All you need is a registered phone number, and you can fund your wallet easily through your First Bank account or any bank account and debit card. What's more, First Money wallet is highly secure with fingerprint technology and PIN. And when you need cash, just walk up to any First Money agent near you to withdraw money. No smartphone, no wahala. Just dial *894*1# on any phone. So it doesn't matter if you live in the city or the remotest part of the country. With First Money wallet, your transactions are easy, seamless, and secure. Download the First Money wallet app now. Input your phone number and follow the prompts, or simply dial *894*1#. All money now on First Money. You first. First Bank.
The Dangote Group stands at the forefront of African enterprise. Since 1978, we've touched the lives of millions of people by meeting their basic needs. Our belief in the promise of Africa has taken us into 14 African countries, with substantial investments that will propel the continent towards greater prosperity, promising jobs, improved standards of living, and economic growth. Dangote, for an empowered Africa.
My name is Abdurrashid Bawa, the Executive Chairman, Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. I want to use this medium to urge all Nigerians to eschew all manner of electoral fraud, either through vote buying, vote selling, or fraudulent manipulations of electoral processes. I'm fully persuaded that we can run our electioneering processes devoid of any form of criminality. Let us all be committed to a free, fair, and credible dealings in the exercise of our democratic rights. Thank you.
Report any electoral fraud to the following numbers. You can also send any relevant information to info@efcc.gov.ng or to all our social media platforms at official EFCC. Also, use the EFCC mobile app, the Eagle Eye, to report. Your vote is your power. Protect it.
What is really happening in Akamata Market? It seems these people don't want the election to hold.
I hope you're broadcasting to the world must hear.
No. Is that how you people share sensitive news like that without verifying it? If I may ask, which news platform published the news?
Jojo sent it though.
Jojo? Is that not the same Jojo that posted a fake election result the last time that almost caused a riot?
You know they forget something.
No. In this election season and after, one must be very careful. Or do you want to set the country on fire?
Haba! Fake news is a threat to a free and fair election and to peace and security. So, before you share any news, check to be sure the source is credible. Check if there are supporting credible sources. Read beyond the headlines. Check the author. Check the date. Check your biases. Ask an expert or send to a fact-checking organization for confirmation. Say no to fake news. This message is brought to you by the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, with support from the UK government.
Glad to have you back on the special coverage of Nigeria's election 2023. And of course, we've still got Toriera Liberus with us in the studio to discuss all of this. Liberus, just before we went on that break, we were talking about the Electoral Act, Section 47, subsection 3 or thereabout.
Yes.
What are the features therein?
I did say, if you look at the provisions of Section 47.3, it says, where a smart card reader or any other technological device deployed for accreditation of voters fails to function in any unit, and a fresh card reader or technological device is deployed, but the election in that unit where it fails and if a fresh card reader is not deployed, the election in that unit shall be cancelled and another election shall be scheduled within 24 hours. If the commission is satisfied that the result of the election in that unit will substantially affect the result of the whole election and declaration of a winner in the constituency concerned.
So in plain terms.
In plain terms, what this means, the section gave with one hand and took with another. So if, the caveat there is if, in the opinion, in the eyes of the commission, the results, that polling unit will affect the overall outcome. If it will not affect the outcome, then everything goes as planned, even if election did not hold in that polling unit. So it is not in every case where election did not hold in polling unit or card readers didn't work that the commission will conduct another election within 24 hours. So the commission can tell you that they have reviewed these places where election didn't, card readers failed, and it is not, the numbers from there will not substantially affect the outcome of the commission, of the result. That's section 47.3. So that's why the commission, to douse the fear and the tension that this would create, should ensure that the card readers, the beavers deployed must work. And here, it also gave room for usage of a backup. Another one is deployed. But situations where you don't even have any at all, or the ones that you have is not functional, then there is a problem. And this idea of having 800 people at the polling unit, 900 at the polling unit, people also, voters, also should learn, despite all of this WhatsApp information that people are sharing, verify your polling unit, verify your polling unit. You wonder why people didn't take advantage of this verification of polling unit. And political parties, earlier, political parties also need to set up a robust voters awareness and voters education, department, because they're the beneficiaries of voters education. So if the political parties are not educating their voters well enough, and then you have situations such as this where people don't even know their polling unit and then they go to the wrong polling unit and clog the polling unit, you're going to have these challenges. So while we're blaming INEC, there's also the need for us to blame the voters and then the politicians, because election should be a holistic thing. INEC would provide it is for you also to be aware and participate in the process, so that you don't give INEC the opportunity to say your non-participation is not substantial enough to affect the outcome.
I put majority of the blame on INEC and the leaders. In this day and age, 2023, whereby the world is surpassing us on so many decisions, so many economic points in life, there's no reason why every vote should not count. Every vote matters. There should be no excuse for beavers' machines not working, not functional. There should be no excuse for Nigerians campaigning, rigorously analyzing the entire election process, rigorously leaving their work, their call of duties to say yes on the 25th of February 2023, a date that we've all known for many months. They want to vote. There should be no excuse for INEC's process to not be as efficient and as progressive as possible. INEC said they deployed security, they deployed heavy soldiers to Lagos State. It's the same Lagos State that we're seeing thugs disrupt the election process. At what point do we start to demand that things should be done the right way? We all have key performance indicators, not our points of duties. We go to work. We have responsibilities that we must execute on. And we must say that, INEC, your responsibilities, we demand that you execute to Nigerians without suffering, without making us go through hardships, without making us go through long lines. And at 4 p.m., many polling units are still unable to vote. Many INEC agents have not arrived. We need the answers. We need to make sure that hardship is not on the citizens and that the leaders take responsibility.
All right, okay.
And why is it that it is in most places where you have this large turnout of voters that either the beavers is one and then you have fewer hands? Why is it so? Because all the places that we have seen our field officers, visited today, where you have fewer number of people, you see the beavers working effectively, and then the people are coordinated and organized. But polling units that consistently have been, flashpoint, remains flashpoint, that you have so, large turnout of people, and yet the machine is slow. The people who are manning these machines also, are not enough.
Now, my question is this. I try to, as we are slowing down, because we are literally counting down, because it's almost 4:30, and we'll be expecting another briefing from Professor Yakubu Mahmoud talking about the INEC chairman, and we'll be hoping to hear quite a number of things and clarifications on a number of issues. But before then, probably let me play the devil's advocate. We'll know our true number after the elections when the population census is actually conducted. Are we too big a nation? And is the geographical territory too vast that probably we're not cutting INEC enough slack? Because there are a lot of maybe force majeures that might play into INEC not performing their duty as much as or to the extent they should. Because you're talking about key performance indicators. But sometimes there are force majeures that you cannot legislate against. There are some things you cannot just envisage. Looking at all this, because INEC claimed they were ready. Now we're seeing things unravel.
But look, first and foremost, let's also appreciate the fact that we're not dealing with INEC just at the national level. At every state level, you have resident electoral commissioners.
As expected.
At every local government, you have the electoral officers, the EOs.
As necessary.
So the essence of, division of labor is for effective process to run smoothly. So if you're being an electoral officer in a local government, you should understand the terrain, you understand the logistic challenges. So it is not that Mahmoud is in Abuja and Mahmoud will supervise or superintend the logistic across the federation.
INEC has faced. Of course, time after time, we hear that INEC offices in several states were burnt to the ground.
Not in Lagos here. We're looking at areas where the machines, the beavers, the polling unit where the beavers arrived late.
Yeah.
And areas where the beavers also were not functional, like in Rivers State. So these beavers are not warehoused in INEC office at the headquarters. They are all kept at the states. And they are distributed to local government before election, and then distributed also to rack centers 2 days before. And on the morning of the election, they are distributed to polling units. So that said, now, you know the numbers. You registered the voters. You distributed the permanent voters card. So already you have the data of people you are expecting. You are conducting a party. You made provision for, you gave out 500 invitation cards. And you are preparing food and drinks. You prepared for 150 people. And you say, oh, you see, we should cut you some slacks. In Lagos, they will even tell you if you distribute 500 invitation cards, make room for 1,500 people. So it is the same thing here. So you have the data. You gave out the cards. In some areas, you prepare that everybody you gave card to will turn out. And so the law has made robust provision for you. If a machine is deployed and it's failed, there's room to deploy another one. In your press briefing, you also assured people that look, we have backup machine. This machine, the way it works is that it doesn't need, internet. So you allay the fears of people. There are areas where they have security challenges, like the chairman has said. Yeah. Those ones are force majeure. There are areas where you have mishap. Those ones are, issues beyond your control. But the ones within your control, you were the ones that conducted the registration, you distributed the cards, the machines belong to you, you printed the materials, and then you employed the ad hoc staff. You requested for money, budget, to manage the process. On the day of the election, ad hoc staffs, some of them are complaining that they have not been paid. Materials are not enough in some areas. And the machines are not functional. And in areas where they are functional, your staff can't attend to the number of turnout. You would have envisaged all of this. I agree the process is not as easy.
No, it's not.
But you were given time to prepare for it, and this comes once in 4 years.
Let me add to that a bit. So we don't want to make excuses for regression in leadership. We want results. We want success. We want to move forward. If a position is too big for someone to execute as we expect it to be executed, they should hand over. They should ask for more help. They should solicit support in every way, shape, or form. If there was more money that was needed, speak about it, speak up. We want that when we put someone in a position, we want them to deliver in a seamless manner, not in a manner that will bring upon additional hardships. We're tired of hardships. We want progress. We say, oh, Nigeria has 200 million, a population of 200 million people, so maybe it was difficult for INEC. No. I wouldn't even give that excuse. Because let me give a scenario. A company, Amazon, has over 160 million customers. Amazon delivers on time. So you pull in these various parties that need to help you execute.
You're advertising for them.
Well, I'm just saying, that's just an example. Amazon delivers. If I order today, I get it when they say I would get it. And I wouldn't listen to excuses. We as Nigerians, we need to start standing up for what our rights are. It's no excuse for INEC to tell Nigerian citizens that there's substantial reason for this election to not hold at your polling unit, so it's going to be discarded. Every vote deserves to count. That's what we've worked so hard for. We've all known that the elections today would hold. There was no postponement, and we expect that it would hold and that every Nigerian's vote should count.
All right, Toyora, my concern right now is the issue of the possibility of apathy. Those who are aggrieved, if they don't find any closure today regarding their ability to vote with their PVCs and everything, what becomes of them? And governorship election is just right around the corner. So are they encouraged in any way to vote?
You also need to look at the voters' behavior. Nigerians take the presidential election more seriously, and every other election they are uninterested. And
that's, I guess you could call that tunnel vision. It's all about.
Yes. So there's a focus on just one election. A lot of people want to participate. The other one, they feel, I'm not too interested. But ordinarily, the one that should interest us most should be the local government election. If the structure, the proper structure of governance were in place, where the government at the local level should be more important than the man who is even the president, because the president drives policies, plans, and programs. But the government that should be closest and it should deliver projects, dividends, what we call dividends of democracy, should be the grassroots at the bottom. But unfortunately, it is not so. And then we also use this as an excuse. Let me tell you, until in 2019, we had to be going to people's houses to come out and vote. I'll tell you, it's the same thing with the same people. Even at some point, some persons describe Nigeria as a zoo. We don't want to be part of it. Until Peter Obi came into and then they suddenly realized that, oh, look, we have a candidate we believe in. It shouldn't be so also. You should consistently participate in the process, join political parties, make a change. So you don't have to wait for a messiah to come before you now suddenly wake up to say we want to be part of the process. And if you say today, yes, INEC, with what had happened, you'll be disenfranchised, so I don't want to participate in the process next time, what that will do for INEC is also give them excuse not to prepare for you when you eventually want to participate. With what has happened, yes, there are, it's disappointing, it's frustrating. And I also think that INEC should find a foreclosure to it. But if the event that they are not, I would say we shouldn't relent. Nigerians should not relent. They shouldn't be frustrated. Because we don't have institutions. What we have are, you know, institutions dictated according to the whims and caprices of the person who is occupying the place. And so the tendency for them to want to frustrate you out of the process will be there. And if you allow them, it becomes...
Okay, sorry to have cut you short, but let's actually just go to our Abuja studio and let's bring in a member of the CDD Election Analysis Center, Jack Jackson. He joins us from our Abuja studios. We want to say thank you very much. And Jack, just bringing you in on this. Let's start it off. So far, so good. Give us your assessment as the elections are still going on. Results are being collated. Talk to us. Give us your overview of the 2023 general elections.
Okay, thank you so much for the CDD Electoral Analysis Center. We have some key indicators with which we use to measure the performance of the election and conduct our analysis, and we call them the 5 I's, and these include variables like identity, information distortion, as well as insecurity. And so far, from our preliminary reports we've gotten so far from our observers, about 4,900 observers that are deployed all over Nigeria. The analysis and reports we've gotten so far, the key issues that we have now is the issue of the institution capacity, as well as insecurity. With regards to institution capacity, we are referring to the electoral empire, INEC itself, and so far so good. We got reports across the country of late arrival of materials and late arrival of INEC staff to the field, and we also hear about pockets of issues where the beavers fail to accredit the voters instantly, so that's extended the time electors had to wait on the queue to vote. And from our analysis, part of the concerns, logistics concerns, which we mentioned earlier, the pre-election press briefing we gave, we mentioned earlier with regards to how quick and how swift electoral materials will get to the polling units. Places across, especially in the coastal communities of the Niger Delta, where the communities have this difficult terrain of moving materials from the INEC office in Yenegua, for instance, or Port Harcourt, for instance, into the creek. So that caused some delays and for electors to get accredited on time and also vote on time. We also got feedbacks, although some unconfirmed reports of insecurity challenges too, that happened across the country, across the zones, in the South and Southwest zone. But our team is still working and monitoring those reports closely to confirm the veracity of those reports. So far so good. That's what we've gotten so far.
All right, Jack Jackson of the CDD, we will come back to you shortly, but we have to go to our correspondent in Kano State. Benga Ashiru, what more can you tell us where you are?
Thank you, Aaron and Nee. What more can I say? Indeed, no other city in Nigeria tells of massive turnout, as you can see here. We are live at the Jigiria polling center. We reported earlier on about the massive turnout, that some people at this polling center have been here since as early as 6 a.m. But unfortunately, voting started very late. We understand that voting started as late as 1 p.m. It's quite unfortunate that for a set of people that have what you can call a deeply religious ideology, very determined to tell their story, to own their story, they are still here. And I tell you, indeed, vigilance is the eternal child of liberty. These people are really determined to tell their story, and they have a high sense of ideology when it comes to choosing their leaders. And as you can see eloquently here, the massive turnout of voters. What a sight to behold when you talk about a political pageantry of Kano people. But let's try to find out what is the reason for this delay. As you can see, it's also an unfortunate paradox that the massive deployment did not go well in terms of crowd control. You can see children that are obviously minors at this polling center, which should not be. This polling center is a very important one because it contains about 17 polling units. That tells you how significant this polling center is. But you can journey along with me to find out from the officials of INEC why voting is coming this late. Hello. Hello. Sorry. Okay. This is from Arise News. Can you just tell us the process so far? We understand that voting started around 1 p.m.
Please, I have nothing to say. Please, I have nothing to say.
Nothing to say. Okay. Please, can you speak to us?
Sir,
how has been the process so far in terms of the voting process?
it was good. Everything is moving smoothly.
Okay, so why did voting, we understand voting started at 1 p.m. Is that true?
No, it's not true. It started at like 12 p.m.
12 noon?
Yes.
Okay, but voting was meant to commence 8:30 p.m. So what was the reason for the delay?
So me, I was here since yesterday. I was waiting for the materials to come, but unfortunately they delay us.
Did you try to find out why the voting materials got here late?
No, I was just waiting.
Hello?
No.
Okay. But any reason so far on why the materials got here late?
I don't know the reason.
Do you feel secured because we can see barely almost a light presence of security here? What can you tell us about security in this polling center?
No, the security are doing their best.
Okay. You can see the response from the officials, quite understandably, that.
Okay. Permit me to come in at this point because there were reports that Kwankwaso's polling units, there were clashes between NNPP supporters and APC supporters, that there were heavy presence of the military after the clash. Talk to Ross, confirm that to Ross. Did anything like that happen? Because you were there.
Yeah, you know, I told you earlier on, Aaron, that we will be departing for the Kwakwanso polling unit at Madobi local government, which was just about 2 hours drive from Jigiria local government. So we got there quite early. We captured the sights and sounds. Indeed, there were some pockets of skirmishes, a major one where we could not really ascertain, but what the the root of the matter, but what we gathered there was that the supporters of Kwakwanso, who understandably were members of that stronghold, who the majority of the voters seem to be a supporter of the Kwakwanso movement, that's NMPP. But they saw a car that came in with some materials, and they demanded to know the contents of the materials. And when we got there, the driver immediately took off. So it was after that we reported the light, barely little or no presence of security. In fact, there wasn't any security presence as at that time when we reported this case. But immediately we saw immediate deployment of both the military and other security forces at the polling center at Kwakwanso local government area today, immediately after the incident.
Very good, Benga. Just a quick one here. Can you confirm the composition of those voting around you? Because we saw some kids, and the very thought of underage voting, shouldn't be a limelight here. What can you tell us about those young people around you?
Like I reported earlier, the crowd control is awfully poor. Is nothing to write home about, and that must have presumably given way to it must have presumably given way to children penetrating this polling center, which shouldn't be, because by law the age bracket, the minimum age bracket to participate in this exercise are from 18 years old. So, but we can see obviously the penetration, the presence of children at this polling center, and likewise at Kwakwanso local government area at Madubi, Kwakwanso polling center at Madubi local government area. So this is a big minus indeed for the credibility of this election process.
All right, the Independent National Electoral Commission released the data and said that for those that collected the PVCs, Kano ranks second, just behind Lagos State. Is this reflective in the turnout of voters today?
That does not reflect the presence of what we've seen at all the polling centers we've visited. We've seen the presence of children at the polling centers, and they are obviously minors. But if they are here as spectators, we've not been able to ascertain if they are here as voters or as spectators. But it would have been better if that was clearly controlled by the security agencies. They shouldn't have allowed minors to participate in this process, whether as spectators or as voters. You recall that the IGP earlier announced the deployment of 400,000 security agents, but this is a far cry from that.
Shiri reporting from Kano State. Many thanks for the update. Now, in other news, the presidential and National Assembly elections was conducted in a peaceful atmosphere in Maiduguri, Borno State, where the vice presidential candidate of the APC Senator Kashim Shettima cast his vote. Now, despite the delay in commencement of the electioneering process at Shettima Kukawa polling unit 023 due to late deployment of election staff and materials, the APC vice presidential candidate Kashim Shettima said he was overwhelmed with the turnout of voters.
I fervently believe, and every patriot in this country believes so, that what unites us surpasses whatever that divides us. What is important for us as a people, irrespective of differences in political affiliations, religious persuasions, tribal or sectional background, is after the election is all and done, we hope we need to unite for the greater good of the nation. The hope of the black man rests with the people of this country. 1 out of every 4 black men is a Nigerian. We can't afford to mess up this nation. This is why I want to call on all our compatriots to go out and exercise their franchise. I just did mine about 30 minutes ago. I'm an eternal optimist, and I'm also a political realist and a strategist. I believe we are going to win this election.
Now, meanwhile, the Kaduna State Governor, Nasir El-Rufai, says he has received reports that ballot boxes and beavers machines were snatched in some polling units in southern Kaduna. Speaking to newsmen at the polling unit in Ugwan Saraki, El-Rufai said that the snatching of ballot boxes is inconsequential because of the technology being put in place by INEC. The governor also expressed displeasure with the low voters turnout in the state.
So far, up to the time I came here, everything has been going on smoothly. There have only been 3 incidents. Last night, a rice mill was attacked by people suspected to be PDP thugs. The police is investigating. This morning, we got reports of 1 incident in southern Kaduna, where beavers or ballot boxes were snatched, and in Soba, where there was another incident of 2 ballot boxes being snatched. Of course, these are no incidents at all, because whether you snatch ballot boxes or beavers or not, these days it doesn't matter. The technology has gone beyond the primitive rigging system that the political actors are used to. So I must commend INEC for these improvements. So far, everything appears orderly across the state. All the reports we are getting are positive. My only concern is low voter turnout. People are not coming out to vote. I want to use the opportunity to appeal to everyone to please come out. You have once in 4 years opportunity to pick your leaders, and you should take it seriously. It is the leaders that you select today that will run the affairs of your state and your country for the next 4 years.
Kaduna's Governor El-Rufai there. And after casting his vote at his hometown of Otueke in Bayelsa State, former President of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, expressed confidence in the 2023 electoral process, while also noting that it can be consolidated upon in the subsequent exercise.
I thank all of you that are involved in the electoral process. The election, the INEC staff, the media people, the security and the government for where we have reached. Sometimes things look so easy, but practically it seems a bit difficult. But I'm happy that at least I have voted. I was a bit worried when I got here by 8:30 and there was nobody. But this is almost to 12, but at least I have voted. That means that the election has commenced in this, at least in this unit, maybe some parts of the world, and the materials are yet to get there. But we have tried to have started the elections. My wish for Nigeria is for us to conduct a peaceful election. And for us who are politicians, our conduct matters a lot. And I always tell politicians that, look, yes, you can win election through unorthodox means, just like using violence to win elections or buying votes and so on. But when you do that, you are behaving like an armed robber or a con man. Armed robber makes money through robbery, but everybody knows that it's an armed robber. A con man makes money through deceiving people, but everybody knows that it's a con man. They are not decent members of society. Politicians are supposed to be decent members of society. So we must conduct our affairs very credibly, that both our supporters, our relatives, and so on should know that politics is a clean business and allow people to vote who they want at any level of election. My plea is we, the politicians, the security people, the INEC operatives, should do the best for the country. The whole world is looking at us. So many senior global citizens are in Nigeria because of these elections. They want us to succeed, and we must not fail. Yes, the beaver is improvement on the corridor, and I believe it will be better than the corridor. I don't think we are moving backward. We may still have some issues. It's technology. Even your phone, you have problems with your phone. Even if you buy one of the best smartphones, sometimes you still have problems. So I'm not expecting that the whole country that the beaver machines will work perfectly, but it's a significant improvement, and at least there's an attempt to improve on the methodology. The only thing I request from INEC is that in terms of distributing materials, this should improve on that, because it appears they are using the same method to distribute materials. A place like Bayelsa State, when we have only 105 wards, in fact, by 8:30, it's really before 8:30. I've been observing elections in other countries. In most cases, everybody will be ready 30 minutes before the voting time. Everybody will be ready, including the voters who vote. Everybody will queue waiting just for that time based on the law. But here, to 12 before we vote, that is not acceptable.
Our Rise News correspondents have been covering the elections. But now, what is the situation in Edo State? Adibe Emeonu, a reporter with our sister publication, This Day newspaper, joins us to give us live updates. Adibe, I want to say thank you very much. We heard about disruptions of elections in Edo State. What can you tell us? Hello, Adibe? Yeah. I think we've lost them materially. They would try. All right, so we have live pictures. We've been expecting this briefing. It's 20 minutes late, but nevertheless, INEC Chairman Professor Mahmoud Yakubu is briefing the press.
The United Nations and head of the UN Office for the West Africa and the Sahel. I also saw Comrade Chris Isibuzo, President of the Nigeria Union of Journalists. But I have also seen my colleagues from different parts of Africa. We also have, so permit me to recognize Mr. Saka Lafia, Chairman of the Electoral Commission of Benin Republic. Thank you, Mr. Lafia. Thank you very much. We also have Mr. Aliu Momar Njai, Chairman, Electoral Commission of the Gambia. We have our own sister, Mrs. Jean Mensah, Chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Ghana. And then another sister, Davideta Lansana Brown, Chairperson, Electoral Commission of Liberia. Another sister of ours from Southern Africa, Mrs. Elsie Ngikembua, Chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Namibia. We have Barrister Issa Kasuna, Chairman, Electoral Commission of Niger Republic. We have Justice Jacobs Mwambagele, Chairman, Electoral Commission of Tanzania. And then my good friend, Mohamed Kone, Chairman, Electoral Commission of Sierra Leone. And there are other officials of other electoral commissions. So, ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to the second briefing of the day. Our intention at this briefing is essentially to give you an update. Some questions were asked in the morning. We said we will provide an update. The first one is the attack in Goza. Goza is in Borno State. And I want to report that the military has confirmed that it was an 81 millimeter mortar attack on two facilities, including a filling station near INEC office, but no damage to INEC facilities and no casualties. Some people were injured and they're in hospital. We wish them a speedy recovery, but no destruction of INEC facilities and no disruption of the electoral process. So that is the update on Goza. Unfortunately, we continue to lose some of the bimodal voter accreditation system devices. I reported in the morning the loss of devices in Delta and in Safana local government area of Katsina State. But unfortunately, we also lost 3 Beavers machines in Ayamelu in Anambra State. But we have recovered from all these losses because we have contingency arrangement to respond to any such attack. There were issues arising from the commencement of the process in Abia, in Imo, and in Kebbi, among other places. I'm happy to say that the process is right now ongoing in Abia. The polling units will remain open well beyond the appointed hour until the last person on the queue before 2:30 votes. In Imo, the process is ongoing except a few RAs or PUs marred by insecurity and thuggery spread across 7 local government areas. And the situation in Kebbi State is stable. Voting is going on mainly in Birnin Kebbi. But earlier it affected Birnin Kebbi and a part of Argungu, but mainly in Birnin Kebbi, but voting is ongoing. But we have a situation in Bayelsa State, particularly in the capital, Yenagoa, where in 4 wards, wards 4, 6, 8, and 14, involving 141 polling units, the process was disrupted. We remobilized security. The situation is calm for us to proceed with the process, but the youth corps members express some apprehension of going back. So we met with the security agencies and we have decided that voting in these 141 polling units, where the materials are actually intact, will take place tomorrow morning. Remember, we're not only doing presidential election, but we're also doing senatorial and federal constituencies. So it's good as much as possible to recover and conduct the elections so that we can conclude the processes. So the youth corps members who are going to serve as presiding officers and other categories of ad hoc staff are agreeable to the election holding in these locations tomorrow. In Lagos, we have been closely following the situation in Okota, Mofoluku, Oshodi, and Elegushi. We have been able to normalize the situation in a number of places, including Ikate, where voting is ongoing. So we'll keep our eyes on the processes in the other areas that I have mentioned. Polling units in a large number of areas closed, and sorting and counting of ballot papers have commenced. Between the last briefing and this one, we have taken a proactive step by meeting with the Inspector General of Police, the National Security Advisor, and the Commandant General of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. The idea is to strengthen security as we move to the next stage of the process, which is the collation of results in locations where voting has been concluded at the polling units. I would also like to say that in Edo State, we had a situation that we handled yesterday. One of the parties whose acronym is on the result sheets, but the logo is not on the ballot paper, in a federal constituency. After meeting with the stakeholders, the decision was taken, since the materials are intact, to countermand the election. So we have suspended the election for Esan North, Esan South, and Igweben. The ballot papers will be reprinted, and the election will now hold along with the state constituency elections on the 11th of March. That is in the next 2 weeks. We are determined that no Nigerian should and would be disenfranchised. So we have been responding to some of the situations as they arise, and we are going to do so overnight. There may be no opportunity for us to brief Nigerians again between now and tomorrow, but if need be, we'll make an announcement and do a briefing before we then open the collation center tomorrow. So this is the update on the situation nationally. But as I said, observers, the media, and all others are also keeping their eyes on the processes. And would like to hear from you what you have seen and what more we need to do. In my earlier briefing, I said that the technology actually optimally performed, generally speaking. We're really happy nationwide. This is the first deployment in a major national election. And the technology has given a good account of itself. Yes, we have lost ballot boxes here and there, but it appears that the target of thuggery is now the bimodal voter accreditation system, the DVAS. We will continue to protect the process, and will continue to proceed courageously to ensure that we conclude this in a very free, fair, and credible manner. We are willing to listen to your comments and take suggestions and observations. But as I said, we are in the middle of the election, so we'll take a maximum of 3 interventions, because we have to go back to the situation room and to continue to monitor the situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman, INEC. Please, if you want to ask any question, maybe make your observations or make any comment, kindly indicate. The mic will be brought to you.
Good evening, Chairman. My name is Harry Awurumibe. I report for Prompt News, online newspapers. Mine is, you mentioned when you were briefing us that beavers, from the information you have gathered across the nation, have performed optimally. But then the bad guys are targeting beavers. And knowing now, and you've met with the chiefs of security, now counting has started. And those beavers are going to be brought to racks. And the bad guys, especially in Lagos, and I'm from Imo State, Okigwe in particular, Olo, Osu, they're going to target the beavers and hijack them. What are you doing about that?
Good evening, the chairman. Good evening, colleagues. I am Princess Ekwi Ajide of the Anambra Broadcasting Service. Sir, I want to know what will happen to the results that will emanate from Urokwe Primary School and Umwezilibu Hall or Zobolo, where the ad hoc workers did not come, but voters volunteered and started the work. So incidentally, in some places, the voted, they did the accreditation and waited for some hours before they started voting. So what will be the outcome of the result from that place? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman. My name is Ogochukwu Okoronko, and I report for Radio Nigeria. A colleague of mine that went to vote at Tungamaje FCT Health Center polling unit said that out of the 5 polling units, that thugs came and made away ballot boxes belonging to 007 and 014. He now said that the people now mobilized and started beating them before the police came, dispersed the people, and later now went out again with the ballot boxes and the ad hoc staff. So for people that were supposed to vote at 007 and 014, voting ended for them. So she's now asking, will there be another opportunity for them to vote, or is that the end of the voting experience for them?
Thank you. Please
sorry, just
allow
follow up, sir.
Honorable Chairman to answer those questions, please.
Okay,
Please.
sorry, I crave your indulgence. I know that there are many, many people who have many good questions to ask and suggestions to make. But we are in the middle of an election. And we have to go back to our situation room. That's why we have limited the interventions to 3. I'm sure there will be another opportunity for us to respond, to hear from Nigerians. After all, in our situation room, we have the ICCC, the INEC Citizens Contact Center. And through our social media handles, you can still contact us live and direct, and we will be able to respond to the issues you have raised. And so many Nigerians have been responding and drawing our attention to situations which we have in turn also been responding. So I crave your indulgence. I'll respond to these 3 quick interventions, and then we go back to our situation room. The first one is the security of the beavers, particularly now that we are going to the next stage. At the polling units, remember, after the ballot papers have been sorted out and counted, and the result sheets duly signed by the presiding officers and the agents of political parties, will snap the picture of that result sheet and upload on the IREV portal. So the question is, what happens? This is partly why I said in my opening statement that we met with the security chiefs, the Inspector General of Police, the National Security Advisor, and the Commandant General of the Security and Civil Defense. Yes, people are targeting the beavers, but remember also, in our planning for the election, we have made contingency arrangement. In none of these areas where the beavers were targeted was election not held as a result of the absence of the beavers. The highest number came, as I said, from Sapana local government area of Katsina State. And as I said earlier in my first briefing, the police, working with the commission, have arrested the hoodlums and recovered 3 out of the 6 beavers, and the manhunt for the other people is ongoing. So we have taken sufficient measures to make sure that we protect the beavers' machines. Remember, we will use the same machines in the next 2 weeks for the governorship and state assembly elections. So we're not joking with this situation at all. It's critical to the conduct of credible elections. Princess from the Anambra Broadcasting Service, results emanating from a primary school where voters volunteered to conduct the election. I know that the Commission appreciates the work of volunteers. That's why we rely on ad hoc staff or temporary staff. But these are staff engaged by the Commission, not staff who engage themselves on behalf of the Commission as good Samaritans. So I'm not aware of the specific details of this situation you describe in Anambra, but as soon as we go back to the situation room, I will place a call to our resident electoral commissioner in Anambra State. So we'll find a way of dealing with this situation. Finally, the issue of Tungamaji raised by our sister from Radio Nigeria, that thugs made away with some of the election materials before voting could be concluded. So are we now going to resume voting in these locations again? So what we'll do immediately after this meeting is to call our resident electoral commissioner for the Federal Capital Territory and find out exactly what the situation is. Surely, if there are still voters on the queue at Tungamaji, what I have described earlier will apply to that location as well. Anybody who had, who was on the queue before 2:30 will be allowed to vote, even if voting goes well beyond the official closing hours of the polling unit. So we'll find out as soon as we leave this place. So once again, I thank you and I thank Nigerians for their understanding and patience. We are making really very, very steady progress and will continue to ensure that nothing truncates our democracy or truncates the will of the Nigerian people. Our allegiance is to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and our commitment is to the Nigerian people. I thank you very much. But before we close, in case there is need to issue another statement again, we will at short notice inform the media because they are here. But as a matter of course, I would like to invite you at midday tomorrow for the official opening of the National Collation Center for the 2023 general elections. We hope later tomorrow we expect to have some of the results of the election coming from the states, particularly for the presidential election. So the situation room, the collation center for the presidential election will be opened at midday tomorrow, Sunday, the 26th. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
INEC Chairman Mahmoud Yakubu there giving us some narratives on how the elections have gone so far. Talks about attacks on INEC facility in Goza, loss of beavers in places like Delta, some parts of Katsina, Anambra, and he says there are some contingency on the loss of those items. He also talks about issues in election commencement in Kebbi, Imo, and of course in Abia, and of course some skirmishes in Lagos, Okota, Mafuluku, Legushi, and of course some parts of Oshodi. So North talks about contingent arrangement and that the election is on a very steady process, using his exact words. And we have Liberals still with us. Yeah. How does that instill confidence on the electorate so far? Yes, problems here and there, but we're still where we are.
Yeah, I think briefings like these are good to at least, bring people up to speed of what is happening, and also to show that INEC is aware of most of these happenings. But that's also, had not answered quite a lot of questions. It raised more questions than answer. INEC is aware of the situation happening in Mafuluku, Oshodi, Isolo, as he said, the Elegushi area that yes. Normalcy had returned and voting had commenced, but I don't know how true that statement is. So why this area? So I will crave the indulgence of INEC really with what had happened. Is need for them to appraise the number of registered voters in this area and possibly give them an opportunity at a shot at the ballot again, because these people might likely be disenfranchised for no fault of theirs, not because they were not ready to come vote, and because of skirmishes here and there, despite the briefing of the security agencies. But you find, like, even while we're here, receiving a complaint from Ojuelegba, Cold Street, and Co. that security attention is required in those areas as, you know, there are thugs attacking voters. So, in these areas, we shouldn't allow the thugs, the beaver snatchers, to have their way always. There's need for INEC at the end of the process today to appraise all of the areas where you have challenges, and if it is, you know, much, there's need for them to visit, you know, the provisions of the Act, like we have identified, and give opportunity to these places to, you know, redo the process. That will also go a long way in imposing confidence in the people. That yes, INEC heard their cries, and so INEC had given them opportunity, you know, to do it again. But if you just hear their cry and then you're looking through the process and at the end of the day nothing is done, you know, you just foreclose the issue like that without giving them a foreclosure. It's kind of also discourages people, you know, to have faith in the process, and also, you know, you just lost hope completely. That look, why can't we just do one thing right for once? I think INEC should look at all of those, you know, in appraising, you know, the entire process at the end of the day. And then there was something instructive that he said. I really did quite get it. The Igwebe in Edo State, where elections had been countermand, and that I don't know whether it's the presidential election or the parliamentary election in those areas, because he said the election would take place on the 11th alongside the other one. So if it is the presidential election in those areas, that means we have a long time waiting for the presidential election result. But if it is the parliamentary election, then we should expect presidential election result, you know, to come in as soon as possible.
All right, so you also mentioned that elections will take place tomorrow in Bayelsa State. Some of those places that elections did not take place today. But let's bring in Jack as the political think tank talking about CDD, impressing on INEC to extend this voting period. Why is the CDD insisting and impressing on INEC to extend this voting period? Talk to us. Impressing on INEC to extend this voting period.
Okay, yeah. So as that was contained in a preliminary press briefing, that INEC should ensure that every citizen that is out there to vote, that is on the queue before 2:30, should be allowed to vote, no matter how long that takes. So citizens are definitely going to be ensured that they exercise their franchise. So just like the INEC chairman said, that in those places where elections are moved to tomorrow, like in Bayelsa, for instance, citizens are going to vote, and we also stated that categorically in our press brief that provision should also be adhered to. Yeah, but okay, that's that.
All right, Jack, we'll come back to you, but we have Benjamin Warrior from Ebonyi State reporting from us for us there, rather. Benjamin, what can you tell us about the situation where you are?
Yeah, the area is very calm. Election across the polling unit were peaceful, credible. You know, the INEC officials started distributing the materials as early as 7 o'clock this morning. And of course, the voters turnout is quite impressive.
Okay, Benjamin, what can you tell us about the security scenario where you are? Were there any skirmishes, and was there enough personnel on ground to make sure things go smooth?
Absolutely, there is high security. Even as we are coming back from monitoring, it was a tug of war. The security men, you know, we are very lean, they were serious, everywhere was calm and peaceful. It was only in one local government, atiku, the local government, that we heard that some people were kidnapped, but we also learned that security people security action and the victims were all rescued. So far so good. The atmosphere is very calm. Security people, we are on their earth to ensure that everywhere is peaceful.
All right, Benjamin, I want to say thank you very much for your time. Let's come in straight to the studio here. Let's still look at this. Professor Mahmoud actually spoke, and he highlighted the fact that, like our reporters have actually mentioned, Okota, Mafoluku, Oshodi. And Legushi, although he noted that in Ikate, voting has begun.
Yes. I did get some feedback too that in Elegushi, Ikate, voting has started and they're clamoring for people to come back and exercise their rights to vote. And I'm happy he mentioned that because we do deserve free and fair elections. That's a phrase we've been throwing around for so many years. Free and fair. But if it's not ensured that every citizen gets the right to vote, then it's not fair in any way, shape, or form. We have citizens who came from the diaspora, who flew down, left their jobs, their families, just to come and say, I want greater Nigeria, we want a progressive nation. And you mean that we would allow thugs to dismantle the entire process and then say we have some substantial decision to make and say that, oh, this election will be nullified? It's not possible. We have to ensure that across the nation, we do our very best to ensure that citizens who want to vote, citizens who took the time out to go and get their PVCs, citizens who took the time out to pick up their PVCs, exercise their right today to vote for their candidate, the candidate that they believe is best to take us forward as a country.
All right, thank you, Toyera. And Oba Deoye, our correspondent, is at Obalinde area of Lagos to give us more insight on situation there. Oba, over to you. What do you make of scenario over there?
Yes, counting of ballot continues in several polling units around town. Just coming from Surulere some moments back, and at the various polling units that were visited, they have already completed the counting of ballots with the results transmitted already. But here in Obalinde, you can see this unit has it's a very populous unit with so many voters, and that is why you see counting of ballots still going on here, and people are still, they are counting the ballots with the electoral officer here. You can see some of them using their electronic devices to record the proceedings, while many are just, following them by counting. Okay, you can see what is happening on the camera there. So, moments ago, I was at Surulere, where I visited a polling unit at the Falfolu Junction in Surulere, and the report we got there that took us there was that some thugs came in a minibus to create commotion at that polling unit, and we saw two empty shells of bullets at that polling unit because a stampede was created and people ran away. And at the end of the day, we were told that the thugs, went away with the ballot box of the presidential election, leaving behind the ballot boxes of the senatorial election and the House of Rep election. So as it is right now, many people were injured in that polling unit, and were told that they are nursing their injuries in their respective homes as we speak at the moment.
All right, okay, Oba, you've mentioned this as it stands right now. A lot of people, what's the security presence in Obalende? Because usually it's one of those flashpoints a lot of people were expecting things to unravel in. What's the security situation there?
Yes, the security men are at alert. You can see them. I don't know if the camera can see them. You can see their truck. They are at alert, watching the proceedings of the election here. They are just some meters away from the point where the ballot is being counted. Everything is in order in Obalinde. We have not heard of any clash or any violence whatsoever across Obalinde. I agree with you that Obalinde is one of the flashpoints when, elections take place. But today, I have not heard or I have not seen anywhere where there is any clash or any violence in Obalinde right now. I want to give kudos to the military men, the police officers, and other uniformed men on duty. They have comported themselves so very professionally in this election. And in many places that I visited, they are practically on holiday
because there was nothing really to tend to, except perhaps in Ikate, Elegushi, which I visited some hours back at one of the polling units in that area. We were told that some thugs also invaded them, destroying election materials, ballot papers, tables, the cubicles, and what have you. There we saw a detachment of military men with an armored tank. We also saw several policemen and other police officers in that place, but they were able to restore peace and orderliness in that environment before we left the place. So practically on the overall, policemen and other uniformed men in places that I visited have been on holiday, so to say.
Very good, Oba. Now, in densely populated areas such as the scenario behind you, how would you say the logistics is like? Is it enough in terms of the beavers machine and, of course, other materials as well, and in other places you've been to?
I think there's an issue with INEC logistics in this election in some of the places that we went to. In Lekki, for an instance, where the popular musician turned politician voted, that's Banky W. Election did not start there until around 19 minutes past 12. The election was supposed to start at 8:30, but it never started in that place until around 19 minutes past 12. We have about 3 to 4 polling units on that spot. So if you look at that, it's like it's a minus for INEC in terms of logistics provision for the election. We have not had too much of the beavers failing in this election, but we have had cases of elections starting quite behind schedule. We also got to a place in Victoria Island as at maybe 11:30, between 11:30 and 12. The election materials had not arrived at particular polling unit. So beyond the lateness of election materials getting to polling units, the beavers machines and other things worked very well in places that I saw, that I visited.
All right, many thanks to you, Deoye, our rights correspondent, for bringing us the latest from Obalende. Now, moving on to Oyo State, where the governor, Seyi Makinde, has cast his vote at his Ward 11, Unit 1 polling unit along the Iwo Road axis of Ibadan, the state capital. Now, in the chat with Arise News, Governor Makinde describes the election as seamless, while hoping that the will of voters would prevail. Arise correspondent Olutayo Famous Cole has more.
The late arrival of INEC election materials and personnel in parts of Ibadan, the Oyo State capital, did not stop prospective voters from exercising their rights as they patiently waited to vote. Security agents also mounted strategic points in a bid to forestall any breakdown of law and order, and so as to increase confidence in voters.
Let us all obey the law. The rules are there, let's follow it. And we all have reason to say, thank God, Oyo State remain peaceful.
Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde arrived at Ward 11, Unit 1 polling unit, where he met many persons yet to vote as at 10 a.m., but called for patience. After eventually voted, the governor described the voting as seamless while hoping that it will reflect the true yearnings of Nigerians.
They should be patient. The process is ongoing, it's seamless, and they should exercise their civic responsibility.
In other parts of town, residents trooped out en masse to cast their ballot, while others took to the streets to play football, saying that despite the initial hitches experienced at the commencement of the voting, the biometric verification and accreditation system, BVAS, was largely effective.
I think so far it looks quite peaceful, and everything is progressing well. From where I've been to and where I casted my votes, it's obvious that INEC were there on time, and most people actually casted their votes quite early.
The only reason that I see is that maybe the current situation of our country
I mean, the cashless policy that caused everything. That is first. Secondly, the INEC official, they did not come here early today. I think they just arrived now, maybe 30 minutes past.
INEC official, they are late before they come this morning. If we are outside before they come, because I've been outside since 7 o'clock. So, and I'll go there to go and take my number. So before anything, I'll go back to go and take my first.
The expectations from this cross-section of Nigerians is that the winner of the presidential election would help to deliver more dividends of democracy when he is announced by INEC. Olutayo Famous Call, Arise News, Ibadan.
Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike has voted in today's presidential election, finally, after he complained about the functionality of the beavers in his polling unit. Governor Wike has come out with his wife, Suzette Eberechi, at polling unit 7, Ward 9 in Rumwe, Precom in Obia Apwo local government area, but could not vote because the beavers machine failed to accredit their PVC. After over 2 hours of waiting, a new set of devices were employed and the governor was successfully screened to vote. However, his wife could not vote for the second time as the machine again failed to accredit her.
You can imagine the large crowd, meaning that so many people will be disenfranchised, and that could lead to a lot of crisis. I can even still believe that of all the promises made after I've left my wife for more than 2 hours, yet the beavers is still not very functional. I don't want to begin to suspect any foul play, but from the reports I've received from other local governments, it does appear to be the same experience. And then you now wonder why should it be peculiar to Rivers State. I don't want to make any suspicion yet, but I don't think it's quite encouraging. Yeah, my people cannot be disenfranchised. You can see we've never had an election where you have this number of crowd. I believe that they will extend the period to 6 p.m. I mean, look at the time now. Voting ought to have started from 8:30 to about 2:30, but we're just starting. So I'm not happy with the preparedness of INEC as regards to the beavers.
Still making the rounds, let's cross over to Kano State, where Benga Ashiru joins us. Benga? All right, Benga, let's actually get the latest. The last time we actually spoke to you, processes were slow. How far has it gone right now? Okay.
Now, back to that region, if I may, Liberos, Governor El-Rufai mentioned the word inconsequential when it comes to ballot snatching. And my question is, isn't this denying the voters their rights, when you take away that ballot? And of course, it still boils down to the same thing that, Oh, okay. We still have, we'll take that question later. Benga Ashiru is back online. Benga, what more can you tell us? What's the latest update where you are?
Thank you, Aaron and Nee. We are live at Gamma B Ward in Kano, the ancient city of Kano. And interestingly, this ward has a very unpleasant antecedent. It's known as the origin of the inconclusive center in Kano. So you can see the massive deployment of security forces from different security agencies here to ensure that everything is orderly. And live here with us, we have the Commissioner of Police for Kano State, CP Mohammed Yakubu, live with us. Welcome to Arise News.
Welcome. Thank you for coming.
Yeah. How would you rate the security deployments in terms of orderliness of the conduct of this election and in terms of its peaceful conduct?
The deployment we have is very good. We have a good number of men drawn from not only the police but other security services. They are all here doing their work diligently.
Yeah, but we visited some of these polling centers at Kwakwanso polling center at Madubi local government in the stronghold of the hometown of Senator Rabi Musa Kwakwanso, and we saw the crowd control there, which was quite awful in terms of organization, and the security presence was little until we cried out, and before we saw the arrival of security forces there. Could you explain what actually?
Yes, the point you were quite outside. The policemen were doing their duty inside. They were protecting the materials for the election. They couldn't have left them to just be going about outside. In fact, that team was led by an SPO. They were there about 14 of them were there with one SPO. So police presence was good there, and they were doing the duty we sent them to do.
Yeah, we saw the massive presence of minors, children, obviously, from their look, indiscriminately, unchecked at various polling centers. Couldn't this have been better organized to prevent minors from penetrating, from being part of this voting exercise?
It is very difficult to determine by mere appearance who is a minor or not. Most of the ones you are seeing, maybe their genetic, their growth rate might be impaired. So I don't know. All those that you see voting, they are those that have been approved by INEC, and I cannot change it.
Okay, thank you, CP Mohammed Yakubu, the Commissioner of Police for Kano State. We wish you and the rest security agents the best of luck as you ensure a peaceful conduct of this exercise. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
All right. Back to you.
Go ahead.
Okay, Benga Shiru, thank you very much. Okay, back to you in the studio here. Of course, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu actually spoke, and we'll also be getting Jack's opinion about this. He mentioned some major talking points, one of them being that elections have been postponed in Bayelsa, in 4 wards, 141 polling units in Bayelsa State till tomorrow, 26th. So, and of course, he also mentioned we'll be getting reports about that in Eson North, Eson South, and the Gweben, where it says elections have been postponed till the 11th of March. More clarity will be given. But first of all, let's start here in the studio. We spoke about this.
The one for Eson North, South, and Igwebe will not hold tomorrow because, according to the INEC chairman, ballot materials had been destroyed and in some cases snatched. And so they will have to print another ballot papers in those places. Were they destroyed or that? No, political parties' logo were not on the ballot.
Ballots,
and so there's need to reprint the ballot so that will give everybody opportunity to be part of the process. Otherwise, that would be, giving room for cancellation of that election.
What does this mean for the electoral process?
So there's needs. If it is the presidential, then that means we'll have to wait a long time for a result to come, because if it is the presidential election in those areas that is postponed till on the 11th, that means you need to conduct elections in those areas for you to add the number of votes from those areas to the number that voted before you determine the actual outcome of the election.
Very good.
But if it is just the parliamentary, then the presidential election result would have been announced, and then the parliamentary election would hold simultaneously with the state parliamentary election and the governorship election in that area. But I need to get clarity, like I said before, I need to get clarity on that. But for the Bayelsa that is holding tomorrow, that means all materials are available, but that for logistic reasons, election could not hold in this polling unit. And so that's why they would, according to, in compliance with the provisions of Section 47.3, there's need to hold the election within 24 hours,
All right,
which is, tomorrow.
Liberals, very good. Would like to hold your thought on that. We have Ozi Okoli in Ojota, but Okota rather, area of Lagos. Ozi, you're in Okota now. What more can you tell us?
We are presently at the polling unit of 070. This particular polling unit is experiencing a challenge, and that challenge has to do with uploading the results that have been already acknowledged by the INEC officials here. And if you look around, you see a huge number of people who have vowed that they will not leave this place until the results are uploaded. Luckily, the INEC officials were able to upload the results of the House of Senate and then representatives, that's the National Assembly results. But the result for the presidential candidates yet to be uploaded, and they have vowed that they will not leave this particular place until it is done. I have some other, one or two persons here who would like to talk to us concerning the situation here, especially how it all started. So you tell us your name.
Okay, my name is Atiku Okorom, one of the registered voters for this polling unit, which is 070 Otubajo Akim / Ezemebo Drive Junction. We started right on time. Our INEC officials showed up. I was the first person to cast my vote. And before 2 were all done. And of course, to keep in terms with INEC's guidelines, we waited to 2:30 for the results to be counted and then for us to verify that it was okay. And since then, we've been waiting for the upload of the results. Well, we waited a bit, and there were some agitations here and there. People were very upset, angry over the whole situation. And after we had intervened and people had tried to achieve some calm, they were able to upload the National Assembly results. But unfortunately, it is still quite surprising, and we're still asking questions why that should go through and the presidential results are yet to be uploaded. Because those who have cast their votes here have vowed that the officials will not leave this polling unit until the results are uploaded to the site, which is the requirement, and that is what it should be. So, and we're wondering why of all the results, the presidential elections, the results are not being uploaded. So we are asking questions, please, what is going on? You understand? And we are waiting. We are here. We mean business. We are going nowhere. And for the sake of these INEC officials who we are feeling for, we need these sites to come up, to open, and allow them upload these results so we can return back to our homes. We mean for a peaceful and fair election. That's what we stand for. Thank you.
You can see the cheering and the jeering based on the fact that they really meant business staying here to ensure that the results are uploaded. It is no longer the case of accreditation or INEC officials, beavers, malfunctioning or whatever. The problem here now is the uploading of results to INEC server.
Much Ozi Okoli for the job you've actually done. And coming to you, Jack in Abuja. Jack, of course, we've just heard from Ozi speaking in Okota, one of the places that Professor Mahmoud actually mentioned as having security challenges. Of course, he mentioned Mafuluku, Oshodi, and Legushi. I want to get your overview because he mentioned quite a lot of states and the security challenges they are encountering, and more importantly, that hoodlums and detractors certainly have been targeting these beavers machines, although RFI says that it's to no avail. But talk to us about these developments we're seeing actually play out.
Yeah, so our sense around the insecurity challenges we face across the country is this. In as much as we know the beavers is a game changer, and this election cycle, we've seen the zeal for Nigerians to register to get their PVCs and also to come out and vote. From our observation, the the amount of citizens turning up to vote, it's becoming it's impressive so far, and we have to look at the political economy of the entire election security and economic environment. So before the elections, we've already we've thought of this with the economic hardships with regards to scarcity of the naira and also scarcity of fuel. Analysts have seen that it's a way to suppress vote buying. So we've anticipated that skirmishes and violence in this nature may likely come up to disrupt the elections. And like I mentioned earlier, one of the key indicators we use for our analysis is its identity. And Nigerian politics historically has been the issue of identity, right? And the current election, it's really heightened with regards to the identity situation. So where voters have to weigh between
Jackson, I want to say thank you for your time.
Ethnic.
As Nigeria still decides, we'll be stretching our tentacles to Edo State, where Adibe Emeyonu, a reporter with our sister publication, This Day newspaper, is there in Edo State to give us clarifications. Adibe, talk to us. Professor Mahmoud Yakubu spoke about Edo State, Esa North, Esa South, and Egweben. What's the latest?
Well, the latest is that the INEC has stopped the election in that federal constituency because of the missing logo of Labour Party. First, when the voters discovered that, they protested that without the Labour Party logo, there will be no election, and the REC, yielded to that request and postponed the election. But every other election, the Senate and the presidential election held in that very federal constituency.
Permit me, Adibe, just for clarity's sake,
yes.
Is it, so are we talking about the presidential elections, the Senate and House of Rep elections that has been postponed till the 11th of March, or what's the situation?
No, it's the federal constituency, that is the House of Representatives election in that House.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, got it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
All right, Adibe Emeyonu of correspondent in Edo State, many thanks. Torira, I asked Liberals this earlier. I still have to go back to El Rufai's statement regarding inconsequential nature of ballot snatching, and aren't you still denying the voter that right to vote at that point in time?
I mean, I think I just received a message saying if majority of citizens vote, if there are a few skirmishes in Lagos here and there, that it doesn't affect the entire turnout of the election. Election should still proceed, of course. But as much as possible, in everything we do in life, in Nigeria, in your polling unit, in your ward, you want to do it to the very best of your ability. And that's just basically our expectation from INEC. We always want the very best. I mean, we watched earlier a police officer or a security officer said, we cannot detect if those children are underaged or not. We have identification cards. We have varying means of being able to check. But I think to almost every visible adult, we can see that certain ages are beyond, lower than 18 years old.
Okay, Liberals, picking up from that particular point, because you've been amused about the eligibility of those that actually showed up. The police officer said he cannot detect with the naked eye the ages. They might be having deformities, he says. I would have been
shocked if he had said otherwise, because if you remember, in 2015, 2019, there were allegations of underage voting, underage registration, you know, from that part of the country. And the allegation, the answer, the response was that some of them, even from the INEC polling unit staff, is the fact that, when you raise these issues, their parents will come and say, yes, they are 18. How do you say he's not 18? You know, so it's, and there's been this consistent complaint about underage voting. And we seem to accommodate it. And, you know, it's also, when you're reporting from that end of the country, you also have to be very careful so as not to, you know, cross the borderline, because little things can trigger unrest in those places. So especially when you have such number of crowd, in some cases, you know, largely uneducated, and so you want to also maintain a certain position. These are some of the issues that Sanusi Lamido complained against, that led to his ouster from the throne. And then I'm bringing me to El-Rufai. El-Rufai has said this ballot, these beavers that were stolen are inconsequential because at the end of the day, they'll be useless in your hands, whether you snatch them or not. But I agree with you that if those machines are the machines that are specifically designed for those polling units, you would have deprived those voters of the opportunity for accreditation. But with what had happened in the case of Wike's polling unit, we see now that you can have a backup. So if those machines are stolen and there is a backup, then it becomes just useless in the hands of those that have stolen it.
Liberals Oshoma, Ola Torera, Majekudumi, Oniru. I'd like to thank you all for joining us in this special coverage of the elections. And of course, the viewers and our reporters out there doing justice to Arise News coverage of this momentous occasion. Ani Uilo, and of course,
I'm Aaron Akirijola, and our coverage continues as we hand it over to our Abuja studio.
Citizens have made up our mind to change this government because we have suffered a lot. Whoever said that this government is favoring him, it's left for him, but it's for myself. Openly, I'm saying that I have suffered a lot.
There are people who can do that to bring Nigeria together. People who can bring this country together. And more especially, we people of the Southeast is supposed to be a mandatory to every sons and daughters of Southeast to come out a man to make sure that we cast our vote, because this is the greatest opportunity to us.
That's why if I have opportunity to serve, I serve the people and not steal their money, because it's by His grace.
Very optimistic.
I'm very confident with what they are doing. I just appeal to them to continue to keep peace, maintain orderliness, and maintain peaceful environment for democracy to take proper route.
We definitely are very certain that the People's Democratic Party will win the elections nationally because we put in a lot of work.
I'm happy that at least I have voted. I was a bit worried when I got here by 8:30 and there was nobody.
Most peaceful campaigns all over Nigeria, one of its kind, as long as the elections are adjudged to be free, fair, and just.
Everyone dreams of owning a home, but not everyone has the budget. We understand this, and that's why at Meridian Park Estate, everyone has a fair chance to own a home in Ajah and environs. Over the years, we have consistently and creatively delivered homes at prices that beat the market by about 20% and still furnish them with a flexible plan that makes payment convenient. That's why when our clients fear for price, we confidently say, not even your budget can stop you. Don't let your budget stop you from owning a fully built 3-bedroom maisonette duplex in Ajah for as low as 9.99 million naira key collection deposit and spread the balance over a period of 24 months. For more details and inquiries on how to save millions on a home in Ajah, visit www.meridianparkestate.com.
See my shoulder, make you rest up on me. You know I got you. Let me be your friend indeed. My money don't show now. I don't keep some for you. You know go so far. Cause anything I get now for me and you. Yeah. How are you, my friend? How do you do, my friend? I know sometimes it feel like say nobody sent you. That's when I did for you, my friend. How are you, my friend? How do you do, my friend?
Get 1 hour of YouTube data for 50 naira or 3 hours for 130 naira on the MTN network. Simply dial *131 *8 *1# today.
My name is Abdurrashid Bawa, the Executive Chairman, Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. I want to use this medium to urge all Nigerians to eschew all manner of electoral fraud, either through vote buying, vote selling, or fraudulent manipulations of electoral processes. I'm fully persuaded that we can run our electioneering processes devoid of any form of criminality. Let us all be committed to a free, fair, and credible dealings in the exercise of our democratic rights. Thank you.
Report any electoral fraud to the following numbers. You can also send any relevant information to info@efcc.gov.ng or to all our social media platforms at official EFCC. Also, use the EFCC mobile app, the Eagle Eye, to report. Your vote is your power. Protect it.
What is really happening in Akamata market? It seems these people don't want the election to hold.
I hope you're broadcasting to the world must hear.
No. Is that how you people share sensitive news like that without verifying it? If I may ask, which news platform published the news?
Jojo sent it though.
Jojo? Is that not the same Jojo that posted a fake election result the last time that almost caused a riot?
You know they forget something.
No. In this election season and after, one must be very careful. Or do you want to set the country on fire?
Haba.
Fake news is a threat to a free and fair election and to peace and security. So, before you share any news, check to be sure the source is credible. Check if there are supporting credible sources. Read beyond the headlines. Check the author. Check the date. Check your biases. Ask an expert or send to a fact-checking organization for confirmation. Say no to fake news. This message is brought to you by the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, with support from the UK government.
Esther, you're late again. Esther?
She's the one. morning, Esther. Never let her mama down. She's beautiful. She know the fear. She know they ever got a hand for them.
No phones at the table, please.
Oh.
Esther. I love you too.
Got everything? Don't forget I'll pick you at 4.
Airtel, the smartphone network.
I've seen in quite a while, but we have to thank you very much, Babajide Ogunsanwo, our data analyst. Stay with us for more.
Set to take the African continent and the world by storm. They are giants in every sense of the word, and they will bring entertainment that's just as big. Don't miss the first ever season of Big Brother Titans with 2 African giants, Naija and Nsamse, under Biggie's roof together. Big Brother Titans starts on Sunday, 15th of January on DSTV 198, GoTV 29, and Africa Magic. Headline sponsor, Bamboo, Flutterwave, and Lotto Star.
Become your best self with new and exciting data plans from 9 Mobile. Visit www.9mobile.com.ng or any of our 9 Mobile Experience Center.
9 Mobile. Here for you. Here for Naija.
What is really happening in Akamata market? It seems these people don't want the election to hold.
I hope you're broadcasting to the world must hear.
No. Is that how you people share sensitive news like that without verifying it? If I may ask, which news platform published the news?
Jojo sent it though.
Jojo? Is that not the same Jojo that posted a fake election result the last time that almost caused a riot?
You know they forget something.
No. In this election season and after, one must be very careful. Or do you want to set the country on fire?
Abba.
Fake news is a threat to a free and fair election and to peace and security. So, before you share any news, check to be sure the source is credible. Check if there are supporting credible sources. Read beyond the headlines. Check the author. Check the date. Check your biases. Ask an expert or send to a fact-checking organization for confirmation. Say no to fake news. This message is brought to you by the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, with support from the UK government.
Me, I'm not afraid of that man.
Me too.
What can you really do?
I hope you people are discussing about paying me my rent.
Oga landlord, calm down. We are discussing about the upcoming elections.
Nonsense. Don't tell me to calm down. Your mates are at the Akamata Community Square selling their votes for 5,000 naira. but you are here doing what I don't know.
Oga landlord, do you know that 5,000 naira spread over the next 4 years is just 4 naira per day? Is this what we should sell our votes for? God forbid.
Oga landlord, wise up. We must vote in the right people this time, instead of selling our votes to people who have nothing good to offer our community.
That one is your business. You ladies better go and collect yours, if that will help you gather my rent at the end of the month. Do not listen to people like this landlord. Election is not a business venture. It is your civic duty to your country to help elect the right leaders who will create a better life for you and a great future for your children. Do not sell your future. Do not sell your vote. This message is brought to you by the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, with support from the MacArthur Foundation.
You always stay in my mind. I deem me gone. I cherish you with my life. Don't worry yourself, everything go day alright. And if anybody try you, know it's gonna be on side.
Show strong love to your favorite one this season by gifting a parcel of land through Adron Strong Love promo. Enjoy 40% discount on all our land and spread the balance within 24 months without gift. Or enjoy 30% discount and spread the balance within 36 months with gift items such as love hamper, power bank, electric fan, cake, gas burner, microwave, and lots more.
How are you, my friend? See you, my brother. How do you do, my friend? See you, my sister. No, sometimes.
Adron Strong Love promo. My love for you is strong. Terms and conditions apply.
Adron Homes, making the incredible affordable.
My guy, my brother, my blood. E no get waiting fall from sky. We ground nothing carry. We have been through a lot, and we still stand strong. If you remember, together we overcame monsters, battled the darkness, and even survived loss. But we became unbreakable, unstoppable. So guy, shake off the bad vibe. Face the world with your full chest. Because this life, forget, you and me, now we go run out.
Units have now closed or will soon close, but there have been lots of reports of late starts, disruptions and disturbances in a number of areas, with many people unable to cast their vote. The success or failure of this election matters not just to Nigerians, but to Africa and the world. So, should we be worried about the way things have turned out today?
I just want to say that other years, INEC is aware that there has not been issue of cashless policy, the issue of movement and all that. It was very easy for people to get to their polling units. But someone like us, I know yesterday many of us couldn't access cash. Now that I came out with my condition to vote, and they are telling me that this is not my voting unit, and I don't even have a cash to move down to where I could vote. I want to say that INEC could have considered that.
Well, it seems seamless, only that with the news we got that they have delimited the units. We thought we were going to have less people at this polling unit, but surprisingly we still have a place that is crowded. However, there are other units around that are vacant. There are no people there. We just thought that subsequently INEC may be able to do better by trying to actualize the number of people who are supposed to vote in every unit, and to reduce all this stress.
And unfortunately, today it has not been the way we expected it to be. Number one, the agents and the staff from INEC and the corpers, they've been disorganized. No training, they've been disorganized. Number two, the ink for the thumb printing, there is no ink. I came here with about 6 pens. I've used 3. I decided I poured the ink from my pen inside that thumb printing. That's what people have been using here. Even not for the fact that I came with pen, I think probably would have stopped voting, which is not proper.
A lot of very frustrated people there.
I can't keep count of the number of incidences we've recorded from our correspondents across the country today, Charles.
It's quite extraordinary, really. But that's something we're going to talk about more, all of that in a moment. But first, since 1999, Nigeria has been dominated for the most part by 2 parties. The ruling All Progressives Congress, or APC, whose presidential candidate is Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is 70 years old and who was the former governor of Lagos State, and the People's Democratic Party, or PDP, whose candidate is 76-year-old Atiku Abubakar, a former vice president who's making his 6th run for president. And in amongst these septuagenarians is a 3rd candidate, a mere stripling at 61, Peter Obi, standing as the Labour Party's candidate. And he's been campaigning strongly amongst young people. And there's a 4th candidate, Rabiu Kwankwaso of the New Nigeria People's Party, or NNPP, regarded by some as a disruptor of this 3-horse race. Here they are speaking to Arise News earlier today.
People, that is the only means whereby
they directed me to a classroom where I was always voting, and they tried to get my name. They couldn't get it there, and I was directed to the next point. And I was lucky. I went there and voted successfully. So I'm so happy about that. My only worry was that the election here started after 11. And it's rightly pointed out, we have thousands of people there. And not only that, immediately I finished voting, the machine went bad. And now they are struggling to repair it. And only God knows when it will be repaired. And even if it is repaired, because of the time it takes for one person to vote, from my personal experience, it will take a lot of time, to the extent that I hope the staff will be patient enough to ensure that everybody votes in that particular place. And maybe this is not an isolated case. Maybe it's a similar thing elsewhere. And one other problem that we have in the NNPP is that NNPP is not written on the ballot paper. It's only the logo, and the logo was not looking good. You cannot understand anything. And that's why in some places they are saying, especially in Kano, when they go, they tell them to ask for Kwankwaso's party, or here we call it in Hausa, a party logo, fruits.
So is that peculiar to the NNPP, or just a poor delivery by INEC? How would you describe this?
I think we only know ourselves. I don't know of others. PDP, APC have been there for a long time. They are participating. They perfected. And PDP is written, APC is written, but ours, NNPP, is not written. So I want to appeal to our supporters, wherever they are in this country, to be directing our voters, to tell them that, look, you go and ask, because many people are not used to crowd, especially women who are always in Pada.
Presidential candidate of the NNPP, Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, with our correspondent Benga Ashiru earlier today. Well, for a situation report on how the election process is going in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, let's turn to Arise News correspondent Chinaza Samuel. Chinaza, thank you so much for being on the ground there. Where exactly are you and what's happening there?
Okay. Hi, Adesua. Hi, Charles. I'm standing in polling unit 007. It's just by the National Library of Nigeria. It's one of the biggest polling units in this area where voting is still ongoing. Just behind me here, you see some voters still on the queue waiting to cast their vote. Now, that's as opposed to what the INEC chairman told us, that voting will end by 3. And of course, I inquired to find out why voting is still going at this time when sorting and counting should be ongoing. But of course, they explained to me that the INEC officials arrived this polling unit unit late, and they insist that no one will be disenfranchised. But for the persons who were able to vote, the process was smooth. So I'm going to be talking to some of them, and they'll share with us what their voting experience is like. Okay, so for our viewers who are watching, can you tell us what the voting experience is like for you?
Well, it went smooth. There is no problem. We coordinated ourselves. Everything went smooth.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Were there any case of vote buying or selling in this area?
No. We have nothing like that here. Here is very peacefully. We coordinate ourselves, and everyone is eye of everybody. Everyone is eye of everybody. So we coordinate ourselves. There's nothing like that.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have someone else who would also share his experience with us. Good evening, sir. Could you share your voting experience in this polling unit with us?
In this polling unit, it is peaceful. Okay. There's no violence, there's no ballot snatching, you know. So I voted early in the morning, but I'm still waiting. I'm waiting for the vote to be counted so that I know that I've done it. Okay. So we're taking our country by force. Okay. By fire, by force. We're taking it back. Okay. Mm-hmm.
We also have persons who are yet to vote, and they'll be sharing their experience as well. Yes. Okay. So let's have your experience. You're yet to cast your vote.
Yes, I am.
What are your expectations?
Well, I hope for a new Nigeria, and our polling vote went well, except for some issues with the distribution. We are quite many in here, so I helped in arranging the people. We had to do a list, and I'm expecting good things. I'm going to be last on the list, and we have about 10 more people who should be done. But just to advise INEC, next time I think they should do a better distribution. There were too many people in some polling booths, and there were very few in some. And so some people finish very early, and some people are finishing late. And you know there are no provisions for lights. So we have to get our lights now to be able to count, because everybody wants to know what the result is.
Okay. Well, that's the situation here at polling unit 007 in Area 2, Abuja.
Thank you so much, Chinaza Samuel, Arise News correspondent on the ground there. Well, the frontline presidential candidates speaking earlier to Arise News, and those men who are asking Nigerians to give them votes have themselves voted. We'll hear from some of them later in this broadcast. Charles.
Absolutely. But now to our analysts who've been keeping an eye on all the developments across Nigeria today. And to help us assess the date, we're joined now by the constitutional and human rights lawyer, Clement Wankwo, who's also the executive director of the Policy and Legal Advocacy Center in Abuja and was the convener of the Civil Society Situation Room, which monitors Nigerian elections. And from our off-site studio, we're also joined by the policy strategist, Arise News analyst, and founder and executive director of Agora Policy, Waziri Adio. Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for joining us. And let me come to you first, Clement, just starting with the logistics of this. More than 87 million voters out there trying to vote, an enormous thing to get right in a country such as Nigeria. And predictably, it's gone wrong in several places. You yourself were not able to vote.
I still haven't been able to vote, and I am keeping an eye on what's going on. Voting is continuing. I am registered to vote right in the middle of Nigeria's capital city, Abuja, in Asokoro, which is right in the center of Abuja. It's 3,000 people on one polling unit, which is unusual. And I am number 784.
Good God.
Waiting on the queue to vote. Voting started very late this afternoon in this particular polling unit, and indeed across several polling units in Abuja. But I've also been getting reports with the Situation Room, the Civil Society Situation Room. We've been getting reports from across the country. And a lot of the indication is that a lot of polling units opened late. The information we have and the statistic we have indicate that only 33% of polling units across the country opened close enough to the opening time. As at 2:30 p.m. today, when we're supposed to have poll close, we've only had we still have about 33% of voting polling units not opened as at 2:30 today. So I think that for a lot of people,
And we've issued a lot of reports about elections in this country, right from 1999 to date. Logistics has always been an issue. Two things particularly, logistics, which means the preparations by INEC, and also collation. So we are going to the next stage, which is collation, and everyone is keeping an eye open for that. But that has also been a challenge with Nigeria's elections. And when you look at what is lying ahead, we've seen reports from across the country. There are concerns about voter suppression, about intimidation of voters. In some states, we've received an incredible number of reports from Lagos State. We've received lots of reports from Imo State, which has been a constant challenge for Nigeria's elections, and across several states of the country. In Kogi State, all of these are concerns that we all have. But you would expect that if we had an electoral act, a new one, made 2022, signed by the president, there was enough time for us to prepare for this. Dates for elections were announced, and INEC indicated preparedness. I think it's a huge disappointment in terms of these logistics failures. Bayelsa has got its own issues. Rivers State has got its own issues. So it's a bit puzzling for us why this should be a major concern at this time.
Okay. To Waziri Adio, let me bring it into the conversation. The INEC chairman has briefed Nigerians twice today. At the last briefing, he did mention some of these issues Mr. Nwankwo has mentioned, including postponement of election in Bayelsa State because they could not hold. But he also mentioned the Electoral Act, Waziri Adio, Section 3, subsection 3 of that Electoral Act 2022. One of the major amendments there was for INEC to receive funds at least 1 year before the elections. When you look at the delays in most of these polling units today, it was as a result of late starts by INEC itself. Would you say this is justifiable given that they've been given, or they were supposed to be given funds at least 1 year to this election?
Yes, we have to acknowledge one of the major provisions of the Electoral Act, which is that they should have their fund a year in advance so that they can take care of all the things that they need to take care of. The thing to be seen is whether they got all the money that they should get at the time that they should get it. That is one. The second thing is that we should also not. By the way, they have all the time. Like Mr. Clement Nwankwo said, to plan and to get it right. So it's a bit puzzling that in some places, in most places, the officials didn't turn up on time. My own polling unit happens to be Gaines Village, also in the heart of Abuja here. The INEC officials didn't turn up until around 10 a.m. and voting is still going on there, by now. My own tally number was number 1,366, right? And of course, there was also rain, which also disrupted voting at some point. I've not voted up to now. But at the same time, we need to acknowledge that this is a huge logistic exercise, and most of these things are also out of the control of INEC. Most of the staff are ad hoc staff. The security is out of INEC's hand, and all of that, So I think I've also seen an interim report by the CDD, situation room, and they said that the time as at 8:30, about more than 80% of the INEC officials across the country reported for duty. But there are also some places where you have figures like 10%, you have like 20% and all of that. So it's good to take it in, to have a holistic view and not use the outliers, to define the process. And of course, there are also provisions for what should be done when votings do not start on time, when voting does not start on time, and also when voting is disrupted. So let's see how it goes from here, and let's keep hope alive.
Right. Okay. Stay with us, Waziri. Let me come to you, Clement Nwankwo, because there were concerns. For instance, you mentioned Imo State. in the southeast. We've heard of a number of other incidents across there. There were concerns that people in the southeast might not come out to vote because of the threat of intimidation. What's your assessment of the turnout in that region? I mean, you've got your sort of contacts and observers across Nigeria.
I'm surprised with the reports that we're getting from the southeast. People were out as early as 6 a.m., 5:30 a.m. The queues were long. People were waiting. We got a report this evening in the Situation Room of people who had been out at 6:30 a.m. this morning, only just getting the vote at about 5:30 p.m. this evening. The threat by IPOB obviously has been ignored by a lot of people who came out very determined to vote. We've seen a whole lot of people daring the weather conditions, daring the threat of insecurity, and saying whatever it takes, they will come out and vote. And I think that whatever it is that has happened today or is happening right now, the determination of Nigerians to turn out incredibly to come out and vote shows how much people want to see change happen in this country. So I think it's positive they turn out. The challenge for people are the challenges of logistics that has seen them wait incredibly long periods in queues. In the last election in 2019, in several of the polling units, it was right on time. People voted at 2 o'clock. People had finished voting. Collation had started in some places even. I really worry that this is not the case this time.
Well, Waziri Adiro, I appreciate the fact that you stated earlier that this is a mammoth election. And, you know, it's 7 million people collected PVCs to vote. So we need to see the entire picture. But with a lot at stake, you would also agree that every vote counts for all of the candidates involved in this election. Would you say so far you have seen enough to set this election apart from what we've seen in previous election cycles? We're talking about beavers being snatched, ballot boxes. I thought the days of ballot box snatching was over. We are hearing of ballot boxes being snatched, beavers being snatched. What do you make of those?
Well, let me say that it's the early days, you know, because, you know, you get these reports in drips and pieces. And of course, you know, like I said, the outliers are the ones that will, you know, excite a lot of interest, you know. So, but one thing I can say for now is that there's a lot of Nigerians are really interested in voting, and that's a vote for faith and trust in the system. It's not just that we have 87.2 million people who have picked up their PVCs, but you also see, you know, huge turnout across the country. And like Mr. Nwako said, there are places you go to by 5:30 a.m., by 6 a.m. Across the country. People have turned up, and people are saying that, you know, whatever it will take, they will stay here and exercise their, their mandates. You know, so that is a positive to take from that. And the fact that you have technology does not mean that human beings will not try to be human beings, right? You know, politicians will not will stop being politicians. You know, so what we need to look at is, you know, to see the full picture. You know, so do we have the people who are not able to vote on time, or the places where people didn't start voting on time? Do they still allow them to vote, right? And do, you know, in places where, you know, beavers machines are snatched, ballot boxes are snatched. Some of these have also been anticipated by the Electoral Act, right? So what do you do when things like this happen? You know, so I don't think we should have any illusions that because you have a new act, because you have new technology, that there won't be incidences like this. There will be. It's what you do when those things happen that will make the difference. So the onus is now on INEC to make sure that the places where people couldn't vote on time, or the places where people couldn't vote, they ensure that they vote, and they make sure that all the votes count and are counted.
Yes, well, absolutely. And we're hoping to cross over to Asaba, the Delta State capital, in a hot second to speak to our correspondent who's there, Jemima Bolokor. Delta State, of course, the state of the vice presidential candidate of the main opposition People's Democratic Party. But we've still got Clement Nwankwo in the studio with us whilst we're waiting to make those technological connections that will get us across to Asaba. This, I mean, apart from some incidents of intimidation, which you talked about earlier, I mean, have your people seen any evidence of any inducements of voters, such as vote buying?
We haven't quite seen, that hasn't been a major feature in terms of reports that we have been receiving. And for me, I think there must be something going on that we can't see, given how much people were upset by the currency recoloring or redesign as it is. But the major concern has been really intimidation, where people, by reason of geographical location, may have been targeted to frustrate their voting. That's been a major situation in Lagos, and we think it's a major issue for INEC to take very seriously to allow people to vote. There has been reports as well of some of the service providers for INEC who have delayed or not succeeded in supporting the ferrying or the delivery of election materials to specific areas. So all of these issues of vote suppression and intimidation are issues of concern for us.
And Charles, I think we do have Jemima Boloko. We now have,
okay.
We can use the technology to cross over to Asaba Delta State Capital.
I like that.
Jemima, good to have you join the show. What's happening in Asaba, the Delta State Capital, at this moment? Jemima, if you can hear us, what's happening where you are? Has voting ended?
Okay, hello everyone. This is Asaba, the Delta State Capital in Oshibili South. So far so good. The process has been peaceful, aside from the disturbance of the rain. Back and forth, it has been a peaceful process here in Oshibili South. If you look right behind me, people are trying to still vote due to the disturbance of the rain, like I said earlier. And earlier, around 9:45 a.m. in Ika North, where the vice presidential candidate of the PDP voted, he praised the electoral process for also a seamless and peaceful process. And also earlier we were in Anambra State, where the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, voted, and he also commended the electoral process for a seamless and flawless process as well. Back to you.
And good to see you, Jemima. Let me ask you this. I mean, we're hearing that turnout in many places was unusually high, particularly among young people. What did you observe about that?
Yeah, the turnout in Ika North earlier on, when we visited the governor's polling units, the turnout was very high. Also, the turnout in Oshimili South around here was very high. But we're yet to get information from central of Delta State and the south of Delta State for more information on the turnout. We'll follow up as time goes on. Back to you, Charles.
Okay, thank you very much indeed, Jemima. Jemima Boloko is a RISE correspondent, and she was talking to us there from the Delta State Capital, Asaba. So we've got Clement Nwankwo here, and of course Waziri Adio. Clement, I suppose you could say that this is a day that you could say that things kicked off a bit late, you know, with INEC gently easing into the voting process, to put it politely.
Well, with INEC, I don't know about gently easing, but INEC getting the starts in most areas. Indeed, when you have elections start very late, some of the voting started around 5 p.m. It means that you're going to have voting go deeper into the night. And I'm talking even of Abuja. Now, when this happens in more remote areas and more remote states and rural communities where electricity is absent, and where insecurity reigns, then it's going to be a challenge how you would manage the voting materials, the ballot papers, the ballot boxes, even the individuals who are involved in the elections, how you would manage the issue of security surrounding the individuals and the materials. And I think for us who are watching how this collation would happen, this is some sort of trepidation for us. Also looking at the fact that in some cases, INEC has already announced that it may postpone voting into Sunday. It's a question where if people have not finished voting, half the people on a voter's roll have voted, how do you manage the other half or the other population that haven't voted in the period? So all of these are challenges that is of worry at this time.
Well, I'm told that you've got to trot off, Clement, because I expect that you're still trying to, being the person that you are, making efforts to ensure that you do vote, although I suspect that you probably won't get to do it today. Is that something you think might still happen?
I am determined to vote, and I did go to that polling unit about an hour, 2 hours ago, and for me it was amazing to see people in that rain determined not to move an inch because of the weather conditions. They were determined to vote. I am determined to vote, and if I don't vote today, it would be an issue for INEC to consider ensuring that all those who are not able to vote have the opportunity to vote, even if it means postponing to the next day.
Okay, Clement, for the moment then, thank you very much indeed. Clement Nwankwo is the Constitutional and Human Rights Lawyer. He's also the Executive Director of the Policy and Legal Advocacy Center in Abuja, and he was the convener of the Civil Society Situation Room, which monitors Nigerian elections. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
And you're watching special coverage of Nigeria's 2023 presidential election here on Arise News. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Running my business on my own, trying my best to get it to the next level, but I really need some help to get ahead. I know just what to do, I'll vote it for my loans, overdraft, step by step to my dream business with vote. Vote is the answer. Salary earners, entrepreneurs, get your loans with no collateral. Hey. Vote is the answer. Quick sign up. Vote. Zero paperwork. Step by step to your dream business with Vote. By Polaris Bank.
Vault is available to individuals, SMEs, and corporate customers. Download Vault by Polaris Bank from the Google Play Store or Apple App Store to get started today.
34 million hectares of arable land. Over 200 million people. One nation. Home to Africa's fertilizer company. Dangote Fertilizer. Pure urea fertilizer. With one single-minded passion to feed Nigeria. Every bag is a potential, an aspiration to turn this green nation into the biggest food basket of Africa. Dangote Fertilizer.
This our landlord and his wife happy fight for Africa, sha. Chai. No mind the man. With that in nose like our Market Square Junction.
Whoa. Una don't start this now gossiping again, Abi. Okay. Una met the Akamata Community Square. They sell their votes to politicians for cool 5K.
Una sit down here, the mumu una safe. It's all right.
Omo, make we sef go collect our own cash. Collect wetin? God forbid. So you want sell the next 4 years of your life for 5K abi? Well done. You sabi say this 5K now 4 naira per day for the next 4 years. Make una get sense na. Haba.
Na nonsense una dey talk. Make month end reach, make una no pay me my rent. Na that time una go see fire. Make una no dey listen to people like this landlord. Election no be business. Na your civic duty to your country to help elect the correct leaders them. We go fit create better life for us and no gon get future for our children. Make you no sell your vote. Cause if you sell your vote, na your future you don't sell be that. This message now from the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, with support from the MacArthur Foundation.
Here's a card where no go give you stress at all. 0 wait and 0 queue. First Banky Petra card. Here's a card where no go give you wahala. 0 trouble now for you. First Banky Petra card. Tell off his spoiler. Who won't break them? Where you want to see now only you get them. Nothing fit do one. Sharp, sharp payment not the way. Swipe they go, you know the way. Veteran card with the sweet body. Veteran card we know the shape person. We put you first again. First Banky Veteran card we put you first again. Generate your virtual card we put you first again. First Banky Virtual card, we put you first again. Just generate your virtual card.
Today, the Tony Elmelu Foundation Entrepreneurship Program has trained over 1.5 million young African entrepreneurs. We have disbursed nearly $100 million to over 18,000 beneficiaries, who have gone on to create over 400,000 jobs across Africa.
We need to do more for women in Africa. Empower a woman, you're empowering a whole society.
The Tony Elumelu Foundation gives access to a world-class business training and seed capital.
Thanks to the Tony Elumelu Foundation Entrepreneurship Program, we've been able to structure our business and operations, but also we got the funding and financial needs to concretize it and make it happen.
This is the impact we want to achieve at the Tony Elmelu Foundation. The Tony Elmelu Foundation Entrepreneurship Program is sector agnostic. The only thing that is important to us is your ideas. The future of Africa is in your hands.
The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, will conduct the 2023 general election using the Bimodal Voter Accreditation System, BVAS. On election day, the BVAS equipment will be used to accredit voters by verifying their fingerprints or facial photographs. In each polling unit, every voter must be verified and authenticated before they are allowed to vote. Any intending voter whose fingerprint or facial photograph is not verified by the BVAS equipment will not be able to vote. With this, one man, one woman, one vote is assured. As no one can engage in multiple voting, neither can anyone use the voter cards of another person to vote. After polling, the BVAS equipment will also be used to transmit election results electronically from polling units to the INEC result viewing portal for everyone to see. BVAS will eliminate multiple voting, identity theft, or impersonation. The BVAS will guarantee one man, one woman, one vote. INEC, making your vote count, consolidating our democracy.
This message is brought to you by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, and the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, with support from the Osiwa Africa Foundation.
This is the heart of the business world in Lagos, the commercial capital of Africa's largest economy.
These aren't just numbers.
I think what's most important is that that people have confidence in the credibility of the process that INEC has put in place. And that's why the kind of communication we have around this process is important. I've been in similar program today on the radio, and I've heard people calling to say a lot of things. Some you could relate with, some are so fantastic that you wonder where is this coming from. And it is this kind of litany of narratives around the process that will determine how people will react. Now, it is for Nigerians to know that, and okay, so that takes me to before we had the election. You go to many places and they say, oh, this election is a verdict on Nigeria. No, it's not a verdict on Nigeria. It's part of our journey towards having a proper country, a proper democracy. If you say it's a verdict on Nigeria, does that mean that if everybody says if it doesn't go my way, because that's the situation with the politicians, if it doesn't go my way, then it's flawed, and then I'm not going to accept it. Does that then mean that the country will break up? It shouldn't be.
I guess what you're essentially saying is the jury is still out, and then we should only be patient.
Yes, indeed.
We could continue on another.
I'm going to give DIG Wobodo 1 minute to wrap up this segment. So going forward now, because now we're at the stage of collation, we're hearing results from polling units, but then there's still the provision that those results, having been announced and put on all the various portals and everywhere, they still have to be manually and physically transported to Abuja for the final announcement. As the security people are listening now, in 1 minute, what should they do to ensure that that process retains the integrity? Because that's where people are afraid.
The proper thing to do would have been that the policemen who are deployed to the polling units will accompany the results to the collation centers. And then the same group will, by the time they come from different polling units, you have a mass of policemen in the collation center. You see the point. If you have 10 polling units, for example, and each unit has a policeman, then by the time they go to the collation center, there will be 10 policemen. Because you are going to have more people there, and that place there will be a lot of more tension around that area. And in the final collation center, for example, they will also come, and the topmost officer, the CP, should even be there, or at least the Deputy Commissioner of Police in charge of operations.
Should be following this.
And they should accompany that results also to Abuja.
It's at that point that we're going to leave, as Ayo had said earlier, we've completely run out of time, but I felt that it was important for you to...
But that was not the only situation. Even in the upland, Yenagoa local government area, Kolokma Pokuma, materials arrived late. Earlier on, I saw Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, Nigeria's former president, cast his ballot quite late, and he made this observation about materials coming in late. But this is the latest development. 4 wards in Yenagoa local government area, voting could not take place. It has been postponed, actually. Now, Bayelsa may be in the news for all the wrong reasons at this point in time, but a bit of good news is that 40 out of the 141 polling units, the materials are intact, and so elections will take place in 40 units in Yenagoa local government area tomorrow, that is Sunday. Now, what was actually the problem? It was observed that there were shortfalls in the ballot papers and other materials for the House of Representatives election, and that was where political parties had dissenting voices, and they were actually protesting that it will not go on, and that by extension affected the presidential election and also the senatorial election. If you say senatorial election, you're talking about Bayelsa Central Senatorial District, comprising Yenagoa, Southern Ijo, and Kolokuma Pokuma local government areas. So that's the situation here. Wards 4, 6, 8, and 14 were affected, but 40 polling units will witness election tomorrow. What about the 101 left? That is left for the Independent National Electoral Commission to give an update. Charles?
Indeed, Obiechime, I thought I had the INEC chairman say today that 141 polling units would be having elections tomorrow. He said the polls were disrupted. But bring us up to speed, because he did make a point about the materials being recovered and the election being rescheduled to take place today initially. However, he says that the core members, who are the ad hoc staff, express concerns about their safety, and so the electoral body decided to shift these elections to tomorrow when there will be enough security on ground. Obietumi, what has security been like in Bayelsa today?
Beefed up. Security has been top-notch, beefed up. On my way to Ogbea, first to Tweke, where the former president cast his ballot, and all the way to Opume. You will see policemen and soldiers. You must identify yourself before you go beyond that temporary barricade. As you're going up, you're seeing more and more. So far, it has been peaceful, but I haven't seen a security situation like this before in an election taking place in Bayelsa State. So it's been fantastic, I must say. Now, you talked about the core members who are the ad hoc staff expressing concern about safety, security, and they wouldn't go on. I would say that was very true. Now, look behind me. You see a lot of ad hoc staff. They are here. This is the Opolo Town Hall, which is the collation center in Yenagoa local government area. They are all waiting. So some are still not here yet, I understand, from Kolokuma local government area. So you see, there's a lot of problem in terms of logistics. Yes, the Independent National Electoral Commission may beat its chest and say, we are trying, but there's still more left to be done about safety, about security, and about getting it right. Imagine talking about ballot papers for House of Representatives being one of the reasons for the postponement in Yenagoa local government area. Is that good enough, Adeswa? I don't think so.
I don't think so as well.
Well, absolutely. And Obietemi George, for the moment, thank you very much indeed. And thank you for doing an absolutely sterling job down there. Obietemi George talking to us from the Bayelsa state capital, Yenagoa. And we still have in the studio with us the policy strategist, Arise News analyst, and founder and executive director of Agora Policy, Waziri Adio. Good to see you again, Waziri. Is it possible, as some have suggested, that where you postpone elections in some polling booths, the results emerging from other polling booths where voting took place might influence voting in places where the polls were postponed?
That's a possibility, but also that amounts to deny the agency of individual voters. I'm sure that anybody that goes to the poll will have made up their minds who they want to vote for. Of course, there's also the bandwagon effect, but I think that will be marginal in this case. The only complication will be in some instances where where voting had started, right, and couldn't be concluded. So how do you secure the votes already cast, and do you count the votes in that polling unit when you are done? How do you guarantee the integrity of the ballot paper? So that will be some of the concerns. But something must be said, which is about the determination of Nigerians to make this work. So it's possible that the turnout might have overwhelmed INEC or maybe surprised them. But they still have the room to catch up and to make the necessary amendments.
Yes, I have to say on that note, Amoro is going to come in a minute, but I have to say I was really impressed with the vigilance of ordinary people who seem determined to see the process through. I mean, I saw after voting in many places people staying back and to observe the counting and to ensure that the results are uploaded, and they were very emphatic.
Yeah, that has been there for some time, because if you go back like 3 electoral cycles, the idea of protecting your vote has been there for some time now, because people know that it's not just about voting, it's about the counting of the votes, and especially now where technology has been introduced to improve the process. So it's not just that you vote, you wait until the votes are counted, and the votes are now transmitted live. So because, there could also be some issues or some hanky-panky between the polling units and the collation center. But with technology, the room for mischief has been
minimized, if not totally eliminated.
Yeah, of course. With human beings, there will always be the human element, and that's why there's also the room for seeking redress. People will always be people, but whatever it is that is decided at the polling units, at the collation center, and even when INEC announces the result, that is why there's a room for for those who feel aggrieved, to seek redress, and you now get the courts to look into it.
Indeed, it's a process that doesn't end until a winner is declared, right? And in that process, there are a lot of people, stakeholders involved in the chain, and it looked like even Mother Nature came into play a role today.
Yeah, I noticed it rained today, which is quite extraordinary.
Indeed, in Delta States, we heard from Jemima Boloko, the rain, disrupting. In the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, where we are, the rain also played a role. But let's talk about the police security, which should have also played a role in these elections today. How would you rate security? Because that's important for the elections.
Well, let me admit that I'm based in Abuja, so I can only speak, to what I've seen. On my way to my polling unit, I met like two, roadblocks by the police on the way, and they say, what's up? And I told them I was going to vote. I showed them my PVC, and they looked at it and they waved me on. So that is.
So you drove?
Yes, yeah, I drove. Right. I drove to the to my polling unit. And when you get to the polling area, you also see some security, some police presence there. And by the way, the one for the Gates Village is also in front of a police station, right? But this is something that is also very important. We have 176,846 polling units. Our entire police force, I don't think it's more than 250,000, right? So you can't have even 2 police officers, to one polling unit. So it's always going to be tough. Of course, there are also security forces that are supposed to back up the police. Yeah. But the police is the lead agency in this instance. But by and large, I think the performance that I've seen in Abuja, it's good enough. Also, since they can't be everywhere, and because of the number, they can also be overwhelmed. What would be very important is not to have police, a substantial presence of policemen in each polling unit, but the opportunity for rapid response. So if there's an incident, the key. If there's an incident in a particular place,
absolutely,
how long does it take?
Absolutely,
for them to respond when there's a distress call. So that is very important. And I think in some places, even in Lagos, where I think there was a particular place in a part of Lagos,
we saw,
things were disrupted, but eventually order was restored.
But I mean, we saw the fact that people they call generally hoodlums in Nigeria. I mean, they were making off with Beaver's equipment in some parts of the place, and beyond just being generally disruptive. I mean, what's the idea behind that? What are they going to do with the Beavers?
Well, you see, the thing is that based on the process we're using now, you can't be accredited without a Beavers machine. And the Beavers machines are polling unit specific.
Right.
That is what I think, right? So people try to play games, So if you think, for instance, that you are not going to win a particular place, so it's one of the devices of vote repression, right? But, there will be stuff like that. The most important thing is that how does the police respond? How does INEC respond, right? So I don't think, and also let's bear in mind, if Beavers machines were snatched, I don't think that happened in majority of cases. That is just a few instances. And I want to believe that INEC will have a backup situation, a backup arrangement, where if something goes wrong, either it's snatched, it malfunctions, or something happens, they should be able to, respond quickly. So things will always happen. In this kind of stuff is a huge logistic enterprise, right? And assume that things will always go wrong. So, but when things go wrong, what do? That is what will be key.
Well, the INEC chairman did say that Beavers has given a good account of itself when he briefed Nigerians for the second time this evening. But I wanted to ask you about those areas where there have been disruptions during these elections. How does INEC determine who goes back to vote? Does INEC cherry pick? What does the law say exactly about that? Because now we know in Bayelsa, some polling units will vote tomorrow because there were disruptions and core members said, they're not safe enough. They don't feel safe enough to return. In Edo State, it was suspended due to the omission of a political party in some areas. So how does INEC determine, which areas we're going to have these re-elections tomorrow? How do they cherry pick these areas?
I think it will be based on the incidents reported, right? Like in Bayelsa, they mentioned, 4 wards, I think 40 polling units, which is quite substantial. That's about, if you're talking about 140, you said you had 141.
I thought I had that.
The correspondent said, 40 out of 141. Whatever it is substantial enough. I think INEC would notify them about, okay, we need to have fresh election in these places. The only problem will be where a few people have voted. Would they need to vote again? How are you going to secure, the ballots that have been cast? The other thing also is that, if, like in my polling unit, more than 1,500 people turn up today. Let's say, for instance, hypothetically, let's say they cancel that. Can you guarantee that the same number of people will turn up tomorrow? So that those are issues. But definitely there will be hiccups. And by the way, we also need to acknowledge this. In previous electoral cycles, we've had situations where elections were postponed, days to the election, and sometimes even hours to the commencement of the election. In this particular year, we haven't seen that. So that we should give a thumbs up to INEC on that. But we shouldn't give them a total pass, right? Yes, they've come up against some challenges, including the elements. Who would have thought that they would rain Abuja today, right? Like I keep saying, is that things will happen. How you respond is the retest of your preparedness. Yeah.
Waziri, thank you very much indeed. And I hope you'll be able to get to vote, because obviously that's really the bottom line, isn't it?
I hope so too.
And Waziri Adio is a policy strategist, a Rise News analyst, and founder and executive director of Agora Policy.
Thank you so much. You're watching special coverage of Nigeria's 2023 presidential and parliamentary election here on the Rise News. We'll take a quick break and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
As you adjust to the new realities for operating your business and engaging with your customers, let us help you transform your business into a digital powerhouse capable of adapting and taking advantage of today's opportunities. With our best-in-class array of digital solutions, you can conduct your business, receive payments from your customers, and perform transactions quickly, safely, and conveniently, because we've got you covered with the right people, technology, and service offerings. Contact us today and let us take your business to its zenith. Zenith Bank, in your best interest.
What is really happening in Akamata market? It seems these people don't want the election to hold.
I hope you're broadcasting to the world must hear.
No. Is that how you people share sensitive news like that without verifying it? If I may ask, which news platform published the news?
Jojo sent it though.
Jojo? Is that not the same Jojo that posted a fake election result the last time that almost caused a riot?
You know they forget something.
No. In this election season and after, one must be very careful. Or do you want to set the country on fire?
Haba!
Fake news is a threat to a free and fair election and to peace and security. So, before you share any news, check to be sure the source is credible. Check if there are supporting credible sources. Read beyond the headlines. Check the author. Check the date. Check your biases. Ask an expert or send to a fact-checking organization for confirmation. Say no to fake news. This message is brought to you by the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, with support from the UK government.
Every day, life presents hopes, dreams, and challenges. Challenges that can become successes with a little help. Because a little help can empower you to go from despair to celebration. A little help can keep you going until the race is won. A little help can turn bundles of anxiety into a bundle of joy. And with Glow Data, you get much more than just a little help. You get the biggest data deals in town to make every day glow with small wins and big wins. Dial *777# to select your Glow Data plan.
Me, I'm not afraid of that man.
Me too.
What can you really do?
I hope you people are discussing about paying me my rent.
Oga landlord, calm down. We are discussing about the upcoming elections.
Nonsense. Don't tell me to calm down. Your mates are at the Akamata Community Square selling their votes for 5,000 naira. But you are here doing what I don't know.
Oga landlord, do you know that 5,000 naira spread over the next 4 years is just 4 naira per day? Is this what we should sell our votes for? God forbid.
Oga landlord, wise up. We must vote in the right people this time, instead of selling our votes to people who have nothing good to offer our community.
That one is your business. You ladies better go and collect yours. If that will help you gather my rent at the end of the month. Do not listen to people like this landlord. Election is not a business venture. It is your civic duty to your country to help elect the right leaders who will create a better life for you and a great future for your children. Do not sell your future. Do not sell your vote. This message is brought to you by the Center for Democracy and Development, CDD, with support from the MacArthur Foundation.
Very wee hour, and so people still were asking. So this morning when everything came up, I think the excitement was quite there, very palpable, particularly in Abuja here. We saw that. Of course, the number wasn't looking as high. We don't have the total figures for now, but the numbers weren't looking as high as we had actually expected in some of the polling units around Abuja in particular. But reports coming up from different locations actually shows that level of excitement. The major challenge is the same traditional logistic issues that INEC has historically struggled with. And in my opinion, I actually think it's a struggle that will just not go away. It wouldn't go away because, one, the size of the country, and two, the burden of actually managing elections. 90 million plus people across 36 states on the same day. It's just not done.
That is it's going to be tough because, I mean, someone was telling me just before the show began saying, look, no matter how much effort INEC and everybody puts into this, if we don't address this logistic question, we'll always have a huge challenge.
Yeah,
now you say it won't go away.
Yeah, I actually think that we are not discussing it enough. We're not having the right conversation around it. Nigeria is a federation. The basic principle of a federal system is complementarity. We don't trust the state. Ordinarily, state electoral commission should be supporting this process. And that's what applies in major, bigger, functional federations. But Nigerians feel the state electoral commission are just useless. Rightly so, to some extent, if you look at how local government elections are managed. The second part of it is the depth of secrecy surrounding our elections, the whole level of protection that goes with it. That you don't look, ballot papers are printed as if you are printing currency or money. So it's such a big thing. So essential or sensitive materials never gets out until the night before the election. It just doesn't work anywhere. So we need to lessen, we need to simplify. We need to reduce the whole security thing around elections and take a breath and say, look, this is just a day thing. We can do it in a very simple manner. I don't know how to
go your house. Go in house. If you don't be vote APC for a year, go your house. Nobody force you come here. Go house, so if I see you vote another, I will call Luca. If I see you vote another party, go ahead our house. You no come joke for here. This territory where you dey na APC o. Go your house. Go relax. If you don't be vote APC for here, go your house.
Away. So if we could just have that those images or footage just come through, where our correspondent Olu did bring us that report concerning how that played out.
They carried everything right now. Everything. They carried everything and went out. They came with Korokwe and this. They carried everything. Look at now. They carried all our police units here. They carried everything now.
This is actually and there were a number of reports that came through for Surulere as well, in terms of the ugly incident that went through. It was in the same area that we had reports of military men also coming through. So, okay, there you go. So, so different areas in Lagos that did experience this one.
Well, you know, sometimes when you do see visuals of violence in one area, it might look similar to another area, but
and the confusions are the same.
They confirm it, yes, indeed, and the materials used are essentially the same. That's the INEC box, which is very similar to what I saw here in Abuja today. Okay. And also we see a table, a regular table, which you will normally see. You know, the polling booth is right there. It's a scene that is not a very pleasant one to see, because you can see that people are you know, standing a distance away and they're looking dissatisfied. You can see ballot boxes on the floor, you know, the ballot papers strewn apart in different areas, and it ought not to be so. It does look like voting, the process has been disrupted. But let me quickly take you up. I mean, while those visuals are still playing, and I know that that is not the only place where we saw pictures like this, especially in Lagos. You know, Yaga had done a report. I think they're to come up with an election manipulation index report, which we had seen just before the polls. I think that was released sometime in January, and it talked about the propensity to manipulation of, you know, of polling and elections in some states across the federation. There were a number of variables listed in, you know, in those in that particular report. One of it was election fraud, voter suppression. We've seen, and Lagos was listed with at least 5 of those variables. So no surprise coming from some of the pictures that we're seeing here. Let me come to you. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you very much. So absolutely, you know, so Yaga had published an election manipulation risk index. Yeah. And, you know, I think that's one of the things that's really important when organizations like that do important work like that, because to your point, a lot of the states that we've seen today, so Katsina, Rivers, Lagos, were already identified as high-risk areas for voter suppression, as you mentioned, electoral fraud. I think there was not as much report on vote buying. Thank God, because that was another variable. And I think, you know, there was INEC capture, which I think also has not come through from the records that we're receiving from the field. But again, as I said, the Anambra was also in the high risk index as well. So again, anticipated if you were working with the EMRI. However, we still expect that INEC will respond quickly to get things in order in order for people not to be disenfranchised, because we must remember that that is the most important thing.
And I did say that our correspondent, Olu Phillips, was in town. He was in different parts of Lagos, just monitoring and reporting how the events played themselves out as they did. And here now is one of the reports that he did file.
This is the situation, live situation here from Ijayi Branco, off Branco Street here in Mafuluku. And there's been an incident here. We understand eyewitness here tell us, especially the people living here, tell us that some young men came in a bike, opened fire, shots were fired, and everybody scampered for safety. While that happened, they picked up the ballot boxes, picked up electoral materials, and burnt them. And you can see You can see the ashes of the papers, electoral papers and registers, and you can see that these ones are burnt, and that's the situation. It tells you that this was an active ward because you can see names on the wall. But what that means is that as far as this ward is concerned, EC 330A, I don't know how INEC is going to deal with the issues of those who have voted, whose votes will not count as a result of the ballot box being taken and burnt. This is the situation, and there's another one over there. As you can see, there's another polling unit which is just less than 50 meters away from it. Just less than 50 meters away from it, you can see another ballot, another activity going on here in terms of arson. I mean, this is clearly an arson. This is material that has been burnt and shredded, you can see. And that's the situation we have coming from. And you see this is an INEC signed documentation with an INEC officer's signature. It shows you that this was an active paper for today. And some guys have come here to set federal government's property, disenfranchising people, and making sure that all that the government have been campaigning in terms of activities against such acts have been perpetrated. And it is the hope that the INEC chairman, the head of the security unit, will take this very seriously and bring these people. It's not difficult to know who these guys are, and bring them to book and make sure that those who have been denied the right to vote can have some level of respite. From the Branco end of Mafuluku by Jai area, this is Olu Phillips for Channels Television News.
All right, thank you very much indeed, Olu Phillips. Now let's get to Mr. Fidelis Allen, who is also an ERAD analyst, to weigh in on his experience today. It was mixed feelings for several people. Mr. Allen, thank you again for joining us on the 2023 verdict this evening. Go ahead and tell us what your experience was, or if it's still ongoing today.
Well, one aspect of the story of the elections today with regards to voters, Nigerians, registered voters, is that it's a dream come true after a few years getting to another election cycle. The excitement with many people with the elections is something that tells me that this election is different from past elections, especially when we look at the number of registered voters, the number of people with PVCs, number of people with zeal, passion, to be at the polling units to vote. As we know, elections are critical for any country hoping to move to the next level in terms of quality of democracy, quality of democratization. We have a number of issues, reports about violence and hoodlums targeting beavers machines. Is one aspect of the experience that I think should tell anyone that democracy is a process. Elections cannot be expected to become 100% perfect. In a country like ours, the culture of violence, if we look at the history of elections in this country and the experiences that people, Nigeria has had, over the years since 1959, when the first election was conducted by an election management body in this country. Since then, we've had so many election management bodies, but I think this year marks real improvement in the way that elections are managed in this country. We are not there yet. There are problems. Like I said, the culture of violence is something that may not go away overnight. It's something that the security agencies and then the those in power.
We'll explore that a little further in the course of the program here today, but just give us a minute. Let's go across over to our correspondent, Emperor Simon, who is in Yola, the capital of Adamawa State. He is keeping tracks with what is going on. He did report how the presidential candidate of the PDP voted. He was also supposed to give a press release to address the media today, but I'm not sure what's going on with that because he seemed to have been moved. Hello, Emperor. Tell us what is going on where you are at the moment. Yeah, Emperor, we can't hear you here, but if you can you hear us at the moment? Okay, so that is not coming through yet. We'll fix that connection and get him to speak to us. So he is in Yola, so he'll be giving us what and how things have turned out. Well, yeah.
Very interesting scenario we've seen play out in many of the states that we've monitored today. It looked like it was pretty seamless for the presidential candidates to cast their vote. Thankfully, we didn't see any incidents like we saw in 2015 when the smart card reader could not read the fingerprint of then presidential candidate Goodluck Jonathan. So we did see that. I mean, no surprises there, or were there any?
No, I don't think there are any surprises. I think the system we use, the beavers are actually much more higher in terms of the grading and the capacity, operational capacity, than what we used to have. I think the beavers emerge as a lesson learning from the previous systems we used. So it was really, really good. Okay, we had that.
I think we do have our correspondent, Emperor Simon, now, and so he can go ahead and give us his update on what is going on where he is. Emperor, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chamberlain. It's still quite full. I mean, a handful of activities here in Yola, the Adamawa State capital, where we have been monitoring the voting process, you know, here in the state. Of course, we know that one of the major contestants in the election is from Adamawa State. But what we saw during the day was the fact that residents turned out in their large number to exercise their civic responsibility, and there was no any security issue reported in the course of the election, except, of course, maybe in areas that we couldn't cover. But again, we saw that in terms of the deployment of personnel to various polling units, that went each free, and election held across the over 4,000 polling units here in Adamawa State. I have the Commissioner of Police here in Adamawa State in person of CP Baba Tola Afolabi, who will give us a rundown of what went on in terms of the security situation. Good evening, CP.
Good evening.
Yeah, just to give us what's transpired today in Adamawa State in terms of the security situation. Were there areas where we recorded electoral violence?
To the glory of God, we didn't record any electoral violence due to the security measures we placed on ground in conjunction with other sister agencies.
But we understand that the Northeast region is one of those, one of the states that have come under serious security threats in recent time. Where did that in a way show up? Even though you said the election went successfully, but were there areas that you received report? Tell us what the report looks like from across the 21 local government areas of Adamawa State.
Across the 21 local government, there was no advice report because all the security personnel performed their duty credibly well. So far, no problem.
citizens didn't have cause to worry?
Nobody had any cause to worry. So everybody went to the polling units, cast their vote, then returned home safely.
Were there any case of perhaps attack on your personnel?
There wasn't any.
Thank you very much. That's CP Tola Afolabi. But we also have the man who is in charge of the job here in Adamawa State. That's the resident electoral commissioner, Mr. Udu Yunusa, who would also give us a rundown of what transpired in the course of the day. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm fine. Thank you very much. Give us a picture of how it went in terms of election here in Adamawa State.
Okay, election started by 8 o'clock, and there's a very good turnout. People turn out en masse. We toured about 4 local government areas in the state. Me and the commissioner of police, and of course the service chief of the state. We were there. People were enthusiastic to carry out their vote, and very good. We traveled as far as Fufure, where up to the time of closing the elections, people were queuing. Over 1,000 people were there, and we say since they already entered the queue, they should be able to conduct the election, to be allowed to finish. And I can say it's 100% success. There was no any incident of any breach of the peace, and people were very, very happy up to the time we left.
Earlier on, when we had Mr. Atiku Abubakar vote in his polling unit, he did mention the fact that he had a challenge being captured, by the beavers machine. That's in terms of the use of his finger print. Were there areas like that where you recorded such challenges, malfunction of beavers machines, and how were you able to handle those challenges?
Using of beavers we use it successfully in Adamawa State. There were no challenge, and in fact, people were very happy because it eases their time to make the time they take to make the elections. And people were very, very enthusiastic. Yes. And there's no, I cannot recall any breach of the peace or somebody trying to truncate the election in any way. It's all through.
So we are here at the Collation Center. Give us a sense of what we should be expecting any moment soon.
We have very far far reaching areas like the Madagali, Mubi. These are areas very in the extreme end, and of course we have a very difficult terrain. And we have to, even within the metropolis, people are now counting. So it is only when those nearby they come, then we begin to make announcement on what has happened. So we cannot say it in vacuum. You agree?
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Yunusa. We do appreciate you. So Chamberlain, I guess you've heard from those who are saddled with the responsibility of ensuring the smooth, running of the election today. The security chief here in Adamawa State has given us a picture of what transpired security-wise, while the resident electoral commissioner has also told us exactly what they recorded. Chamberlain.
Well, yes, Emperor. So what do we know about the presser that was supposed to hold with the presidential candidate of the PDP, Atiku Abubakar? Is it still holding?
Yeah, so after he cast his vote, we tried to interview him to get his perspective on what he thinks about, the electoral process. It was a rowdy session because we had several media organizations represented by their reporters, even from across the country, from across the country and beyond the shores of Nigeria. Many who came to see how Nigeria's election would go. So it was a rowdy session and we could not get a good soundbite. We couldn't get a good interview and we resorted to go to his residence. Of course, we were given 2:30 p.m. for an interview with the PDP presidential candidate. But after staying for a while, we were told that he had decided to postpone the interview till tomorrow. So we are waiting at the moment to see if by tomorrow he would speak to us. But again, let me add to the point, some of the points he made when he cast his votes alongside his wife, Titi Abubakar. He did mention the fact that he was impressed with what he witnessed, particularly at the polling unit 012 at Ajia Ward, where he and his spouse, performed their civic responsibility. And he said particularly that for the first time at least, Nigerians may have confidence in the electoral process. But he added the fact that it was at that moment, because he could only tell what was happening at his own polling unit. And then I asked him how optimistic he is about, his outing in the 2023 general election, and he simply said, "I'm optimistic."
Okay. Thank you very much indeed, Emperor Simon, our correspondent covering the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar. Well, earlier we did speak with the chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission on the 2023 verdict as to what their role, their responsibilities or actions going on today and even previously. But at the moment, we do understand that the commission has arrested some persons in Benin City in possession of some permanent voter cards. So what we know is that the commission arrested 3 people, and they say for being in possession of several permanent voter cards. One of the suspects, Africana Esther, was arrested at Ward 1, St. Patrick's Catholic Church, Ikwabaha, Benin City, with 20 permanent voter cards belonging to different people, apparently. Now, she allegedly said that the cards were handed to her by Comfort Moneke, a 73-year-old woman, and Shegun Osamohai, a 33-year-old man. And the commission says both have made useful statements and investigation is ongoing, and we will bring you more as we get them. All right, we do have several other correspondents, but yes, you want to...
Yeah, before we go to our correspondence,
okay.
I just wanted to take it back to our team here, our guest here in the studio. Let's look at this matter of arrival and how the processes went out. I know you talked about the fact that logistics appeared to be a recurring decimal that the government, and indeed Nigeria, needs to resolve once and for all, because even for the staggered elections, that point is like a sore thumb. So I asked a question in the morning to a former INEC official, and he said, Nigeria has the postal service. Can't the postal service, and it's spread across the country, can't the postal service help in resolving this matter of logistics and distribution of electoral materials?
I don't think so in the immediate, but probably in the medium term, on the long run, it could. You need to check the postal service and actually understand the level of rot. And this is with apologies to the people who are working in that institution. But I think the postal service we have today is not just exactly the same as the one we have before. Look, other Nigerian courier companies are doing much better than NIPOS. GIG, for instance, take that. It's more efficient than NIPOS, and it just started. It was just a transporter that was just used, people used to send messages, and now completely transformed. doing not just managing logistics, not just locally, but actually globally, with offices in Europe and Asia and all that. I think that our state institutions are poorly managed. And because they are poorly managed, they are not able to serve us the way it's supposed to be. We can transform the Nigerian Postal Service to perform responsibilities like that, but INEC will probably need to begin to use logistic companies instead of using transporters associations.
All right, we do have a correspondent. It's their day actually, so just get to the field again and see, get with the Dele Omoyeni. He's covering the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi. He's live now to give us an update on what is going on where he is. Hello, Dele. So tell us, what is the situation at the moment?
All right, Chamberlain, we're actually back in Onitsha. We're in Agulu throughout the day where, of course, the Labour Party presidential candidate casts his votes. Now, three major things stand out for me in these elections. Firstly, it was all over social media and everywhere that these elections were going to be about young people. Chamberlain, let me shock you. From 87 to 91, we got a lot of old people coming out to vote in these elections, of course, right here in Anambra State. The second thing that stands out for me is that we all thought that these elections were going to be heavily militarized. Of course, quite a number of people who heard that I was going to the southeast to cover the elections, especially in Anambra and Imo State, said, well, that place is volatile. Well, we wish all the best, but please be careful. But that's not been the case today. As a matter of fact, apart from the time when the EFCC came here with heavily armed police officers to the polling units of the presidential candidates, the only policemen or security officers that you could see around Agulu were those attached to the presidential candidates. There were no joint patrols, no military, no DSS, and yet the process went free, the process went heavily peacefully. The first thing that stands out for me is that a lot of polling units in Anambra State experienced late delivery of voting materials. Now, when we probed further about what happened to these voting materials, a lot of people blamed INEC. They say, for instance, that in most wards, there was just one bus to convey voting materials and the personnel. And so you find out that a bus takes one or two polling units, goes to drop them, comes back, and that same process goes on. And so you find out that some people started voting very early and some started voting very late. In fact, the governor of this state, Chukwumax Charles Soludo, voted in the late afternoon because voting materials didn't get to his polling unit on time. So these are some of the issues that we've experienced here in Anambra State. But the process has been very, very peaceful. The environment is calm. We've not heard of any skirmishes here in Anambra State, Chamberlain.
Well, Dele, you know, the state was in the news for different reasons in the build-up to this day, right from part of what you mentioned, the comment that came through from the governor, some risk analysis, which did say watch out for that state, and then security concerns as well. But at the moment, do you get any impression, any information whatsoever? Is there voting going on anywhere else from what you know, from where you are, or having come through from Agulu to Onitsha at the moment?
Yeah, there are some polling units across the state where voting started very late. And, you know, the Electoral Act says any polling unit that INEC officials get late, everybody you meet there must be allowed to vote. In fact, there are some places around Ubusi where we hear that the ad hoc staff had to go and get generators because they started with torchlights. But of course, that wasn't being effective. They had to go to get generators so that the process can continue because a lot of people are insisting that they must vote. There's also quite a large voter turnout in these parts. So yes, some people are still voting right now. And in some cases, they've just started collating. While, of course, in Agulu, in the polling units where I was, sorting started as early as 3 p.m. because, of course, at about 8:10 a.m., of course, the INEC officials were on ground already.
All right, thank you very much indeed, our correspondent Dele Omoyeni, covering the presidential candidate of the Labour Party. Well, when we speak about security, I mean, getting up this morning and moving around, you get different reports, correspondents in all parts of the country, getting feedback and information almost on the go. One of such was Kogi State, not too far from here in Abuja, where several reports did come through about some activity from the state concerning some local government areas, senatorial districts. And now if you look at some scenario coming through from the senatorial candidate of the PDP, Natasha Akpoti, now this was one of the scenes that played out in some of the areas where voting was supposed to happen. And if I remember, if I get that right, that I think there was a response from the government saying that they had to send people for observation purposes. We'll just need to get some clarity on that one at the moment. So if we do have Natasha Akpoti, she is on the ballot. So she wasn't exactly happy concerning what played out. So do we have her? Let's just get to hear from her concerning what transpired in her locality. Good evening, Natasha. Can you hear us today?
I can hear you, Chamberlain. Good evening. Good evening, Nigerians.
We did see some visuals, images circulating about you, narrating what transpired. So tell us, what happened? Okay, so it's just coming in frozen at the moment, but we will sort that out and bring her response to you. We'll get as many response from all of those who are in the field in whatever way possible. So just keep it. We'll sort that out and get her back on. And I also do remember that one of the pressers with the EFCC, I beg your pardon, with the INEC chair, some CSOs had, okay, well, there you go. That is, I believe, some of these scenarios that happened earlier in the day today. So we'll get her back and ensure that she gives us her account of what transpired. Well, there was that call, that concern, when they did ask the INEC chair and security agencies, particularly the IGP, protect the few number. I think the number dropped for females on the ballot. We'll come to that. I wonder why that is the case, but we do have her back. Natasha Akpoti, she's back on the line. So please go ahead and tell us what transpired today for you.
Well, it started quite peacefully, and then there about 12 o'clock, we experienced a lot of attacks from the APC thugs. They carried machetes, guns. Those that carried guns, they wore military uniform, but you can tell that they were not the genuine military. And then they collected ballot papers, seized the beavers, destroyed a lot, and at a point they even tried to abduct an INEC official from a polling near me. So in total, in my local government, that is Okene local government and Okene local government, hundreds of polling units have been destroyed because pretty much we are leading everywhere. Everywhere we were leading. And then wherever they found that we were leading extremely, they had to destroy the ballot boxes. So what happened is, at some instance, the soldiers moved swiftly and like this gentleman there, and intercepted them requesting for their identification cards, you know, to show that they are actually members of the force. And to their surprise, they had none. So all these men you are seeing on the floor, they're actually about 30 of them, they were arrested. So they, can you hear me, sorry? There are about 30 of them arrested. Only 8 are being displayed there because they were arrested in badges and they were moved to the Lokoja command. They were fake policemen. They were all fake policemen wearing the military uniform, carrying guns, machine guns, and they were the ones terrorizing voters. Now, I can tell you that now, I already made a complaint to INEC that hundreds of polling units were destroyed across the local government. In addition, the Ganaja axis of Ajakuta local government never voted. Many polling units there, polling units that have thousands of voters, registered voters, were disenfranchised because the INEC officials was not on site, and the EOs switched off their phones. We could not reach the EOs, and so no material. So there was no voting in Ganaja axis. Petitions have been written. The polling unit agents wrote petitions in that regard, and we are hoping that INEC will allow elections to be conducted in these places because it is extremely wrong to disenfranchise thousands of people. I mean, you should have seen the mood earlier on in the day. People came out in their thousands. It was so peaceful. People were organized. Everything was coordinated until this mishap started around 12 o'clock. So that's the situation now. been some deaths. We saw instances where there's some thugs in uniforms tried to shoot at the police officers, and then there was a retaliation of force. And then, unfortunately, we have some of our constituents dead. Some people lost their lives today because the soldiers had to defend their lives. So there was exchange of fire of gunshots.
That's really disheartening.
Oh,
to
and
hear.
one more thing.
But I don't know if you can confirm to us, Natasha, if you can hear me, about there were reports that initially some areas were dug up around your local government. Can you hear me?
One into my community, the Yabelo tribe by the Nigerian army, and they told Yahya Bello not to. He had no right to leave his local government and enter another local government. He was driving into my community and he was stopped. And I believe at that point, your channel's reporter, in conjunction with TVC, because they were together, they tried to get a coverage of it because it was a scene. The governor stepped out of his car, challenging the forces that he needed to drive to my community. And they were like, no, you have to stay back at your side. We understand you're a governor, but you cannot cross the local government borders. And he wasn't happy about that, but they successfully sent him away. Your reporter was on ground at that point. I don't know if he sent you the visuals.
Okay, that's certainly something to note, and we'll certainly look out for that. But I wanted to confirm, I mean, there were stories that made the round earlier today that trenches were dug up around your local government area, making it difficult for INEC officials to access. Can you confirm that story to us?
Yes, 5 roads leading to my community were cut off. The excavation started 2 days ago. Hold a second. I'm on the phone. Stop calling me. I'm on the phone. But stop calling me. I'm on the phone. So sorry about that. We're driving to the collision center. So, but you have to park, please. Let me finish up. Yes, the exercise started about 3 nights ago. We woke up to realize 3 roads were excavated, and then they continued the next day. So I tell you, that was done purposely to disenfranchise us and to prevent INEC from exercising a free and fair election. And the hardship, even though the governor issued a statement that his reason for excavating 5 roads around my community, thereby trapping me, is to curb insecurity. And that is such a lame excuse. Pardon me, it's very lame. Because I can't begin to tell you the amount of hardship the people in my community and neighboring communities had to face because they were cut off. Traders could not access the market spaces, farmers could move, children could not go to schools, commuters had to go, had to create an extra route. Some even had to go through Edo State because I'm sharing boundary with Ipilo. They had to go through a journey that would have just taken 10 minutes, took 1 hour. So a lot of activities crumbled in the past 2 days. But what happened is, at the time, I had to step up. I have some construction equipment in my site and my home here in the village. So we took the payloader and we went around all of these sites and we started covering them one after the other. We covered the last at about 4:30 a.m. this morning. And that is why INEC officers were able to deploy their materials timely today using the route that we covered. But I'd like to let Nigerians know that these roads were built, some of them were constructed 40 years ago. 2 of them actually federal highways. This particular road behind me was also cut off because it leads to Ikare. It connects my community to Ikare. So we had to just cover it up. My concern now is when the rain starts coming, mind you, we only filled the sandbag, but when the rains fall, those roads will be unmotorable, like they will be in deplorable situation. And I do hope that the governor, considering the fact that he excavated this road to curb insecurity, that he will, immediately after the elections, he will deploy resources to fix these roads. If there's any other question, I'm willing to answer.
Yeah, just quickly, I would like to know what the status is right now. You say you're heading, I heard you whispering that you're going to the collation center.
Yes.
Where it does mean then that voting was able to successfully happen in some polling units so collation can take place. Is that right?
Yes, we just have to make do with what we have. So we do, all the other polling units that elections were held successfully, we won. So we just have to, but we're also hearing that there's going to be a lot of intimidation and harassment of INEC officers. Mind you, I told you that some 2 INEC officers were abducted, actually, like at the verge of being abducted. They were dragged, they were saved when they were already pushed in the vehicles, in the thugs' vehicles. So we're just trying to deploy ourselves, like move whatever personnel we have over there to guide and protect our votes and the INEC officials that are there. Because we don't want anything to go wrong. We don't want any form of inducement or harassment. So if at the end of the day, INEC decides to announce the results based on the polling units that were successful, I know that I'm going to emerge victorious. But at the same time, I don't want any last minute game, because this is it. Like, until the results are finally announced, believe me, there are people that are going in to make some mischievous changes, and we're trying to avoid that.
All right, then. Thank you so much for sharing your experience with us today. Mrs. Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan, who's the PDP senatorial candidate. We also implore you to stay safe. Moving swiftly right now to our correspondent in Bauchi, Hajara Aliyu, who is on standby to let us know what the situation has been like in Bauchi. Hajara.
Hello, Mokwe. I'm at the Bakari Dupu Registration Area Center. It's dark here, and results are coming in from the polling units. I don't know if you can see the ballot boxes behind me. It's really dark, and then there are people sitting on the ground waiting for the process of collection to begin. The INEC
Oh, just when we began to see her right there. But, you know, quite an experience. We'll come to you later, Hajara, if you can hear us. I know that we'll certainly hook up again with our correspondent, Hajara Aliyu, who's about to give us an update of situation in Bauchi. It looks like collation voting has ended there and collation is about to begin. Yeah. But quite an experience that Mrs. Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan has shared with us right there. And I know that you'll be very concerned, Bossade.
No, I mean, I was watching her narrate that, and I'm thinking to myself, women only make up 8% of the candidates who are currently on the ballot for today's elections. So presidential election, I mean, we have just one. And then for the National Assembly elections, you know, about 9% maximum. And I'm wondering, is this what women will continue to go through? Threats, intimidation, you know, why will more women come? And remember, it's a funnel. So we have a number of aspirants, it narrows out to candidates, and then the question now is, you want to disenfranchise voters who will even make it to the ballot to vote for these women. How long will this country continue to intimidate women who come out and step into politics? It just has to stop. I mean, something just has to be done, right? And, you know, I was sitting here thinking, she's the only one we're hearing from. Imagine what else could have gone on in other areas that we don't even hear. But violence against women in elections is something that must be prioritized, must be addressed. The good news, however, is that she said that the security agents responded swiftly. I think that really was something that was, you know, impressive to see. Exactly. And it was quick, it was timely. But I think we really need to address violence against women in elections.
And a lot more. I mean, perhaps, probably, as Mr. Abdul did say, we need to talk about this kind of matters a lot more moving forward, so that all of these issues have got to be addressed. It's 21st century, for goodness sakes.
Yes.
Well, don't forget the 4 leading candidates that we do have, our correspondents covering all of them and bringing you up to speed concerning who is where, how did they vote, what is the mood or what were the circumstances surrounding where they are. Maybe we should just go ahead and take a look. analysts who looked at this scenario and then mirrored it, looked at the position of the law on that matter in terms of the sanctity of the ballot, the conduct of the polling unit, how the law expected them to conduct themselves in that circumstance, and it wasn't exactly easy because they just thought, you wonder, actually see some of them just trying to cover because they didn't want you to see perhaps that's what was coming across where but your guess is as good as anybody else. It's an open secret.
Will sanctity of the ballot apply to presidential candidates who are in the race, themselves?
Said some might not even vote for themselves. I'm like, really?
How?
Well, the NPP will send me for himself. So he didn't step down for anybody. He wouldn't have it.
Are you sure he voted for himself? You wouldn't know who they voted for.
But he had the initial problem with accreditation. But he eventually was able to vote today. So that is Rabi Okonkwo, so the presidential candidate of the NNPP. And then Peter Obi as well, the candidate of the Labour Party, he did vote and he spoke to us as well, where he did say from where he was, the environment, having voted, he said he was, in his words, giving them kudos. That's exact words, and he thought he was going to rate them. And some of them are usually cautious about rating how the process turned out, because when they start getting fillers from the field, just like the CSOs, when it starts trickling all over the country, you may think, oh dear, is this what it really is? Yeah. So maybe they're borrowing a leaf from that kind of scenario or principle, being cautious about how all of that did go. So those are some of the candidates who voted early today.
Yes, we did catch up with our correspondent, Emperor Simon, earlier, who also gave us a scenario of what happened in Adamawa, where the candidate of the PDP had tried to vote. In fact, he voted successfully, and I think, as expected, of course, there was a swarm of journalists around him trying to capture that particular moment. It made it almost impossible for him to be able to address the media, as we did see the candidate of the Labour Party do. Yeah. You can see that the candidate of the Labour Party looked like he spoke well after he had already been able to, go through the process, because we also saw reporters once again swarming around. In fact, the fact that journalists will always be present, that's what we do. That's what we'll try to do, to get the pictures for our viewers and,
yeah, so that is the candidate of the PDP. That was when he arrived at his polling unit in Yola. Initially, many had thought that he was going to vote in Jada, for instance, but we did quickly confirm with INEC, and they said the day before, or 2 days before that time, well, from their records, he had not relocated or moved his polling unit, so he voted in Yola. And so
Jada, about 4 hours away from Yola, we understand, quite a drive. Oh, yeah. So it might just have made sense for him to stay in the state capital.
So there you go. So he's done that now. He's voted, and all waiting. I can imagine that they're monitoring their own situation room now.
I'd rather not be in their shoes, because right now, whether they voted for themselves or voted for somebody else, all of them will be like, did I win? Did I not win?
Some of them have been running for decades now, trying to get this number one slot.
For him, I do know that this is like the about third or fourth time he's tried to run for that number one seat.
All right, so there you go. We'll go to break now, but we will return on the 2023 Friday for you in just a moment. Stay with us.
was a delay, slight delay, I would say, on the part of INEC officials who brought in election materials and sensitive materials quite past 8 o'clock, especially in the polling unit where I monitored, which happens to be the polling unit 012, which was the polling unit of the PDP presidential candidate. As early as 6:30 a.m. when we got there, voters were already there waiting, and up until 7 a.m., 7:30, 8 o'clock, the agitations were growing and increasing because no INEC official had been in sight up until they came and then began to set up. And then the beavers was also a big thing in Adamawa State, especially in Yola, because in the polling centers where I monitored, it wasn't such a problem. It was easy. It was easier for people to, sort out their names in the voters register and then get on to, get accredited with the beavers, and of course get onto the big business of the day, which was voting. Adamawa had over 2.1 million registered voters in this particular elections, and of course there were over 4,104 polling units, and at least one beavers was deployed to each of these centers. Peace was also another area where in Yola peace actually reigned a whole lot because there was a heavy presence of security. Now, the police had deployed over 12,000 policemen. The army had deployed over 1,400 army personnel, and of course 250 officers of the NSCDC were actually on ground. I would say that in the centers where we visited, where I monitored, there was not exactly an issue of underage voting. Many of the people who came out to vote and stood there to count their votes and all of that were actually young people. There were people who were older and above 18 as we saw it.
Well, thank you very much, Mary Chinda, our correspondent in Yola, Adamawa State capital.
And of course, the two election observers are still with us. The Professor Jibrin Ibrahim, who's a senior fellow at the Center for Democracy and Development here in Abuja. He's chair of the board of Nigeria's Premium Times newspaper. He's also a noted psophologist and political science and development consultant. And Santiago Stocker, who is an independent Republican Institute and National Democratic Institute International Election Observation Team Director. And just give us a sense, Mr. Stocker, of how widespread your, if you like, dragnet is across Nigeria. I mean, can you actually speak credibly about the observations that you've made? And I'm told that he can't hear us, so whilst we're fiddling with the knobs to get him back in, let me talk to the man who's sitting next to us, who is, of course, Professor Jibrin Ibrahim. It's interesting, Prof, that someone was talking about reading Chinua Achebe's A Man of the People, which was about Nigerian politics. It was written in the 1960s, but absolutely brilliant in describing today's politics, where you feel the texture and the satirical elements all still enormously relevant today.
Absolutely. I wrote a published paper on how the best way to read Nigerian politics is to read Chinua Achebe. And his key novels that went through the period of colonization through to the nationalist struggle, the establishment of civilian rule, and above all, the birth, growth, and rapid development of corruption alongside party politics is very fascinating. There's a sense in which, if he were still with us, the way in which a nation had to change its entire currency to see if it can change the proclivity towards corruption by politicians. It's never happened in world history. This is a big story. And I feel the whole elements of trying to organize violence, trying to induce voter suppression, trying to eliminate rivals through the court system before you even get to the elections. They are very rich material for a novel. I do wish I have creative talents. Unfortunately, I don't.
You don't go that way. You're more in the academic side. But let me quickly put the question that I had put originally to Mr. Stocker. You couldn't hear me, Mr. Stocker, but I understand that we've resumed communication with you. And I was asking you how wide your dragnet is, your observation team. How widely spread across Nigeria are they? And are you going to be able to get a real good sense of how this ballot has gone across the country to inform the eventual report you're going to give about what you saw and what you observed?
Sure. So we were very deliberate about making sure that our observers are deployed in every region of the country. We cover 3 to 4 states across the whole republic. So from southwest to southeast, south-south, and of course north central, northeast, northwest. So now we know that with the 19 states and Federal Capital Territory, it will have a broad perspective on how the election plays out. But our observation effort has been a long one. We started almost a year ago assessing the electoral landscape and observing elections in Ekiti, elections in Osun, meeting with civil society stakeholders, government stakeholders, security stakeholders. And we understand that a credible, a transparent, and a peaceful election is a long process. And so we've taken that approach to it. It's not just what happens on election day. Of course, that's incredibly important. And Nigeria has incredibly strong civil society and many other observation groups as well. And in fact, one of the recommendations of our last assessment on the election landscape was to ensure that election observation efforts learn from each other and are well coordinated. So our picture is principally informed by our observers in those states, but our assessment is conducted, with a broader understanding based on what we've done over the past year, and also based on the broader context and what civil society and other observation groups are doing. So it's a much more comprehensive view than just observing in a few states on election day. We've really taken a broad approach to this.
Well, we want to thank you very much indeed for the work that you're doing in Nigeria, and also to thank you for being on the program tonight. Santiago Stocker is the director of the Independent Republican Institute and National Democratic Institute International Election Observation Team. And also, I want to thank you exceedingly, as always, Professor Jibrin Ibrahim, the noted psephologist, Professor of Political Science and Development Consultant, who's also a senior fellow at the Center for Democracy and Development in Abuja, and chair of the editorial board of Nigeria's Premium Times newspaper. Thank you to both of you.
Well, let's cross now to Nigeria's commercial capital, Lagos, where we have Arise News correspondent Oba Adeoye joining us for an update on how the polls played out in Lagos State. Oba, good evening. Thank you for being on the program. We do know that there had been incidences reported in Lagos earlier today. What's the situation on ground now?
Yes, counting of ballots has ended in several polling units across the state, and as we speak, people are expecting, the final announcement of results from the state. We visited quite a number of places in Lagos during the poll, and I can tell you that it was relatively peaceful across major parts of Lagos, except where we have pockets of violence here and there, with political talks coming to disrupt the voting activities. I went to Surulere for an instance where we got reports that some political talks came around and, they were shooting sporadically into the air to scare voters away. And in the disturbance that occurred thereafter, people were injured and a lot of people had to already leave the polling unit for safety. Even some security men had to pull their uniform and, wear something else, mufti, just to, to cover up themselves from danger. And I saw some empty shells, empty bullets there at the polling unit as evidence that indeed these people came around. They destroyed a lot of polling materials there at that polling unit. The same thing was recorded in the Etios area of the state where, some unknown persons came around and destroyed all the voting materials in that polling unit. But the shocking part is that people, they came to attack, regrouped themselves, and insisted that they were ready to cast their vote regardless of what happened at the end of the day. But unfortunately, nothing of sort happened before we left that place. So all in all, the elections was peaceful in Lagos, except for where we had pockets of violence here and there. And so I can tell you, and if you talk about the logistics of the election management body, that's INEC, in some places, elections started very late in Lagos. In Etiosa, for an instance, I saw a particular polling unit where election did not start until 19 minutes past 12. The election was supposed to start at 8:30 in the morning, but the election did not start at that polling unit until 12:19 p.m. That's about 9, 10, 11, 12, about 4 hours away from the official time that the poll should have started. I saw another place in, on the Victoria land where the election did not start until around 12 p.m. So, except for situations like this, on the overall, INEC's logistic should be, commended. The polling officers should also be commended for comporting themselves, in accordance with the dictates of the electoral law.
But obviously, Oba, you did mention that there were disruptions and there were sort of hoodlums moving into different polling booths, and obviously that might have affected the confidence of people in Lagos, certainly in certain parts of it, but to what extent?
Yes, I spoke with some of the voters. Some of them came back. There's even a situation where a lady was injured, and despite that she was already treated, she returned to a polling unit insisting that she must cast a vote. So I think a lot of people were undaunted by some of this violence. In Surulere, where I went to, I see some people, coming back to that polling unit with the hope of casting their vote. But unfortunately, the electoral officers on duty had already, left that polling unit, and there was no security measure put in place, so there was nobody to even attend to them. So I saw a lot of people that were not moved by this pocket of violence, and they insisted that they must cast their vote. But you agree with me that we also have people that will be worried, that will be bothered about their own safety. And, some of them will never return to that polling unit for fear of further attacks.
Obade, thank you so much for the great job you have done so far from Lagos. Obade is reporting from Nigeria's commercial capital, the election coverage today. And of course, you're watching special coverage of Nigeria's 2023 presidential and National Assembly elections, Charles. We also have National Assembly elections today.
Absolutely, we mustn't forget that.
Yes.
But let's take a break and we'll be back with more. Stay with us.
No. I have not stepped down for any candidate, and I will not. In this election, Is there anybody people will step down for? It's me. Because somebody just said, well, okay, I'm facing two formidable opponents. And I said, the only source of their being formidable or is that they were part of those who brought us to this junction. And this junction is not a place where you claim reference for, because it failed. So the only person who is formidable in this election is me, because I'm coming with new ideas. I'm coming with a proven track record of performance. I'm coming with what they can call a clean record and offering a new beginning. The outcome can only be determined by God. Whatever God says, I accept it. It is God that makes it possible for everybody. It's God that will listen and look at the yearnings of Nigerians, especially the poor people who are suffering. Because Nigerians have suffered enough. And I believe God will hear their cry. Well, what I want to do is make sure that they extend the time of voting. You know, that will help. You know, this will happen. As long as it works as seamless as it is here, I believe they will be able to meet up within the specified time. And if they don't, they can extend it for a few minutes. That's my appeal. I'm not authorizing them because I have not capacity to do that.
Presidential candidate of Labour Party, Peter Obi, well, he had to beware of fake news almost everywhere these days. There's even one circulating now about INEC postponing certain elections. Well, they've reached us and say, look, disregard it. It's not true. If you don't get to hear from them, probably through us, should put it in the dustbin. That's where it belongs. Well, we also do have...